Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Fate truly worked in mysterious ways. In the simulation, he had racked his brain, tried everything he could, and even had to play through a second time just to unlock the Rukongai cafe as a new scene. Yet in real life, all it took was casually agreeing to an invitation, and Rukongai was unlocked just like that. Which meant, according to the simulation's logic, if he did absolutely nothing except accept Yamada's invitation, he could directly establish a connection with Nishikigichi's Zato. Upon realizing this, Minami found himself at a rare loss for words. So all that effort he put into tailing people, studying tailing techniques. What was the point of all that? He couldn't seriously have wanted to become a stalker of beautiful girls, right? Shaking his head, Minami continued walking forward. Taking out her phone, the short-haired girl with deep blue hair blinked expressionlessly. A small tear mole at the corner of her eye added a touch of lazy elegance to her charm. Sitting at the cafe's counter, she glanced at the message from Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, "On my way." Resting her cheek on her hand, she took a sip of her coffee. "How is it, ma'am?" the bespectacled female barista at the counter inquired. "It's good." Setting down her intricately carved coffee cup, Miss Yamada propped her chin up with the back of her hand and, in an almost professional critic's tone, remarked, "The initial taste is bitter, but it quickly gives way to a sweet aftertaste. The beans must be of high quality, and the hand-drip technique is quite refined. Both the aroma and flavor are impeccable." Her usually lazy gaze sharpened as if she had seen through every secret hidden within the cup of coffee. "And then since it's so good, would you mind paying your bill now? That'll be 1,500 yen, including your hand-drip coffee and a leftover curry rice for takeaway." "Yamada Ryao? My friend is almost here." As if a little embarrassed, she withdrew her small hand and replied with a blank expression. "All right then." The Rukongai barista, Mizuki Nakahara, let out a small sigh upon hearing the blue-haired girl's response. She hadn't expected to encounter a dine and dasher on her shift. And judging by the girl's attire, her outfit was made up of rare vintage pieces, the kind that were expensive simply by being hard to find. Someone like that couldn't possibly be unable to afford 1,500 yen, right? Mizuki didn't want to make things difficult for the girl, but Rukongai was struggling financially, and 1,500 yen wasn't exactly a negligible sum. Just as she was thinking this, the bell at the entrance chimed. "Welcome, huh?" Mizuki started to greet the customer but froze in place the next second. No particular reason, just that the young man who had just stepped into the cafe was unreasonably good-looking. The way his eyes glanced over, there was a kind of pure, refreshing clarity to them that was hard to put into words. Even though he was wearing the simplest outfit, a white shirt and black casual pants, he still somehow exuded an effortlessly fresh and striking presence. However, in the next moment, clank. The sharp screech of a chair being pushed back abruptly shattered the serene atmosphere. At the same time, the cool and lazy blue-haired girl stood up and walked toward the young man. "Minami." The young man called Minami paused in surprise, his gaze briefly meeting Mizuki's. The blue-haired girl, now the center of attention, let her cold and languid expression melt away. She raised her head, her amber-colored eyes locking onto the black-haired youth in front of her, as if she had countless things to say. But in the end, all the unspoken emotions condensed into just one sentence: "Give me money." 1,500 yen. Her fair, delicate hand stretched out, her face dead serious. The black-haired youth. The moment she said it, he couldn't help but glance at the blue-haired girl in front of him, then at Mizuki, who was still frozen in shock. Seemingly realizing what had happened, the black-haired youth unhesitatingly walked up to Mizuki. But instead of paying the bill outright like Mizuki had expected, he grabbed the blue-haired girl by the back of her collar and lifted her up like a kitten. "How about you keep her here to wash dishes instead?" Huh? Mizuki's mouth opened in surprise, unable to process how things had escalated this way. "There's nothing to be confused about. This is the consequence of trying to dine and dash." Facing Mizuki Nakahara's stunned expression, Minami completely ignored Yamada's gaze. What kind of joke was this? 1,500 yen? If Yamada had even the slightest clue about his current financial situation, she wouldn't have had the face to say something like that. At this moment, Minami finally understood why, in his second playthrough of the Nishiki Gichizato simulation, this option had appeared. The woman, Yamada Ryo, actually secretly took me out for a meal while I was researching music and film. I guess I should tie her up and correct her properly? Brutal Segs, Chap 76, so Yamada really had mooched a meal off him and never paid him back? Classic Yamada. What? Hearing Minami's words, Yamada Ryo blinked her cold eyes in surprise. She reached out with her small hand and tugged at his sleeve. Minami, do you really have to be this cruel? Though her expression remained indifferent, the way she tilted her head and gently pulled at his sleeve was undeniably adorable. If this were a typical anime or light novel protagonist, upon seeing the heroine act so pitifully, with such a soft voice, they would probably soften up and begrudgingly pay the bill. But a broke man like me is crueler than you think. Minami wasn't falling for it at all. Raising a beautiful girl's affection level? He needed to have enough money to keep himself fed first. Besides, after facing off against Yamada in the simulation so many times, he knew full well just how extravagant her spending habits were. Let me guess, originally, you had enough money to treat me to a meal, but then you passed by a nice music store, couldn't resist the temptation, and went in for a look. Minami. How did you know? Although Yamada's voice still sounded as composed as ever, the sudden rise in pitch completely gave away her inner turmoil. She genuinely hadn't expected Minami to figure it out so accurately. Your guardian spirit told me. Minami kept a straight face and continued his nonsense. Your guardian spirit tells you even things like this? Does that mean it also saw what kind of underwear I'm wearing today? Alright, that's enough of this conversation, Ms. Yamada. So, did you buy it or not? Cutting her off, Minami swiftly hoisted Yamada up by the waist and tucked her under his arm, preventing her from spouting any more nonsense. I bought it. A black, headless Ibanez electric bass. Cost me 520,000 yen, tax included. My father said I should properly thank you as a medium, so he gave me some extra allowance. Still expressionless, Yamada nodded and answered honestly while being held in his grip. TCH. Minami couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. 520,000 yen. And that included a thank you payment from Yamada's father? Unable to hold back, Minami reached out and pinched Yamada's soft, pale cheek hard. Yamada's calm voice let out a monotone cry of pain. Minami, still expressionless, tightened his grip, refusing to let go until a red mark appeared on her cheek. At this moment, he truly felt that Yamada's father had a point. If you didn't have a degree from the University of Tokyo, a good job, or a solid family background, supporting this extravagant, reckless, blue-haired woman would be nearly impossible. With this thought, Minami spoke without hesitation. Miss Yamada, your guardian spirit just told me that you must start managing your spending more wisely from now on. But this time, the usually foolproof guardian spirit excuse didn't work. Yamada blinked her pretty eyes and exposed the lie without mercy. Minami, you're obviously making that up. TCH. Why did her IQ suddenly kick in at moments like these? Wasn't she easily fooled just a while ago? Minami realized that sometimes, there really was no way to deal with this self-absorbed, free-spirited woman. Just as he was about to retort, he heard a confused voice from nearby. It was Mizuki Nakahara, a fellow Reiko employee and Nishiki Gichizato's colleague. Guardian Spirit. What's that? Chapter 85. Minami, never lie. The concept of a guardian spirit was something Mizuki Nakahara, as an older single woman, had often come across in manga and anime. But hearing someone say it out loud with such absolute seriousness. To be honest, this was her first time. She instinctively asked about it only to realize afterward that eavesdropping on others' conversations was a bit inappropriate. Sorry, I didn't mean to listen in. Mizuki quickly apologized. Fortunately, the young black-haired man before her didn't seem to mind at all. He simply smiled and waved his hand. It's nothing. He paused for a moment before speaking again, his voice gentle. Miss, are you also interested in the Tropic of Guardian Spirits? Well, I guess so. Mizuki Nakahara couldn't help but glance at Minami. His voice was pleasant to listen to, and when he looked at her, his gaze was clear and sincere. He didn't seem like some scam artist using the guardian spirit excuse to con people out of their money. On the other hand, though, even if this incredibly handsome man was a fraud, Mizuki, who had been single for years and was desperately looking for a boyfriend, probably wouldn't mind. In fact, Mizuki might even consider it a win. If you're interested, and if you don't mind, I could give you a palm reading or a guardian spirit fortune-telling. Huh? The sudden offer caught Mizuki off guard. She had just been jokingly thinking that getting scammed by a handsome man wouldn't be so bad. She hadn't expected him to actually take the initiative like this. Maybe sensing her hesitation, the young man simply chuckled and reassured her, don't worry, It's just a simple reading. No charge. I'm actually a very honest medium. Also, let's discuss this troublemaker's bill later, after the reading. He gestured toward Yamada-ryo, who was now sitting quietly like a well-behaved child. Alright then. Mizuki glanced around Riko. The cafe was rather quiet today. Nishiki Chisato and Inoue Takina were both out at an orphanage, taking care of the children, leaving only her and Mika, who was in the kitchen. With Riko's slow business, they hardly needed more staff on duty. With nothing better to do, Mizuki hesitated for a moment before nodding. Alright then, I'll trouble you for a reading. Not at all. Consider it a small gesture of gratitude for taking care of this penniless troublemaker for so long. Now then, if you'll allow me, may I see your palm? Mizuki hesitated for a second before extending her right hand, looking at the young man with curiosity. This was her first time having her palm read. Would he use some kind of special method? Bring out some mysterious tools? But soon, her expectations were completely shattered. The young man took out no tools. He didn't even touch her palm. He simply lowered his head and examined it seriously. Oh. I see. Alright, I understand everything now. He let out a sound of realization, as if something had just clicked for him. Mizuki, however, was completely dumbfounded. That's it? You completely understand just from looking at my palm for 2 seconds? Wasn't this way too half-assed? Even those street fortune tellers who scammed people at stalls would at least put on a proper act. Just looking at her hand, what could he possibly understand? Just as Mizuki was thinking this, the young man in front of her suddenly smiled warmly and spoke again. So, Ms. Nakahara, what would you like to ask me? Ah. Let me think. I'd like to know. Wait a second. Mizuki froze mid-sentence, staring at the young man in shock. How do you know my name? The Riko uniform was styled after a traditional Ryokan, Japanese in, and did not have a name tag. She also hadn't introduced herself at all. Yet, this man had directly guessed her surname Nakahara. Was it just a coincidence? But with the sheer number of Japanese surnames out there, that explanation felt far too weak. Mizuki wasn't sure what to think. Still, as a rational, mature adult, she wasn't about to be easily deceived. As she was analyzing the situation, the young man sitting across the counter suddenly spoke again, almost as if he had seen straight through her thoughts. It's not a coincidence, Ms. Mizuki Nakahara. Your palm has already told me everything about you. What? Mizuki's eyebrows twitched. He got it right again. Not just her surname, he had even correctly stated her full name. But just a name? It wouldn't be that hard to find out, would it? Taking a deep breath, Mizuki kept up her composure, maintaining the dignity of a mature woman. If he thought he could fool her that easily, he was in for a challenge. On the other side, Yamada-ryo remained expressionless. She, too, had once been as naive as Mizuki was now. But later she had been completely crushed by Minami's gaze, which seemed to pierce through everything. Minami, on the other hand, didn't seem to mind Mizuki's skeptical attitude at all. Instead, he simply flashed a faint, knowing smile. That confident, relaxed demeanor sent an unexpected chill down Mizuki's spine. She suddenly felt as if, under his gaze, she had no secrets at all. Am I wrong? She cleared her throat. A name like mine, it's not that hard to look up if someone really wanted to. To her surprise, Minami nodded in agreement, as if he completely understood her reasoning. You're absolutely right, Ms. Nakahara. Names are indeed easy to obtain if one secretly pays attention. However, he paused and glanced at her palm again. As I said before, I have already understood everything. As he spoke, his gaze lowered once more to her hand. Almost instinctively, Mizuki slightly pulled her hand back. Somehow, Mizuki Nakahara had the eerie feeling that this young man had just read her entire life from the palm of her hand. But before she could fully withdraw her hand, Minami spoke again, his voice firm and resolute. I see. You were born on June 5, 1996. You're 27 years old. Blood type O. Though you seem reliable and carry yourself like an older sister figure, in reality, your favorite pastime is drinking at an izakaya called Dorisaki Brewery. Wait a second. Mizuki's mouth fell open in disbelief, just as she was about to interrupt, but the young man continued, it seems you have a habit of getting drunk. Over the past year, you've had an astonishing 137 instances of intoxication. So far this year, you've vomited 78 times, 32 of which landed directly on this cafe's manager. You enjoy reading bridal magazines, and your most frequently spoken phrase is why aren't there any good men out there? So far, you've said this phrase approximately 3,651 times this year. Wait a minute, you have an unusual obsession with handsome young men. You regularly watch late-night Japanese idol dramas. On June 5th, your birthday, you stayed up until 2 a.m. watching The One Who Loved Me, him and her, while eating grilled squid tentacles and drinking shachu? Mizuyuki Nakahara. Mizuyuki's mouth hung open. The elegance and composure of a mature woman that she had been so determined to maintain? Completely shattered. Her mind was now filled with one singular thought: how the hell do you know all this? She couldn't hold it in anymore. She stood up from behind the counter, looking utterly dumbfounded, no, completely shell-shocked. Everything was revealed by your palm lines. Minami smiled politely. I've never heard of palm reading being able to reveal someone's hobbies, age, birthdate, blood type, or even their kinks. Mizuyuki snapped back. What kind of bullshit was this? He could tell all of this just from looking at her palm. She absolutely did not believe it. The 137 instances of getting drunk statistic, she wasn't sure whether that was accurate, but she did have a habit of drinking excessively, and if she counted up all the times, the number probably wasn't that far off. And the part about growing up on Reiko's manager, Miko, also true. After all, Miko was the only adult man in Reiko. She couldn't exactly drag Chisato or Takina, who were still minors, into an izakaya with her. Even the fact that she had a thing for pretty boys, despite being 27, and still watched romance dramas about young couples, he knew everything. Honestly, right now, Mizuyuki just wanted to run home and check her room for hidden cameras. Otherwise, how could he possibly know all of this? He even knew exactly what she ate on June 5th. Don't overthink it, Ms. Nakahara. Seeing Mizuyuki's face contorted in disbelief, Minami knew her mind was in turmoil. This was the perfect time to strike. If he played his cards right, he could completely win her over. As for how he actually knew so much about her, well, the answer was quite simple. In the simulation, as Reiko's head chef and shift manager, he had access to detailed staff records including Mizuyuki's age, blood type, and background. And as for her hobbies and habits, Mizuyuki probably didn't even realize how much she blabbered when she was drunk. During his second playthrough of the simulation, as one of the only two men at Reiko, it was his job to escort this hopeless drunkard home when she drank too much. Every time she got wasted, she would babble nonsense at him while puking all over him. That's how he learned so many of her embarrassing secrets, not that he ever wanted to know. But now that his psychic medium reputation was becoming more and more solid, Minami couldn't help but feel conflicted. Still, since he was already here at Reiko, he might as well use this opportunity to lay the groundwork for meeting Nishikigi Chisato later on. If it wasn't for that, he wouldn't even bother playing the role of a fraudulent fortune teller. After all, everyone already knew the truth. He, Minami, was a righteous, pure, and honest man. Your special trait, lying, has significantly increased. Your lying skill has leveled up. Current lying level, 3. Minami. Ignoring the blatant system notification that had just popped up, he turned back to Mizuyuki, his voice calm and steady. Ms. Nakahara, you should be able to believe me now, right? Just moments ago, Mizuyuki had been determined not to fall for any tricks. But now, she found herself at a loss for words. The problem was most of what he said was completely true. Some of the things he mentioned, she had even forgotten about herself. It felt as if he had known her for years. This terrifying level of accuracy made her start to wonder, could he actually be a real psychic medium with supernatural powers? Hearing this, Mizuyuki Nakahara spoke bluntly. What you just said, while slightly inaccurate in some parts, like me being 27 and still watching late-night romance dramas, or my habit of getting drunk and throwing up, everything else is more or less correct. She cleared her throat. I admit you have some real skills as a psychic, but don't get the wrong idea, this doesn't mean I fully believe in you. Minami shook his head. Why did Mizuyuki Nakahara have a bit of a tsundere side to her? But that was fine. Since the conversation had progressed this far, then next. Ms. Nakahara, I'm honored that you acknowledge my abilities. However, through my palm reading just now, I discovered something that I must tell you. Something you must tell me. Minami's serious tone made Mizuyuki inexplicably tense. She couldn't help but look up at him. Is it important? Very important. Minami's voice remained calm. In fact, in a way, it could determine whether this cafe continues to exist. Please, tell me. Mizuyuki, who had already started believing Minami at least 60%, couldn't contain her emotions any longer and immediately stood up. She had no choice. After all, Reiko was their last hope. If Reiko collapsed, then the orphanage they supported would also shut down due to financial difficulties. And the children who lived there would. Just imagining the consequences made Mizuyuki unable to take this lightly anymore. Fortunately, Minami had no intention of dragging things out. Hearing her response, he spoke without hesitation. Soon, perhaps in a month, you will lose someone incredibly important to you. Lose? Someone incredibly important to me? Mizuyuki froze. Yes. That person will pass away, unable to withstand their worsening illness. At that point, Minami stopped speaking. because he knew that sometimes, it was more effective to leave things unsaid to let the other person imagine the worst. And just as he had predicted after hearing his words, Mizuki's mind flashed through countless faces. Until finally, it stopped on one. A bright, cheerful girl with an infectious, sunny smile. Chisato. She suddenly felt weak as she murmured the name. Chapter 86, Miss Yamada is truly a strange creature. Nishikigi Chisato was born with a congenital heart condition. This was something that everyone at Reiko knew. According to doctors, this type of congenital heart disease was incurable. The only thing they could do was prolong her life with medication. Unlike in TV dramas, these medications, while expensive, weren't unaffordable because no amount of medicine could actually save Chisato's heart. However, as she grew older, more active, and full of energy, her already fragile heart had begun showing signs of strain. The doctors had already warned everyone at Reiko, if anything happened to Chisato's body, it would likely be this year. They even spoke to Chisato herself, telling her, if there's anything you want to do it soon. Don't leave behind any regrets. Everyone had mentally prepared for this outcome long ago. Even Chisato herself had accepted it. She continued to live happily, always laughing and joking around with others. But the more at peace and carefree she seemed, the harder it was for those around her to accept. For Inoue Takina, who had grown up alongside Chisato and regarded her as a sister, every single smile Chisato showed was a silent form of agony. Takina had even secretly suggested sending Chisato to a high-end hospital in the US for treatment. At the time, Chisato had simply laughed and replied, "Don't be silly, Takina. Even if we wanted to go, we don't have the money for that." Her tone was helpless, yet completely calm. Yes. Just keeping Chisato on medication had already given Mika a massive headache, to the point that he had lost a lot of hair from stress. As for sending Chisato to an overseas hospital, that was completely impossible. Right now, the struggling, cash-strapped Reiko simply didn't have the money for that. So, all they could do was watch Chisato. Watch her, and then be completely helpless. Do you have any way to save her? Mizuki asked Minami desperately. She often complained about Chisato, calling her an arrogant, reckless brat who didn't know her limits, but at the same time, Mizuki had also been infected by Chisato's overwhelming joy for life. They were companions, the kind of friends who constantly teased and bickered, but when it really mattered, would cherish and protect each other no matter what. There's no such thing as absolute certainty in this world. Even if I tell you I have a solution right now, wouldn't you still doubt me? Mizuki opened her mouth but didn't deny it. She wanted to believe him, but this was Chisato's life. She couldn't afford to blindly trust someone. Minami had expected this. He understood human nature well enough to know with skeptical people like Mizuki, pushing too hard wasn't the right move. While a strong offensive could work, a carefully planted seed of trust would be even more effective in the long run. So he took a gentler approach. However, Ms. Nakahara, if you're willing to believe in possibilities, then please accept this. As he spoke, Minami reached into his pocket and handed Mizuki a business card. Huh? Seeing the business card being pulled out of Minami's pocket, even Mizuki Nakahara was momentarily stunned. So professional. He even has business cards? Minami Spiritual Consulting. She glanced down at the card in her hand. It clearly displayed the name of the office, Minami's full name, and his contact number. But the most puzzling thing was, why doesn't Master Minami's business card have an office address? Hearing her question, Minami simply gave a gentle smile. This consulting office is built on fate. If we are destined to meet, we will. Even if I print the address on the card, it won't make a difference without fate. Of course, this was complete nonsense. In reality, Minami lived in a cheap, poorly insulated rental unit with no soundproofing whatsoever. He didn't have a real office at all. Even this business card had been printed at a local shop on the way here, since he had predicted that a situation like this might arise. When it came to scamming people, he really had a talent for it. Thank you, Master Minami. I'll humbly accept this, then. Without thinking, Mizuki unconsciously added honorifics and even bowed in gratitude. No need to be so formal. It was just a casual consultation, but if it helped you in any way, then I'm glad, Ms. Nakahara. Minami responded politely. After a slight pause, he continued, now then, let's discuss a certain someone's issue. As he spoke, Minami turned to look at Yamada Ryo, who was sitting quietly nearby. Still smiling, he leaned in slightly toward her. Isn't that right, Miss Yamada? Yamada Ryo stared at him expressionlessly, then gave a small shiver. To her, Minami's smiling face right now looked like the devil himself. She opened her mouth, but then, as if she had suddenly come up with an idea, she quickly grabbed the half-empty coffee cup in front of her and presented it to him with great reverence. Please accept this. Haven't you already drunk from this? Minami sighed. shaking his head at her behavior. Offering someone a half-drunk coffee as a form of apology. How typical of Yamada Ryo. Forget it, I'm thirsty anyway. After having talked so much, Minami couldn't be bothered to nitpick, so he took the cup and drank the rest in one go. As she watched his throat move while drinking, Yamada Ryo suddenly touched her pink lips absent-mindedly, as if she had just realized something. So this is what an indirect kiss with a guy feels like? Interesting. But before she could dwell on it any longer, Minami spoke again. Now then, let's discuss how you're going to repay that 1,500 yen. Huh? Yamada's normally calm expression momentarily froze. Then, realizing she had fallen into a trap, she let out a dissatisfied yet still expressionless complaint. Minami, you already drank my coffee. I never said drinking your coffee meant I'd take your side or pay your bill. Minami shot her a glance, already having a plan in mind. Without hesitation, he picked up the brand new bass guitar that Yamada had just bought and handed it over to Miyuki Nakahara. Ms. Nakahara, since Miss Yamada is currently unable to pay for her coffee and meal, let's have her temporarily pawn this as collateral. Huh? Wait, but Miyuki hesitated, looking at the bass case in front of her. To be honest, after everything Minami had said, she was already debating whether or not she should even charge Yamada. After all, Minami had just given her an entire consultation for free. At this point, if she still insisted on collecting his friend's debt, she herself would start feeling guilty. No need to feel bad, Ms. Nakahara. It's only natural to pay back what you owe. If you don't mind, you can temporarily hold on to this bass as collateral. Even though Yamada Ryo was too free-spirited, Minami had ways to deal with her excessive freedom. After all, in every simulation, he had encountered Yamada countless times. Without hesitation, he lifted Yamada by the back of her collar and continued calmly, if she doesn't come back within 3 days to settle the bill, you can pawn the bass. I estimate it'll sell for around 200,000 to 300,000 yen. What do you mean 200,000 to 300,000 yen? That's an Ibanez black headless electric bass, and it's personally used by a bass beauty like me. Even as a second-hand item, it's worth at least 400,000 yen. For someone usually quiet and reserved, Yamada Ryo suddenly became extremely vocal when it came to musical instruments. Even in this situation, the moment she heard Minami devaluing her bass, she immediately launched into a passionate protest. Oh? Well, that makes things even better. Casually tucking Yamada under his arm as if she were an object, Minami turned to Miyuki. So if she doesn't pay within 3 days, you can pawn the bass for 400,000 yen instead. Are you sure this is okay? Unlike Minami's calm demeanor, Miyuki Nakahara hesitated as she stared at the bass in front of her. A 400,000 yen bass just left here as collateral. Was this really okay? This is nothing at all. Still tucked under Minami's arm, Yamada Ryo's thought process was truly unique. It was her first time being this close to a guy, and she actually found the position quite amusing, so she didn't struggle. Instead, she spoke in an indifferent yet almost bragging tone, I have even better basses at home, is that so? Although Miyuki wasn't sure why Yamada suddenly started showing off her bass collection, she hesitated for a moment before nodding. Then I'll hold on to it for now. Sure. Under the watchful eyes of both Minami and Miyuki, Yamada nodded. Then, without a care, she casually added, in that case, I'll have another coffee. And a sirloin steak. Then she turned around Minami, what do you want to eat? Huh? Miyuki blinked in disbelief. What do you mean, huh? I just left a 400,000 yen bass as collateral, so it's only fair that I order more food, right? Or are you saying that's how you treat customers? Minami, don't hit me. That hurts. Yamada Ryo's tone was completely matter of fact, but before she could finish her sentence, she rubbed her head, looking expressionless as she calmly protested against Minami's head flick. There really was something strange about beautiful girls. Normally, when someone patted their own head after a cranium punch in anime, it would just look silly. But when Miss Yamada did it with her delicate white hands, all Minami saw was an adorably blank expression. Are you still hungry? For a brief moment, Minami's heart wavered. But then he saw this blue-haired woman turn to Miyuki with sparkling eyes, and immediately smacked her head again to shut her up. Yes. Yamada Ryo nodded calmly, even rubbing her stomach as a faint grumbling sound echoed. For some reason, she didn't mind Minami patting her head. It almost felt like they had known each other for a long time, to the point where words were unnecessary. Once this is settled, come to my place. I'll cook for you. You never got to try my hamburger steak last time, right? As always, Miss Yamada was brutally honest. Minami didn't push back this time, instead thinking for a moment before agreeing. Although he didn't want to get too close to Yamada like in the simulation, keeping too much distance wasn't good either. As friends, having her over for a meal wasn't a big deal. Alright then, that's settled, Ms. Nakahara. Ignoring Yamada now, Minami turned back to Mizuki. If she doesn't come back for her bath within 3 days, just pawn it. Alright. Mizuki nodded instinctively and watched as Minami dragged Yamada out of the cafe. As the two left, their voices still carried inside. Let's go, Ms. Yamada. Minami's slightly annoyed voice. Ryo. I told you to call me Ryo. Yamada's calm but insistent correction. Mizuki Nakahara. She rubbed her temples. What the hell was all that? The situation had escalated so quickly that Mizuki still hadn't fully processed it. She turned her gaze toward the bass case now sitting on the counter, and began sorting through everything that had just happened. Minami had accurately guessed her habits, and even knew Chizato's medical condition. If someone investigated her personal habits, it wouldn't be impossible to uncover them. But Chizato's heart condition. That was not something that could be easily found out. Chizato's medical records were highly confidential, and all the doctors treating her had signed NDAs. There was no way outsiders could know. So. That means. That guy, Minami, might really have some kind of ability. As Mizuki considered this possibility, she made up her mind. Doing nothing wasn't an option. If Chizato's condition continued to deteriorate, then waiting around wouldn't help at all. If there was even the slightest chance, she might as well go all in and try to believe him. Just as Mizuki was reaching this conclusion, the doorbell of Reiko suddenly chimed. And in walked a beaming Nishikigi Chizato, alongside the serious-looking Inoue Takina. Tadie. The cutest server in Reiko Chizato-sama has arrived, perfect timing. Mizuki took a deep breath and immediately called out Chizato, Takina, come here. I have something to tell you. Chapter 87, Nishikigi Chizato wants to meet. Seated at the Reiko counter, Mizuki explained everything that had just happened. A spiritual medium? There was someone that interesting here? Why didn't you stop him? I wanted to ask him some fun questions. Chizato's bright red eyes sparkled with excitement. Meanwhile, Inoue Takina furrowed her brows. A psychic? Palm reading? Discovering people's interests through palm reading. Aren't those just the usual scams street con artists pull? Takina glanced at Mizuki suspiciously. She seriously doubted that Mizuki had fallen for some scammer, yet here she was, telling them all about it so enthusiastically. With a skeptical look, Takina got up and continued working, while speaking without hesitation. Miss Nakahara, you're an adult. You shouldn't fall for tricks meant for children. Wait, no. That's not it. Feeling underestimated, Mizuki coughed twice. It's really accurate. Just meet him, and you'll see. Oh? Is that so? Tilting her head slightly, Inoue Takina glanced at Mizuki Nakahara, her wisteria-colored eyes sharp. For example, what exactly was so accurate? That guy precisely stated my birth date and blood type. That kind of information can be easily found if you ask around. It wouldn't take much effort, right? Takina let out a small sigh. That's not all. He even knew which izakaya I frequent, and that I always throw up on the manager when I get drunk. You probably let that slip while drinking at the izakaya. Also, Mizuki, you might not realize this, but you have a habit of rambling nonsense when you're drunk. Leaning her face against her palm, Takina logically broke it down. You likely exposed those details yourself. You should cut back on the drinking. Yeah. Be more responsible, Mizuki. You're an adult, after all. At this point, Chizato grinned mischievously and chimed in. Hearing their comments, Mizuki's face twisted in disbelief. Wait a second, do you two really see me as that unreliable? A single woman in her late 20s, constantly looking for men, frequently getting drunk. Honestly, I'm more curious why you think we'd have a good impression of you. Takina's words struck Mizuki right in the heart. She clutched her chest dramatically, looking as though she had taken a critical hit. Takina, even if what you said is completely true, isn't that a bit too harsh? Before Takina could react, Chizato giggled mischievously, landing another blow. Mizuki could physically feel the pain at this point. But she had already thought about this thoroughly. And Chizato's congenital heart disease wasn't a joke. Taking a deep breath, Mizuki swallowed down her frustration and finally spoke. Instead of making fun of me, you two should seriously think about something. Especially you, Chizato. Recalling Minami's words, she turned toward Chizato. That guy said. Your heart only has 1 month left. Mizuki, even if you say you're joking right now, I'm still going to be mad. Takina immediately stopped working, her wisteria-colored eyes snapping toward Mizuki. Her words carried an almost tangible sharpness, laced with barely restrained anger. Chizato's heart condition was a topic no one at Reiko liked to discuss. Especially in front of Chizato herself. It was beyond inappropriate. It was as cruel as telling a dying person the exact date of their death. Takina felt her heart ache just thinking about it. And besides, whenever Takina had asked Chisato about it, Chisato had always smiled confidently and reassured her, "I've got at least 3 or 4 months left, don't worry." But now, to suddenly hear that there was only 1 month left, it was too cruel. Too sudden. Takina gritted her teeth and spoke bluntly. "Chisato, don't listen to this alcohol-damaged woman. There's no way some fraudster's word." She turned her head as she spoke, but before she could even finish, her voice stopped abruptly. "Huh?" A stunned noise escaped Takina's lips. Because the bright, cheerful smile that always lit up Chisato's face had suddenly frozen in place. It was as if Mizuyuki's words had hit a terrifyingly accurate mark. No way. The rag Takina had been using to wipe the counter slipped from her fingers. She stared at Chisato, her mouth slightly open. "Chisato. Don't tell me you actually well, how do I put this?" Chisato finally realized her own reaction had been wrong. She let out an awkward hee-hee, quickly looking away to avoid Takina's gaze. At the same time, for the first time in a long while, the usually carefree Chisato felt a storm brewing inside her heart. Her heart could only hold on for 1 last month. This was something only her primary doctor had told her in secret. And for the sake of keeping her Reiko companions from worrying, Chisato had never told anyone the exact timeline. To everyone else, she casually claimed she still had 3 to 4 months left, that there was still a chance for improvement. Even Mika, the man who had raised her, had been kept in the dark. At first, when Mizuyuki Nakahara brought it up, Chisato thought she was just joking. So she had casually played along with the conversation. But the moment she heard the exact deadline spoken aloud, she could no longer maintain her usual composure. "Chisato. Don't tell me you actually." In a way, Takina was no fool. On the contrary, after spending so much time with Chisato, she had come to understand her habits completely. Now, seeing Chisato's uneasy expression, she knew for sure Mizuyuki's words were true. Ha. Chisato scratched her head, looking both embarrassed and guilty. Didn't expect to get exposed like this. Then, she let out a small sigh of amazement. "Mizuyuki, that psychic of yours is pretty incredible. I can't believe he even figured that out. This is not the time for that." Hearing just how dire Chisato's situation actually was, Takina immediately lost all focus on her work and rushed toward Chisato. "How's your body? Are you feeling okay? Can you still eat properly? Wait, didn't you say you were tired from staying up watching movies the other day?" Was that actually because the more Takina thought about it, the worse her expression became. Her usually calm and refined features were now twisted with anxiety. "You're overreacting. I'm totally healthy. I really was just tired from watching movies that night." Feeling Takina's genuine concern, Chisato awkwardly laughed, trying to brush it off like she always did. But this time Takina wasn't letting it go. "We're going to see a doctor." She said it firmly, gripping Chisato's hand and pulling her toward the door. "What? No way. Injections are expensive. And they hurt." Chisato protested immediately. But Takina opened her mouth to argue. And then a voice cut in. "That's enough, Takina." For the first time, Chisato's voice wasn't playful. Her bright red eyes met Takina's gaze, her smile unwavering, but her head gently shaking. "You know as well as I do that it wouldn't change anything." Takina fell silent. Her lips pressed together tightly, her expression pained and conflicted. Because she knew. She knew that at this point, the medication could only ease Chisato's condition. That was all it could do. If a simple injection or treatment could solve the problem, then the doctors themselves would have already arranged for it. 1 month. That was the final ultimatum given by the doctors. And the reason Chisato had kept it a secret was because she truly cared about them. She didn't want them to worry. Then another voice spoke up. It was Mizuyuki Nakahara. "I think we should at least try believing in that psychic." For once, Mizuyuki wasn't joking around. She looked serious. "Even if the chance is small, what if he really has a way?" "Mizuyuki, are you seriously still saying that at a time like this?" Takina let out a deep breath and shook her head. She had never believed in things like the supernatural. She only trusted what she could grasp, things that were logical and rational. Didn't he accurately predict the exact timeline? That was just a lucky guess. Takina's voice was firm. She was stubborn like that. "No. I don't think so at all." Mizuyuki shook her head, dismissing Takina's claim. She recalled Minami's expression, how he had spoken with absolute certainty, without the slightest hesitation. I could tell he was completely confident in what he was saying. There wasn't even a moment of doubt. Mizuyuki's gaze was clear and steady, her tone convincing. "I can see it. Mizuyuki." Takina started to speak, but before she could, Chisato, who had been listening silently, finally broke her silence. Mizuyuki, you haven't forgotten that you have terrible judgment of people, right?" Mizuki clutched her chest. You always get tricked by shady guys. Chizato's tone was adorably light-hearted. Last time, you treated a guy to a meal, and when you tried to ask him out again, he completely ghosted you. So, Mizuki, your ability to judge people is... well. Chisato placed her slender, fair fingers against her lips, letting out a playful giggle. Completely hopeless. You two are seriously the kind of people who can stab someone with words while keeping a kind face. Mizuki Nakahara crawled out from under the table, her chest aching from the verbal blows. She was still recovering. But there's nothing we can do about it, Chisato said cheerfully. Your taste in people is just unbelievably bad, Mizuki. I can actually vouch for that. A new voice suddenly cut in, interrupting Chisato. From beneath the counter, a small, blonde-haired girl in a Reiko uniform peeked out. It was Kurumi, another member of Reiko. Unlike Mizuki, Takina, and Chisato, Kurumi wasn't the type to work diligently. She preferred hiding in corners, slacking off, and thanks to her short stature, she had gotten away with it many times. Which was why she had overheard everything Mizuki and Minami had discussed. Now, as she closed her mobile game, she yawned, rested her chin on her hand, and lazily looked at Chisato and Takina before speaking. Mizuki isn't wrong. That so-called psychic said Chizato's condition without a moment of hesitation. He didn't even stop to analyze Mizuki's reaction. How should I put it? Kurumi held up her index finger. I don't believe in supernatural stuff either, but you guys haven't met him, so you don't know. He spoke with absolute confidence. No hesitation. Like he already knew about Chizato's condition beforehand. I think, honestly, our situation can't get any worse than it already is. So, what's the harm in at least trying to believe him? Kurumi sat up properly and voiced her opinion. Her words brought silence. Even Takina, who had been skeptical just moments ago, couldn't find anything to say. Because Kurumi was right. If they did nothing, then they would just watch as Chizato's condition deteriorated day by day until she was gone. And yet now, there was a possibility of saving her. Even if it was unlikely, even if it felt unbelievable, it was still hope. A faint glimmer of light in the darkness. Like a single straw floating on water, something a drowning person would cling to with all their might. It reminded them of an old Japanese saying, a drowning man will clutch at straws. But the bigger the hope, the greater the disappointment if it fails. Takina hesitated, then murmured quietly. I know you're uncertain, Takina. Mizuki spoke up. But you're too emotionally involved. You care about Chisato so much that you're not thinking clearly. Instead of forcing your opinion, shouldn't we ask Chisato herself? After all, it's her life. Isn't her opinion the most important one? Takina fell into silence. She didn't argue back. Instead, her wisteria-colored eyes remained locked on Chisato. Because Mizuki was right. The person who should make the final decision was Chisato herself. Under everyone's gaze, Chisato thought for a moment. Then she tilted her head playfully, her golden hair bouncing as she flashed a bright, energetic smile. Well, in that case, meeting this psychic sounds kinda fun. He seems interesting. Interesting? Hearing that unexpected response, Mizuki, Kurumi, and Takina exchanged glances. Then they smiled knowingly. Yep. That's so Chisato. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to make such a life-altering decision with such a cheerful, carefree attitude. Chapter 88, Your Lips. Taste like his? If there was one thing Bocce couldn't handle in this world, it was going to work at Starry. The mere thought of interacting with strangers again, of talking to people, made the timid, pink-haired girl's tiny, anxiety-ridden heart race uncontrollably. But not working wasn't an option. Her band, Kesoka Band, needed money for their activities, and her allowance alone wasn't enough to cover the costs. I wonder how Minami-senpai is doing. Bocce walked into Starry, slightly hunched over, carrying her guitar case on her back, lost in thought. Even though her memories were fragmented, she clearly remembered Minami's family situation had always been quite difficult. I wonder how he's doing these days. Hitori let out a small sigh, then sneakily glanced at her Kesoka Band members, who were currently gathered together, discussing their next live performance. Taking advantage of their distraction, she quietly sat down beside Gita Ikuyo. How should I put this? Watching her bandmates discuss their upcoming show, Hitori felt an odd emotion stir within her. She still had memories from before. In those memories, it wasn't just her who had feelings for Minami. Even Nijuka, who was kind and caring toward everyone, also liked him a lot. And not just Nijuka. Hitori sneaked a glance at Gita Ikuyo beside her, smiling brightly, chatting cheerfully, radiating her usual infectious energy. With her carefully styled appearance and outgoing personality, she always stood out in a crowd. But despite all that in Hitori's memories, Kita also liked Minami-senpai. Whether it was Naruto or Kita, Hitori realized she needed to keep an eye on them. And then, she subtly shifted her gaze toward another person. A girl with short blue hair, resting her chin on her hands, lost in thought. A cold, elegant, yet lazy young lady Yamada Ryo. Ryo. In Hitori's memories, Ryo also had strong feelings for Minami. However, unlike the others, she had never directly confessed her love. But beneath her calm, aloof exterior, her passionate emotions were undeniable. I can't let my guard down around Ryo either. After analyzing the situation, Hitori suddenly realized something terrifying. She was completely surrounded by rivals. Every one of her friends could potentially become a competitor. A sudden sense of crisis welled up in her chest. But Hitori simply let out a small breath, clenched her fists, and cheered herself on. And no problem. Hitori, you got this. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't stand a chance against them. But this time the situation was different. None of them remember anything. I'm the only one who still retains my memories. From a certain perspective, I'm already way ahead of everyone else. Plus 2 days ago, Minami-senpai even walked me to the train station. That progress. Surely, I'm ahead of the others, right? Hitori began to feel more confident. Hee. As long as I keep up this advantage, I'll be able to win over senpai. Bachi-chan? What's up? And nothing. Hearing Naruto's concerned voice, Hitori snapped out of her thoughts, quickly wiping the drool off the corner of her mouth with her sleeve. Really? Actually, we were just talking about Minami-san. Eh? Senpai? Hitori blinked in confusion. Why were they suddenly bringing him up? But then again, it doesn't really matter. Hitori straightened her posture, feeling an odd sense of confidence. When it came to Minami-senpai, she was the most qualified to speak. Out of everyone here, none of them knew him better than she did. This is why information is so important. They were all too behind. Just one misstep, and they'd fall behind even further. After all, senpai even walked me to the station. Just the two of us. Do you all know what that means? As she lowered her head, Hitori actually felt a tiny bit smug. And then, speaking of which, Minami invited me to his place for dinner today. Eh? Hitori's eyes widened in shock, her head snapping up to look at Yamada Ryo. Ryo was resting her chin on her hand, expression calm and indifferent, as she casually dropped that bombshell. What's wrong, Bachi? Ryo's expression remained neutral as she glanced at her. And nothing. Hitori immediately looked away, but inside, her mind was already in complete chaos. Senpai invited her over? Just Ryo-san? Just the two of them. But I've never even been to his place. Her previous smugness vanished instantly. Her thoughts spiraled out of control. Meanwhile, Ryo simply tilted her head slightly at Hitori's reaction, then continued speaking. Honestly, I wasn't expecting it. Turns out, Minami's living conditions aren't great. He's in a really run-down apartment. Really? Now, Naruto and Kita were interested. Yeah, I went inside. The walls are so thin you can hear people talking outside. It's a tiny one-room apartment, and there's mold in the corners. A one-room apartment. So the kitchen, living room, and bedroom are all in the same space? That's amazing. How can he even study properly in a place like that? Kita Ikuyo's eyes sparkled as she blinked in admiration. If it were her, there was no way she could focus on studying in a place like that. After all, when she read, she couldn't tolerate any noise at all. Even the slightest sound would completely distract her. Ryo-san. Why did you go to Minami-senpai's house? Gota Hitori, who had been quiet this whole time, finally mustered the courage to speak, raising her hand slightly. I was hungry. Minami said he'd make me food, so I went. Minami. Ryo-san. You call him so casually. Hitori's voice wavered with envy as she heard Ryo casually drop Minami's name over and over. She had thought she was the furthest ahead. She had thought she had already secured victory. Close. Is it? It feels pretty normal to me. Ryo rested her chin on her hand, replying indifferently. She was so matter-of-fact about it, Hitori couldn't even find the words to argue back. Just running to Minami-senpai whenever you're hungry. Ryo-san, you really need to work on that habit. Naruto leaned forward, poking Ryo's cheek. No. I also think this isn't good. That's just the two of you, alone. Even though I really trust Minami-senpai's character, there's always the risk of something happening. Especially since Ryo-senpai is so cute. Kita Ikuyo suddenly stood up, unable to contain herself. Alone with Ryo-senpai. So jealous. Wait. No. That's inappropriate. Is that so? I really don't think anything would happen. Ryo's tone remained calm and unshaken. That's not necessarily true. I mean, B-boys are dangerous creatures. If you're alone with one, something could totally happen. Ryo glanced at Hitori, who was now standing up nervously. She tilted her head slightly. Was Bocce always this scared of guys? After thinking about it for a moment, Ryo shook her head and answered. I really don't think so. Minami would never do anything to me. Do you have proof? If you don't have proof, then maybe you should stop getting so close to Minami-senpai. Hitori mumbled hesitantly, her words stumbling over themselves. Why would I need proof just to be near him? Ryo was genuinely confused. Was Minami really that scary in Bocce's eyes? She didn't understand Hitori's logic at all, but she still answered the question anyway. He drank from my coffee cup without even hesitating. I indirect kiss. The moment those words landed, Hitori's mouth fell open. Then, as if she had lost all her strength, she collapsed back into her seat with a thud. Not only had Ryo surpassed her progress, she had even achieved an indirect kiss, something Hitori never thought would be possible. This isn't right. Hitori had been with Minami-senpai first. She covered her face with her hands. It's over. Everything is over. She had such a strong hand, yet somehow, she had already lost. Meanwhile, sitting beside her, Kita Ikuyo's mouth was hanging open, her bright, cheerful face completely frozen in disbelief. What did Ryo-senpai just say? Indirect kiss? With a guy? Kita's mind couldn't process it. She instinctively jumped up, rushed to the vending machine outside, bought a random drink, and then ran straight back to Ryo. Yamada. Ryo tilted her head slightly. Here, drink this. Oh. Ryo took a sip. Then, Kita Ikuyo took the can back and gulped down a few large swigs herself. After finishing her drink, Kita let out a satisfied sigh. There. Now Ryo-senpai and I have shared an indirect kiss too. What kind of competition logic is that? Najika muttered in disbelief, watching her bandmate's absurd thought process unfold. That's nice. Bocce sneaked a glance at the drink can. Her social anxiety immediately kicked in, and she began spiraling into her usual train of overthinking. Ryo-senpai and Minami-senpai had an indirect kiss today. That means, if I drink from that same can, wouldn't that count as an indirect kiss with senpai too? While Hitori was lost in thought, a voice suddenly snapped her back to reality. Bocce? Eek? Are you okay? You look a little pale. I'm fine. What the heck was I just thinking? After hurriedly giving a short reply, Hitori clutched her head in shame. What kind of ridiculous logic was that? If I drink from the same can, it counts as an indirect kiss too? That's not how it works at all. She had already made up her mind before. She was going to win senpai over properly, through hard work and effort. Yet here she was, caught up in pointless fantasies again. No. No more distractions. Hitori shook herself out of it. I have to work hard. I need to change this about myself. Next time I see senpai, I'll greet him first. And for his name. I'll call him Minami-kun. Yes. That's what I used to call him in my memories, so it shouldn't sound weird. Yes. I can do this. Hitori clenched her small fists, her determined gaze hidden beneath her bangs. And then good afternoon, Gota-san. A familiar voice greeted her. Hitori froze. And then, a strange, meaningless sound escaped her mouth. Minami was standing right there, looking at her with a gentle smile. Say something. Hitori, say something. Look at him. Use a louder, more affectionate voice. Call him Minami-kuni. You got this. You can do this. And then hello. Minami-senpai. Hitori lowered her head, her voice small and timid. At that moment, the little version of her inside her head completely exploded. You idiot. You really are an idiot, Hitori Gota. You moron. You absolute fool. You're not even worthy of being a parasite. Senpai had greeted her first. She had a golden opportunity. Her inner world collapsed into chaos. Meanwhile, in the real world, time continued to move forward. Minami greeted each of her bandmates one by one, smiling as he always did. And then under Hitori's defeated gaze, she saw him approach Ijichi Sayaka, asking her for today's meal budget. Why does Sayaka-senpai cover his meal expenses again? Oh, right, Hitori remembered. As part of the deal for renting effects pedals and amplifiers, Minami was responsible for making lunch for Starry's staff. And Sayaka was the one paying for the ingredients. But none of that mattered right now. Hitori let out a deep sigh and mentally berated herself. The opportunity was right there. And she completely wasted it. At this rate, can I really compete with Ryo-san? No. She wasn't even sure if she could become friends with Minami-kun in the first place. The more she thought about it, the more hopeless everything seemed. Like she was destined to lose. But then, speaking of which, we're out of ingredients in the cafe. I need to go grocery shopping. Minami suddenly spoke up while organizing his things. Out of ingredients? I thought the fridge was still well stocked. Sayaka looked up from her phone, looking puzzled. That's only enough for one meal. You just gave me the budget, so of course, I need to buy better ingredients. Then, Minami turned his gaze and looked directly at Hitori. Gota-san, can you come with me? I might need help carrying things. Gota Hitori, who had just been drowning in disappointment, lifted her head in surprise. She never expected that the opportunity she had just missed would suddenly come back to her. Not only that, she had this strange feeling that the reason Minami suddenly asked her to go shopping with him was because he had noticed her feelings and was considering her emotions. Realizing this, Hitori took a deep breath. She buried all of her fears and hesitations, and, without a moment of doubt, stepped forward. Then, lightly nodding, she spoke, I understand. She bit her cherry-colored lips and lifted her face, a face that had always been hidden behind her long bangs, a face that was just as beautiful and delicate as any of her Kasokaban bandmates. Then, in a voice so soft that only the two of them could hear, she timidly, yet actively, whispered, "Thank you, Minami." Hearing this, Minami froze for a moment. Then, as he saw her blushing face, he blinked, smiled gently, and waved his hand dismissively. "You're welcome." Then he returned the gesture. Hitori. Chapter 89, Kasokaban's support member. Preparing meals for Starry's staff wasn't that difficult. After all, including Ijichi Sika, the entire staff was only 6 people. For someone like Minami, whose cooking skill was already at level 4, this wasn't a challenge at all. As he placed the sizzling steak onto an iron plate, he picked up the dish and carried it out to the waiting room. The rich, mouth-watering aroma immediately filled the air, causing a chorus of amazed gasps from the Starry staff. Oh! Minami ignored their reactions. Once he finished what he had agreed on with Sika, he returned to his usual corner, flipping open the book in his hands. Under the warm glow of the lights, he quietly flipped through the pages, deep in thought. A sight reminiscent of an elegant scholar from ancient times, holding a book with wisdom in his eyes. "This is delicious." Ijichi Nijuka, who had already been waiting impatiently, took a bite of the steak and practically melted. After finishing, she pressed her hands together in thanks and murmured, "Gotcha Saozamadi shida." "Thank you for the feast." Then, she turned curiously toward Minami. "Minami-san, what are you reading?" Ondariku's The Sixth Sayoko. TL notes, Sayoko Tsamura, a beautiful and mysterious transfer student at a local high school. For more than 10 years, a strange game has been passed down in the high school. Every 3 years, a student called Sayoko is chosen by an invisible hand. This year, the 6th Sayoko was to be born. School life, friendship, and love. This legendary debut work encapsulates the brightness of youth, which will eventually be lost, in a beautiful crystal, and envelops it in a jet black horror. Nijuka racked her brain, but when she couldn't recall the title, she asked, "Is it good?" "It's all right." Minami flipped a page without even looking up. His answer was casual and indifferent. "I see." Nijuka wanted to continue the conversation, but the next moment, "Minami, give me another serving." A hand extended a plate forward, while the other wiped a mouth. The culprit? None other than Yamada Ryo. "You still aren't full? Yamada-san?" Minami finally put down his book, feeling a bit surprised. Considering everyone's appetites, he had purposely given them extra large portions. Each steak was huge. It should have been more than enough for a group of girls barely in their late teens or early 20s. "It's Ryo." Ryo corrected him. Then, resting her chin on her hand, she continued, "I'm already full. My stomach is completely stuffed. But I don't know why. I still want to eat your cooking." "You'll get fat, Yamada-san. You know it's rude to keep calling someone the wrong name, right?" "It's Ryo." "Oh? Is Yamada-san mad?" "Not mad. I forgive you." Ryo lazily propped up her chin, her expression as calm and composed as ever. Then, simply and directly, she stated, "I don't care if I get fat. It doesn't bother me. Now go make me another serving, Minami." "No." Minami responded just as bluntly. "Why?" "Too lazy." Minami yawned. "I'm mad, Minami." "Doesn't matter, Yamada-san. It's Ryo." "Okay, Yamada-san." Ryo didn't say anything. She simply stared at Minami with her usual blank expression, then slowly stuck out her small tongue and licked the remaining steak sauce from her plate. Sigh. "Aside from Yamada-san, does anyone else want another serving?" "Hitori?" Seeing Ryo's unwavering gaze, Minami finally sighed in defeat, set his book down, and stood up. Then, he saw a chorus of raised hands. Pure white, slender hands, all raised at the exact same time. "So, all of you, huh?" Minami shook his head, then headed back upstairs to the kitchen, leaving behind just one parting remark, "You're all going to get fat." As they watched him leave, Ryo turned to Sayaka. "Manager, I have a proposal. What? Sayaka had been waiting in anticipation for her next meal, but hearing Ryo's serious tone, she turned her head curiously. I think we should hire Minami as Starry's chef. The moment Ryo said this, not just Hitori, but Najuka, Kita, and even Pa-san all perked up. Then no. Eh? It wasn't just Ryo this time. Every girl in the room let out the exact same disappointed groan. You girls. You've completely let that guy take over your stomachs, huh? Sayaka shook her head, looking at the group with exasperation. How long had Minami even been coming to Starry? Not even a few days, and yet, they were already siding with him over their own manager. But even she had to admit there was something about his cooking. Something that lingered. Something that immersed you. A feeling of pure happiness. Ever since eating Minami's food, spending money on restaurant meals had started to feel pointless. Sayaka let out a small sigh, then explained, it's not that I don't want to. I already talked to him about it. But he refused for now. He refused? Everyone looked surprised. They had already heard about Minami's difficult home life from Ryo. If that was the case, why would he turn down a job offer? Yeah. He said he has other things to take care of right now. Once he finishes dealing with those, he'll think about working here. I see. The group nodded in understanding. He must have had some urgent matters to handle. So, they didn't push the topic further. But really? Sayaka leaned on the table, her tone lazy yet thoughtful. Minami-san is just good at everything, huh? She began listing things off: top scorer in the national academic exams. Picked up guitar instantly. And apparently, he can compose music too? That song, I Don't Want to Die in Loneliness, is incredible. It really is. Even Ryo, who was usually so self-assured, paused to reflect. It fits our style perfectly. But compared to my compositions, it's way too mature. Even for someone as arrogantly self-proclaimed a genius as Ryo, she had to admit this song. If it was released as a small indie CD, it would definitely sell. Oh, right. Pa-san mentioned this to me before. Senpai actually asked her to edit our outdoor performance video. He's planning to upload it online. Oh. You mean that? Pa-san nodded, still smiling gently. Yeah, even though it was filmed on a phone, short vertical videos are super popular now. It should do well. Then, she paused for a moment before adding, also, Minami-kun said. If you girls don't mind, he wants you to use I Don't Want to Die in Loneliness as well. He even wrote down the lyrics and asked me to pass them to you. Eh? Everyone immediately erupted. Especially the Kazekage band members, they looked absolutely stunned. He was just giving them the song? Even without being professionals, they could all tell this song's value was insanely high. The way the first half drowned in pain and despair. And the way the second half broke free, exploding into pure catharsis. There was a saying, a song that makes people cry is a song that truly connects. That ability to draw out emotion so powerfully was what every great song needed. And Minami was just handing it to them. But it still doesn't feel right. Najuka shook her head. We can't just casually accept something that Minami-san put so much effort into. Writing a song this emotionally powerful, a song that could deeply resonate and move people, wasn't something that happened overnight. It required countless revisions, sleepless nights, and immense dedication. Even though she wanted it badly, Najuka simply couldn't bring herself to accept something that Minami had poured his heart into so easily. The room fell silent. Just as Najuka had said, this was a song Minami had put his soul into. To simply take it wouldn't just be disrespectful to him, it would be disrespectful to the song itself. But I think we should accept it. In the midst of silence, a small hand suddenly raised. And the one who raised it was the least expected person, the timid, always nervous, soft-spoken Gota Hitori. Everyone stared in shock. I think Minami-kun. Minami-senpai. He must have his own reasons for this. For the first time ever, Bocchi was speaking in front of so many people. Her words were hesitant, her voice shaky. But even so, she continued. He's not the type to say something like this impulsively. Hitori understood Minami's thoughts. Because in her memories, I Don't Want to Die in Loneliness was a song that Kazekage band had performed in the future. All Minami was doing was returning this song to them. That guy, even if he never said it outright, had always been watching over them. Realizing this, Hitori's fear slowly faded away. Since he's offering it to us, he must have thought it through. So I think we should accept his help. That's all I wanted to say. She sat back down. I did it. Even though she stumbled, even though she hesitated, she said what she wanted to say. She had overcome her social anxiety, even if just a little bit. Looking down at her hands, Hitori realized the old her could never have done something like this. But after spending time around Minami, Even if it was just a little, she could feel herself changing. After Hattori finished speaking, the room fell into silence again. Not just because Minami was giving them the song, but because of Hattori's change. Just 2 months ago, when she first came to Starry, she couldn't even speak above a whisper. Now, she was expressing her thoughts in front of everyone. And at that moment they couldn't help but think about Minami. That guy. He really had a strange ability to change the people around him. And so, the question returned to its starting point: should they accept it? Or not? Just as the others were about to voice their opinions, a calm voice interrupted them. There's nothing to hesitate about. This song wasn't originally mine. Everyone turned their heads to see Minami walking down the stairs, holding a tray of food. After handing out the meals, he finally continued speaking. I already mentioned this before. This song was written by some old friends of mine. But they're no longer in this world. Before they passed away, they asked me to find a band that suited this song. As he spoke, a distant look appeared in his eyes as if he was recalling a long-lost memory. I only became interested in music because of them. To me, this song isn't just a memory of my friends. It's also something I need to entrust to the right people. Then, he smiled slightly. And I think Kesoka Band is a perfect match for it. Don't you all think so too? That's true. Ryo didn't hesitate. She nodded immediately. It really is a perfect fit for us. To be honest, the first time she saw this song, she almost thought another version of herself had written it. Because only another version of her could have composed something that felt this familiar. That suited Kesoka Band's style so perfectly. But Nodoka still hesitated. Just take it. Minami waved his hand dismissively. I Don't Want to Die in Loneliness was already a song belonging to Kesoka Band, whether in the simulations or in the future. That fact remained unchanged. There was no way Minami would steal their song just to make a name for himself. That would be far too despicable. Alright. If Minami-san insists. Nodoka still felt like he was just saying that to make things easier. But in the end she nodded. But since we're accepting a song from Minami-san's friends, to show our respect, I'd like to ask Minami-san for a favor in return. A favor? Nodoka met his gaze and carefully spoke. I want Minami-san to become Kesoka Band's support member. A support member? This unexpected development left Minami momentarily stunned. Chapter 90, Chizato's Heart Treatment and Other Matters. A support member was essentially a non-permanent band member. Someone who helped out when needed, but wasn't officially part of the group. Nodoka had clearly noticed that Minami didn't want to join Kesoka Band, so she had offered this alternative. This way, when they introduced the song, they could still credit him as their support member, allowing Minami to retain his creative rights. Hearing this, Minami looked at Nodoka for a long moment. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way. And judging by Nodoka's expression, if he refused, she likely wouldn't accept I Don't Want to Die in Loneliness. Minami shook his head. No wonder she was called Great Angel Nodoka in online forums and video essays. Even in this life, he could feel how much she truly cared for him. After thinking for a moment, he dropped the hesitation and nodded. Alright. That's great. Nodoka let out a breath of relief. Finally getting his agreement, she and Kita cheered together. Meanwhile, Ryo, who had been listening silently, was now seriously considering how much she could exploit Minami's new junior status. As for Gota Hattori, she couldn't stop glancing at Minami-kun. Even though he was only a support member, didn't this mean she would get to see him more often? Probably. Right? I'm his senpai now, right? Since Minami-kun is in the band now, wouldn't it be totally normal to use my senpai privileges to ask him to spend more time with me? Alright? Hattori's blushing face peeked out from under her bangs. She started giggling to herself. Minami, completely unaware that two girls were already plotting their senpai privileges against him, would probably just laugh it off even if he did know. To him, being a support member was no big deal. At most, his name would just be attached to the band, and unlike Hattori, he wouldn't have to pay for venue fees. It didn't affect him much, so he figured he might as well accept. And besides, there was an advantage for him too. He glanced at the four girls of Kesoka Band. Right now, they were still inexperienced in rock music. But in the simulations they were on a whole different level. In the future, Hattori Gota would become Japan's top guitar queen. Any guitar model she played would sell out instantly. Yamada Ryo would become a true bass prodigy. Her cool, androgynous beauty and masterful bass skills would captivate both young and old fans alike. As for Kita Ikuyo and Aijichi Nodoka, there was no need to even explain. A drummer and a vocalist were irreplaceable in any band. Nodoka, the social genius, would become a drum legend. Kita, known for her unmatched talent in both singing and guitar, would grace the cover of Rock in Japan magazine. Even though their future nicknames were all incredibly cringe, it was still a fact that Kesoka Band would dominate Japan's music scene. By then there would be countless musicians begging to become their support member. But right now, Minami was getting in before they blew up. Being a support member, even if he wasn't official, came with a lot of perks. But before all that, since I'm a support member now, that means I have the right to upload content on Kazekage video channel, right? Minami asked bluntly. Yes. Monetizing online videos was one of his top priorities. Ever since buying a mini fridge, plus his habit of buying books, his savings had already dried up. Right now, he barely had 30,000 yen left. At Japan's cost of living, that was just enough to survive the rest of the month if he was extremely frugal. But it was only the beginning of June. If he didn't start making money online soon, he'd probably have to start foraging for wild vegetables like Ryo. Yes, in the original manga, Yamato Ryo actually foraged for wild vegetables. Before that happened, he needed to upload his first video. Kazekage should have already set up their video account. So as their support member, borrowing their platform was perfectly reasonable. And later, if their popularity skyrocketed, their success might even boost his own earnings. If worst came to worst, he could still take Sayaka's job offer. Minami had already planned it all out. His backups had backups. There was no way he was starving. And to him, his request was completely logical. So as the leader of Kazekage, Naruto naturally didn't see any issue with it. After all, the current Kazekage was nothing like the nationwide sensation they would become in the simulation. Right now, their follower count on social media was only in the single digits, and all of them were just people from Starry. To make things worse, because Kita Ikuyo was passionate about skincare and makeup, she often uploaded beauty tutorials and videos to their band account, which made their entire channel look less like a band's page and more like a beauty influencer's account. So having Minami upload some actual music content was definitely a good thing. Seeing no issue with it, Naruto nodded immediately. Of course. Minami-san, I'll send you the band's account password through line later. Is that okay? That's fine. Minami nodded before turning to Pa-san. Pa-san, the video I asked you to edit should be done by now, right? Pa-san's elegant black hair framed her face as she smiled playfully, her cat-like eyes narrowing. I followed all of Minami's requests while editing. Give me a second, I'll send the video file now. Minami patiently waited. A few moments later, a new message popped up in his line chat along with a video attachment. The file size wasn't too large, likely because Pa-san had cut out the unnecessary parts like their pre-performance setup. Which was perfect. His phone was already packed with study materials, and he rarely cleared out old files. So his storage space was nearly full. Thanks, Pa-san. Minami let out a relieved sigh. Now that he had the video, and Naruto would be sending him the account login soon, the Starry Hall matters were temporarily settled. Which meant it was time for the next step. Minami glanced down at his phone screen. He was waiting for Nakahara Mizuki's call. Based on what he knew about her, Minami was almost certain she would reach out to him first. And when that happened, he could pass off the universal cure to Chisato. But there was always the possibility, what if Nakahara Mizuki suddenly had doubts? What if she hesitated, thinking it was too risky to rely on some mysterious spirit medium she just met? No one could say for sure. Thinking about this, Minami shook his head. If Rukongai gang didn't call him, then he'd have no choice but to visit them in person. But in that case his words would lose credibility. Since the image he left in Nakahara Mizuki's mind was someone mysterious, suddenly showing up uninvited might break that illusion. As he waited, Minami casually uploaded the outdoor performance video to Kazekage's account, then stopped thinking about it. He simply continued waiting. From the time Gota Hitori started her shift, until she clocked out. From hanging out with the band, until he finally returned home alone. Yet, even as the night dragged on, his phone remained silent. Staring at the unchanged screen, Minami sighed. So in the end, words alone weren't enough to earn someone's trust, huh? Placing his phone on the table, he began thinking about what to say tomorrow when he visited Rukongai in person. And as if responding to his thoughts, the sudden ringing sound echoed through the quiet room. On his screen, a number without a contact name was displayed. It wasn't from Hitori or any Kazekage members. And it definitely wasn't from a Japanese phone carrier. However, for Minami, who had experienced simulated memories, this string of numbers was actually not unfamiliar. It was none other than the phone number of Mizuki Nakahara from Lycurus Recoil. It's finally here. Minami let out a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected Mizuki Nakahara to remain this patient. But considering that this matter concerned Chisato Nishikigi's body, it was completely reasonable for the members of Lycurus Recoil to proceed with caution. The call had finally arrived. Yet, contrary to his earlier anxiety, Minami no longer felt as impatient. First, he stood up, walked over to the sink, poured himself a glass of water, and gulped it down. Once he felt that enough time had passed, He acted as if he hadn't been deliberately waiting for the call, picked up his phone, and answered, "Hello? This is Minami's Spiritual Mediation Office." Minami's voice was calm and gentle, transmitted through the phone's speaker for all the members of Lycoris Recoil to hear. Huh? Hearing the voice, Chisato Nishikigi, who was sitting near the phone, blinked in surprise. "What's wrong, Chisato?" Takina Inoue was listening intently to the conversation when she heard Chisato's reaction and couldn't help but turn back to look at her. "Ah. Nothing. It's just that this voice sounds kind of familiar." Chisato tilted her head slightly, lost in thought, looking somewhat adorable. Moreover, the name Minami reminded her of a song she had heard during an outdoor concert. The song "I Don't Want to Die in Loneliness," a melody filled with despair and heartbreak, yet ultimately finding hope, had really resonated with her. Even now, trapped in such a dire situation, she felt an inexplicable connection to that song. Just as she was about to say something, Miyuki Nakahara raised a finger to her lips and shot a glance at Chisato, who had been about to speak. The latter stuck out her tongue playfully in response and made a funny face, causing Miyuki to shake her head helplessly. "I'm still talking here." Clearing her throat, she then spoke into the phone. "Sorry about that, Master Minami, we had a little situation just now." "It's fine, Ms. Nakahara." The young man's calm voice came through from the other end, as if he had already anticipated this. "I imagine that sitting next to you right now are the other members of Lycoris Recoil. Correct?" Cough, cough, cough. Miyuki Nakahara coughed several times upon being called out so directly. Then she turned back to look at Takina and the others, lowering her voice. "Well? Amazing, right? He hasn't even met you guys, yet he already knows you're here." Chisato's voice already gave it away just now. Kurami, who was lounging at the Lycoris Recoil bar counter, casually playing on her phone, voiced her opinion. But as soon as she said that, the voice from the other end of the call spoke again. "That's true. I already heard Miss Chisato Nishikigi's voice earlier. But, Kurami, I also know that right now, you're lying at the bar counter playing on your phone." "Eh?" At these words, Kurami, who had been lazing around with a tired expression just moments ago, widened her eyes in shock. Takina even ran outside to double-check that there was no one spying on them from outside. Kurami's eyes widened further in disbelief. Although they had already learned about Minami's abilities from Miyuki Nakahara, experiencing it firsthand was something else entirely. To confirm someone's identity from afar, even knowing that Chisato was the one who had spoken earlier? This was beyond the realm of an ordinary spiritual medium. Even Takina, who was a staunch atheist, couldn't help but question whether the world truly harbored abilities beyond human understanding. As the majority of Lycoris Recoil fell into a stunned silence, unsure of what to say next, one person, however, was an exception. Chisato Nishikigi, her eyes sparkling with excitement, reached for the phone and cheerfully spoke up. "Is that Minami-san? So Minami-san also works as a spiritual medium? That's so interesting." She greeted him with enthusiasm. "I was worried you were some kind of weirdo, but turns out you're Minami-san." "It's me, Chisato. You remember, right? The really cute girl you met after your outdoor performance." Her voice was filled with excitement. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Minami could only shake his head helplessly. He had deliberately lowered his voice. Even Takina hadn't noticed anything off. Yet his attempt to remain mysterious was completely foiled by this perceptive young girl. Chapter 91, The Universal Cure. Minami had actually anticipated the possibility of his voice being recognized. After all, in the simulation, Chisato Nishikigi had already demonstrated her keen perception. He had deliberately altered his tone to avoid detection. Yet even so, his little tricks were still no match for the sharp intuition of Miss Nishikigi. "It's me, Miss Nishikigi." Since he had already been exposed, there was no need to keep up the act. Hiding and pretending would only arouse more suspicion, and besides, Minami was never fond of concealing his identity. "I knew it." On the other end of the phone, Chisato Nishikigi sounded unusually excited. "I knew it. Your voice really does sound just like his." She wanted to keep talking, but Minami smiled and interrupted her. "Let's put that aside for now. Listen to me, Chisato-san." Chisato immediately quieted down, tilting her head attentively, looking a little adorable. "I wasn't joking about treating your heart condition. I actually have a way." Minami spoke calmly. Redeeming the universal cure wasn't an issue. 900 affection points were valuable, but they weren't worth more than a human life. However, before he went through with it, he had to confirm one thing. Would Chisato actually believe him? If he exchanged the universal cure, only for her to doubt it, and throw it away without using it, that would be a complete waste of his 900 affection points. But from Chisato's perspective, she had already been given a death sentence by her doctors. She had been told her congenital heart disease was untreatable. Asking her to believe that there was some miraculous cure Wouldn't that be even harder? So, before anything else Minami knew he had to ask. After thinking for a moment, he spoke. Do you trust me, Chisato-san? Of course I do. Huh? Hearing her immediate response, without even a second of hesitation, Minami was genuinely taken aback. Her answer was so quick that all the carefully prepared arguments Minami had come up with were completely useless. He had at least 500 to 600 words ready to convince her, but now none of them were needed. Are you serious, Chisato-san? Just to be sure, Minami asked again. Of course I'm serious. I don't get why you'd think I was joking, Minami. Minami fell silent. He shook his head, then spoke again. That's not what I meant. But you do realize you'd have to take some suspicious-looking, unbranded pill right in front of me, right? You'd really be okay with that? Of course. Chisato didn't hesitate at all. Her voice was still cheerful, like she had completely ignored the red flags in his words. Even if it's some shady black market pill, I'd still take it. Is that so? Her decisiveness made Minami pause. You're not even a little suspicious? Any normal person would be extremely wary after hearing what I just said. Why should I doubt you, Minami? Chisato smiled softly, turned off speakerphone, and held the phone directly to her ear. Then, in a voice so soft it felt like a whisper, she gently spoke into Minami's ear. I've never liked doubting people's kindness. I think, instead of assuming the worst, it's better to be grateful first. So rather than doubting, I'd rather thank you, Minami. Chisato. Takina in no way couldn't help speaking up. But Chisato just smiled and shook her head. I know, Takina. But really things can't get any worse, right? Even if I'm destined to die in a hospital bed, I'd rather struggle while I can still move. She turned to Takina, her bright eyes filled with warmth. I don't know why Minami is willing to help me so much, but I trust him completely. To put it simply, Chisato took a deep breath, looked up at the ceiling, and spoke in a tone that was both a whisper and a declaration. I don't want to die. The room fell silent. Because they all understood. Their words were just opinions. But Chisato's life should be her choice. Would she let herself wither away? Or would she struggle until the very end? That was her decision. And they had to respect it. So I'm counting on you, Minami. Chisato cheerfully stated her resolve. Then, as if realizing something, her voice suddenly became hesitant. Have we met before? Huh? Outside of that open-air performance, I mean. I feel like we must have, but I just forgot. Chisato Nishikigi, always the type to blurt out whatever was on her mind, asked without a hint of hesitation. I don't know how you learned about my condition, Minami-kun, or why you chose to help me. But I get the feeling that it must have been really hard for you. That's right. She had no idea what methods Minami had used. But to remember the habits and preferences of everyone at Reiko, that wasn't something a person could just pick up overnight. And for some reason, whenever she spoke to Minami, she had this strange but undeniable feeling like she had known him for a very, very long time. They had met, spent time together. But at some point, she had left him behind, to suffer alone. It was probably just an illusion. But Chisato, always confident in her intuition, decided to trust it anyway. On the other end of the line, Minami's grip on his phone tightened slightly. He thought of the 2 times he had failed to save her. That golden-haired girl who had crashed into his life during an open-air performance only to vanish from it just as suddenly. That same golden-haired girl, who worked tirelessly at Reiko for the orphanage, fell sick and fought desperately to stay alive. The girl who had loved him the most. Twice. He had 2 chances. And twice, he had failed. All he could do was watch helplessly as the light of her life faded away. Even if it was only a simulation, the regret and anguish he had felt were real. And now, hearing this version of Chisato still alive, still vibrant, ask him such a casual yet hauntingly familiar question. Minami felt something stir inside him. But he shook it off and smiled. No, outside of that open-air performance, I don't think we've met before, Chisato-san. He could have told her everything. He could have spun a tale, one that would instantly deepen her trust in him. But that would have been a lie. You have acquired the sincerity trait. Your current sincerity level 1, huh? Minami froze. For the first time, he seriously wondered if this dating sim system was broken. How exactly was sincerity supposed to coexist with his deception trait? He had no words for this absurdity. I see. On the other end, Chisato listened to his answer without pressing further, but that doubt never left her mind. She felt he was hiding something. But she didn't push. Then let's meet tomorrow, around 9 a.m., at Reiko. Sound good? Sounds great. I'm free 24 out of 7, you know. Glad to hear you're still full of energy. See you tomorrow, then, Chisato-san. Minami chuckled at her ever-cheerful response. Yeah. That's disappointing. You can just call me Chisato, you know. I was hoping we could get a little closer. How about I call you Minami-kun instead? I'm hanging up now. We'll talk tomorrow. Ah, got it, got it. Bye-bye, see you tomorrow, Minami-kun. I'm counting on you. Chisato dragged out her farewell in an adorable sing-song tone, but Minami had already ended the call. He glanced at the time. 10 p.m. A bit too late to study now. As for simulating, until he secured a solution for Chisato's heart, every future simulation would only end in regret. In other words, might as well just sleep. He had an early morning jog to get to. Might as well rest up now. With that, Minami switched off the lights, plugged in his phone, and curled up under his blanket. His sleep quality was excellent. He had no trouble falling asleep. Before long, his soft, even breathing filled the quiet room. Compared to Minami's peaceful night, the atmosphere at Reiko Cafe was anything but. Everyone had agreed to respect Chisato's choice. But that didn't mean they weren't worried. Minami's appearance brought a sliver of hope, one so faint, it was almost invisible. But if it all ended in failure, that crushing disappointment that hope turned despair would be something only Chisato herself could bear. That fear kept everyone awake. That night, no one at Reiko slept. The next morning as usual, Minami woke up early for his morning jog. Your physical ability has slightly increased. Your exercise value has risen. Current exercise value, 7. There was no change in his exercise value. But this daily improvement, this steady progress was still a great feeling. After returning home, he washed up, threw on a random outfit, and headed straight out toward Reiko. The cafe was exactly as he had left it yesterday. Few customers. The place was empty. And yet this is. Minami glanced inside the cafe. Apart from Mika, the manager, who seemed busy with something, everyone from Reiko was already there. Chisato Nishikigi, as carefree as ever, was the only one without a trace of anxiety on her face. The others, however, looked incredibly tense. Ah. Minami-kun. You're here. As soon as Chisato spotted Minami, she skipped over to him, humming a little tune. Hee, welcome to Reiko. Yeah. I'm here, Chisato-san. Geez. I told you just to call me Chisato. Let's put that aside for now. We have more important things to discuss. Minami ignored her obvious attempt at getting closer to him. Minami-kun, you're so cold. Chisato pouted adorably, full of energy as usual, but Minami had already moved on. With a calm, decisive motion, he reached into his pocket. At the same time, he opened the shop interface. Would you like to exchange for universal healing pill? Yes, remaining affection points, 330. As soon as he felt the small, solid object in his hand, Minami pulled it out. Under the cafe's warm lighting, everyone finally saw it clearly. In Minami's palm lay a single capsule, sealed inside a blister pack, filled with tiny blue granules. That's it. Everyone except for Chisato felt an overwhelming wave of disappointment. They had expected something more. Maybe a specialized liquid formula. Maybe some kind of certification from a prestigious medical school. But this. He just took out a sketchy-looking pill like it was the miracle cure from some video game or fantasy novel. A single pill? To cure a congenital heart condition Chisato had been suffering from for 17 years? Even fiction wasn't this ridiculous. Excuse me. How many doses does she need to take? Mizuki Nakahara, the first one Minami had convinced to trust him, raised her hand hesitantly. She still wanted to believe. She wanted to hope. Maybe it was a multi-dose treatment? Maybe several courses would gradually improve Chisato's condition? But Minami's next words shattered what little hope she had left. Minami shook his head. With a calm, steady voice, he answered. There is no multi-dose treatment. Just this one pill. You've got to be kidding me this time. No one could hold back their reactions. Everyone froze, staring at Minami in disbelief. Even those who wanted to trust him, felt their hearts sink. Every capsule-based treatment required at least a few doses. But one single pill? Was he seriously treating this like a video game health potion? Or some magical elixir that fully restores HP in one go? Minami-san. A voice, quiet but trembling, finally broke the silence. Inoue. Of all the people in the room, she was the closest to Chisato. She took a deep breath, then spoke. I respect you. I admire your music. But she wasn't accusing him. She wasn't angry. But her voice shook with emotion barely held together. Do you understand how much courage it took for Chisato to stand here today? She placed absolute trust in you. And yet you expect us to believe that one pill can cure a disease that has tormented her for 17 years? This is just too. Her voice broke. She couldn't finish. That feeling, the feeling of hoping too much, only to have that hope crushed, was something no words could describe. Would you trust him? Would you place everything your entire life on a single, mysterious capsule? Just one pill? Only those who have personally experienced it could truly understand. But at that moment, Minami ignored Takina Inoue's trembling voice. He only looked seriously at Chisato Nishikigi and asked, "Chisato-san, will you take it? Or not?" Yes. Would she take it? Or not? She had to give an answer. And just as Minami voiced the question, Chisato moved. She walked up to Minami, then spoke. "Minami-kun, I told you yesterday, didn't I? I'm entrusting this to you." Unlike everyone else, whose faces were filled with doubt and anxiety, Chisato looked up at Minami with a bright, determined expression. "I meant every word." She took the capsule from Minami's hand without a second of hesitation. Then she swiftly unwrapped it from its blister pack and swallowed it. Without water. Without hesitation. As if she had never doubted Minami for even a second. Just as Minami had walked into this cafe, facing skeptical stares from everyone, Chisato believed in the feeling inside her heart. She believed that Minami wasn't the type of person who would joke about her life-threatening illness. He had laid out his sincerity. And she, in turn, would respond with trust. Gulp. Her throat moved. The capsule was gone. By the time everyone reacted, Chisato had already swallowed it. She had chosen to believe in him. Chapter 92, What Teenage Boys Love to Do. No one had expected Chisato to act so quickly. One moment, she was just talking. The next, she had already taken the pill. Her movements were too fast. Too decisive. Even if someone wanted to stop her, they couldn't. Even Minami hadn't expected this. But then he remembered who was standing in front of him. Minami shook his head. Of course. This is Chisato Nishikigi. She always does things that catch me off guard. Her personality was simply too unpredictable. Trying to anticipate her was like trying to catch the wind. Still, Minami looked up at the floating game interface. It had just updated the description of the Universal Healing Pill. Universal Healing Pill, 900 affection points, effect, cures any theoretically incurable injury or disease. Reaction varies based on the severity of the illness or injury. Minami clicked his tongue in irritation. Damn game system. Why didn't you tell me this before I bought it? But there was no point complaining now. He looked at Chisato, then stepped forward to ask. This pill causes different reactions depending on the person. How do you feel? How do I feel? Chisato blinked, then looked at her own hand, as if trying to sense any changes. But nothing much, really. Her body felt the same. If she had to describe any changes, maybe my chest feels a bit tight? Chisato tilted her head in thought, then, without hesitation, she reached up and massaged her own chest. Her fingers pressed against her left side where her heart was. Of course, because of her movements, her already ample figure was, well, very noticeable. Chisato. What are you doing in front of a guy? Takina snapped. She rushed forward and grabbed Chisato's hand, stopping her from going any further. Huh? It's no big deal, right? It's just Minami-kun. Chisato pouted, looking a little annoyed. Minami didn't respond. He just stared at her silently. Besides the tightness, do you feel anything else? Takina held Chisato's wrist firmly, preventing her from moving freely, as she asked with concern. Not really. Chisato kept massaging her chest with her other hand. It's just a bit tight. But maybe that's just because of the medicine. Also, I feel kinda sleepy. She yawned, then rubbed her own shoulder lazily. If you're feeling sleepy, then you should go back to the dorm and rest. We can cover your shift today. Seeing that Chisato didn't seem to be in any real distress, Takina finally relaxed. There was no rush to check if the pill had worked. The most important thing was that she wasn't in pain. For now, that was enough. At that moment, Chisato Nishikigi turned her head toward Minami Shaoji. Seeing the thoughtful expression on his face, she bowed slightly and spoke in gratitude. Minami-san, thank you for making the trip here today. Even if that capsule didn't seem effective, Minami had still come all this way for Chisato. Of course, she had to express her thanks. But Minami only shook his head. Then, after another glance at Chisato, he said, if you're feeling fine, that's great. I actually need to head out for something. Would you mind walking with me? There's something I'd like to talk to you about. A simple invitation. Yet, for the first time, the usually carefree and cheerful Chisato hesitated. Her lips parted slightly. Well, if you really don't want to, it's fine. You don't have to force yourself, Chisato-san. That line was basically forcing her to go. Chisato let out a defeated sigh. Minami-kun, sometimes you can be really mean. I don't understand what you mean, Chisato-san. Minami's expression remained calm. But those words made Chisato glare at him. Fine, fine. I get it. I'll walk you there, okay? Happy now? With an exaggerated sigh, She stood up and walked to Minami's side. I'll be in your care, then. Minami nodded, then turned to face the rest of the Rukongai cafe staff, giving them a small nod of acknowledgement before walking away. Without any hesitation, Chisato followed right behind him. The moment they left the cafe, Minami spoke. Still holding up? Eh? Holding up what? Chisato tilted her head, confused. It was obvious she had no idea what he was talking about. But Minami simply said, you can drop the act now. At those words, Chisato's cheerful expression froze slightly. She blinked. Then, after a few seconds, the smile on her face gradually faded. And then her right hand clenched tightly over her left chest. In Minami's unwavering gaze, Chisato could no longer keep standing. Her legs gave out. She collapsed to the ground, one hand gripping her chest, her mouth open, breathing ragged. Struggling to take in air. So you were forcing yourself through the side effects. Minami let out a soft sigh. Then, he extended a hand toward her. What are you? I'll carry you to the hospital. I'll find a taxi ahead. Minami's voice was steady with no hesitation. Before Chisato could protest, he had already pulled her up and, with practiced ease, lifted her onto his back. Just earlier, Minami had already noticed it. Chisato's voice was slightly rushed. The tone wasn't like her usual self. She had been forcing herself to sound normal. She didn't want to worry anyone in the cafe, so she pretended everything was fine. But Minami-kun. How did you know? Because she had been picked up, her body shifted slightly forward, and instinctively, her arms wrapped around Minami's neck. As she gasped for air, she still managed to whisper, I thought I hit it. Really well. Yes. She had been so sure. Even Takina, who had been with her every day, hadn't noticed a thing. Yet Minami saw right through her instantly. How do I put it? As he carried her, Minami spoke casually. Let's just say I've been through this before. Because he had been through it. In the second simulation, he had already grown used to Chisato's perfectly faked smiles. But this time, he wouldn't fail again. Even when she was suffering, Chisato Nishikigi always endured it alone, and Minami Shaoji knew this better than anyone. You have experience? Chisato rested against Minami's shoulder, looking at his handsome side profile. And somehow, she still managed to let out a soft laugh. Hee hee. I knew it. Minami-kun, we must have met somewhere before, right? Why do you say that? Just a feeling. Chisato closed her eyes, as the tightness in her chest grew stronger. Then, she leaned in close to Minami's ear, whispering in a soft, sleepy voice, I just feel like I've seen you before. Like we crossed paths somewhere. Met somewhere. And more than that, she felt like she had wronged Minami before. Like she had hurt him. Like she had once left him behind alone, in pain. It's just her imagination. Minami kept running toward the street. Never once looking back. Hee hee. If you say so. Then I'll just pretend it's my imagination. The effect of the miracle pill was getting stronger. Chisato instinctively tightened her grip around Minami's neck. Hey, Minami-kun. If my heart really gets better, wanna try dating? I feel like we'd make a great couple. You do realize you've only known me for 2 days, right? Hee hee. But I believe in love at first sight, you know? Chisato hugged him tighter. There was just something about being carried like this, something that made her not want to let go. We can talk about that after you're fully recovered. So if I get better, you'll date me? Even in her weak state, Chisato's eyes lit up. She forced herself to open them, staring at Minami with wide, sparkling eyes. Those soft, pleading eyes, enough to make any man hesitate? And then no. Minami's answer was as merciless as ever. Huh? Isn't his the part where the male lead says yes to the dying girl's last wish? Somehow, she found the strength to poke Minami's cheek in protest. This man was way too cold-hearted. You're not going to die. I trust my medicine. He was confident in the miracle pill from his love simulator system. It would fix Chisato's heart. And besides, I don't make promises lightly. Meeting someone, getting to know them, dating them, those things are serious. They shouldn't be taken as a joke. If someone gives you their heart, you can't just treat it like a game. That kind of person would just be trash. But if you just said yes, you could date a beautiful girl like me and do all the fun things that guys your age love to do. Chisato pouted. Then lightly bonked her head against his back. Minami-kun, do you even realize how your words make me feel? How do they make you feel? Here, I'll tell you. She moved closer to his ear, lowered her voice, then whispered with a playful giggle, they make me think that you're really, really cute. And that I like you even more now, hee hee hee. Then, she leaned back slightly and grinned. Come on, Minami-kun. Date me. I just know dating you will be so much fun. Minami fell silent. Honestly, he could never understand Chisato's chaotic thought process. Ignoring her teasing, Minami finally reached the street and flagged down a taxi. After placing Chisato inside, he got in himself. The hospital where she always got her checkups? Minami had been there many times in his simulations. He gave the address to the driver without hesitation. Then, he turned to Chisato. Her body was weak from the pill's side effects. Getting into the taxi had exhausted her even more. She looked like she was about to fall asleep. Are we at the hospital yet, Minami-kun? Her small hand reached for his, her voice barely more than a murmur. We're here. Go ahead and sleep. Minami sighed and gently ran his fingers through her golden hair. His movements were too practiced, the result of countless attempts in his simulations. Chisato melted under his touch. Her body felt warm and relaxed. Her small fingers squeezed his hand a little tighter, like she never wanted to let go. And just like that she fell into a deep sleep. Chisato dreamed of many things. But one part annoyed her the most. Because in her dream there were other women trying to take Minami from her. A pink-haired girl. She looked shy and easy to tease. And a blue-haired girl. With a lazy, carefree voice. The problem was they were just as pretty as her. Even in her dream, Chisato felt an unexplainable sense of danger. If she didn't act fast, some random girl would steal Minami away. That kind of thing would never happen. Minami-kun. Chisato snapped awake, her body jolting up from the bed like a spring. And Nishikigi-san? Are you okay? The doctor and nurses nearby nearly jumped out of their skin. Dr. Yamagishi. What's going on? TL notes, Yamagishi is a side character in the original anime series, Lycoris Recoil. She is Chisato's primary care doctor, her blurry vision focused, and there stood Dr. Yamagishi, the doctor in charge of her heart condition. Chisato froze. She had no idea what was happening. About an hour ago a young man who called himself your friend brought you here. A friend? A young man? Who brought her here? Chisato immediately thought of Minami Shaoji. That damn guy, the one who almost got stolen by other girls in her dream. At his request, we ran a full-body examination on you. Dr. Yamagishi flipped open the medical report. Her voice trembled with excitement. Nishikigi-san. We found that your congenital heart disease has completely healed. This is a medical miracle. Something unheard of in history. Please tell me, how did you do it? She stared at the report, shaking her head in astonishment. Meanwhile, Chisato sat motionless on the bed, her golden eyes blinking in surprise. Because she suddenly remembered, you won't die. I trust my medicine. Minami really meant it. A wave of emotion swelled inside her. She turned toward Dr. Yamagishi, cutting off her endless muttering of unbelievable miracle and scientific anomaly. Dr. Yamagishi. Yes. Chisato clasped her hands together, her voice serious and urgent. Where's my boyfriend? Her bold words filled the entire room. And in that moment Chisato Nishikigi declared her claim. Without Minami's knowledge. Chapter 93, she decided to stalk Minami, the incubus. Your boyfriend? Dr. Yamagishi's expression twitched. Is something wrong? Chisato puffed out her chest. Minami wasn't here, so she had every right to be bold. No, it's just. Dr. Yamagishi gave her a strange look. Then, after a moment's hesitation, she sighed. If you're referring to Mr. Minami. Before you woke up, he specifically told me he's not your boyfriend. Just a friend. What? Chisato's jaw dropped. She couldn't believe it. Minami had somehow predicted this exact situation and went out of his way to reject her before she even said anything. She gritted her teeth. That man. That damn man. That absolutely maddening, impossible, unbelievable, he knows me too well. Her frustration vanished, her eyes lighting up with pure excitement. Chisato's long, toned legs swung up and in a fluid, cat-like motion, she leaped off the bed. Her gaze darted around the room. Looking left and right, searching for any sign of Minami. Because now she was sure she absolutely needed to date this guy. She trusted her instincts. And her instincts screamed dating Minami Shaoji would be the most fun she'd ever have. Then she suddenly noticed something strange. Her body, her movements, her breathing, it all felt different. Her chronic exhaustion? Gone. Her constant heaviness? Gone. For the first time in her life, Chisato felt completely new. She was reborn. For the first time in her life, Chisato Nishikigi felt truly free. Her body, which once felt so heavy and burdensome, was now light as air. Her shortness of breath completely gone. A limitless energy surged from the depths of her being. Nishikigi-san, we've triple-checked everything. Your body is now completely normal, no different from any healthy person. Dr. Yamagishi stated matter-of-factly, her voice barely containing her excitement. Then, after a deep breath, she continued, a case of congenital heart disease healing after 17 years. This might be the first recorded case in the entire world. Did you take any special medication? How was your diet and sleep recently? Do you have any recollection of how this miraculous recovery happened? One question after another poured out and Chizato's mind instantly flashed back to that single capsule. The one Minami gave her. She almost blurted it out but quickly regained her composure. She shook her head. No, I don't remember anything. After all, Minami didn't tell the doctor about the blue capsule himself. Which meant he didn't want anyone to know. Chisato Nishikigi wasn't an idiot. She understood immediately. And so she chose to protect his secret. I see. Dr. Yamagishi sighed in disappointment. If she could figure out how Chizato's body recovered, if she could document it, publish a paper, present findings, it would shake the entire medical world. After all, congenital heart disease was one of the world's greatest unsolved medical challenges. So naturally Dr. Yamagishi wasn't ready to give up. If you're willing, you could stay under hospital observation for a while. Of course, we wouldn't charge you anything, but we'd like to conduct further studies on your body's recovery process. No thanks. Chisato politely declined. She knew no matter how much testing they did, the real reason for her recovery was Minami's capsule. It really won't take up much of your time, Nishikigi-san. Dr. Yamagishi tried to persuade her again. But honestly, Chisato didn't care about all that. She was thinking about something else entirely. When can I see Minami again? At this point, Minami Shaoji had become a complete mystery to her. He played guitar. He had strange psychic abilities. And now he pulled out a miracle drug that saved her life. Who was he? What else was he hiding? As she absent-mindedly responded to Dr. Yamagishi's questions, she was already crafting a plan. And finally, when she stepped out of the hospital, she came up with a perfect strategy. I should just stalk him. Yes. The fastest and most efficient way to learn about someone was tailing them. Minami won't tell me where he lives? Fine. I'll just find out myself. She clenched her fist. Step 1: get him to meet me using Mizuki-ne's phone. Step 2: follow him home and find his address. Step 3: cling onto him so tightly that he can't shake me off. And if that doesn't work, there are other ways. No matter what, I'll make sure he can never escape from me. She nodded to herself. Her plan was flawless. Minami would never expect it. He would never see it coming. Feeling confident, she pushed open the wooden doors of Reiko Cafe. Muttering to herself as she walked in, first, I need to lure Minami out. That's the only way I can set this all up. This plan is perfect. I just have to make sure he never finds out. Her grin widened. She could already see the light of victory. And then find out what? Huh? Chisato froze. Her golden eyes snapped toward Minami Shaoji, sitting at the bar counter, looking directly at her. Her mind went completely blank. Why are you here? And why did you have to hear that part? Her mouth fell open. Her pretty lips twitched. Her face twisted into an expression of pure, unfiltered disbelief. Why was Minami here of all places? Why at this exact moment? This was supposed to be her secret mission. And now he caught her before it even started? Her brain crashed. Her words failed her. But despite her shock, Chisato still looked adorable. Her slightly parted lips. Her dazed expression. Her tiny muscle twitches as she processed what just happened. She looked like a cute, confused puppy. Minami watched her in silence. Then he lifted his hand. And gently closed her open mouth. After that he calmly asked Nishikigi-san, what were you just saying? For a split second Chizato's brain shut down. And then she snapped back to life. Her eyes sparkled. Yes. Perfect? She found her chance. For a brief moment Chisato Nishikigi thought she was safe. Her internal monologue had been so quiet that there was no way Minami had heard it. Which meant her carefully planned stalking mission was still intact. That means I still have a chance. The golden-haired girl immediately snapped back into her usual, flawless, cheerful mode. She shook her head confidently and flashed her signature bright smile. I didn't say anything. Geez, Minami-kun, you just scared me, that's all. Her expression? Perfectly natural. Her tone? Completely smooth. Her eye contact? Not a single flaw. She could swear on her life that Minami would never see through her act. There was no way he could suspect her. As she watched him closely, Minami slowly lifted his gaze and spoke. Oh? Is that so? Why yeah. Chisato nodded enthusiastically, even adding a little playful pout. Seriously, Minami-kun, you must have misheard. I was just thinking about what to drink tonight. She kept up the act until then explained this. Minami calmly recited word for word. Step 1, lure Minami out. Only then can I make my move. This plan is crucial. He absolutely must not find out. For a brief second her brain just shut down. Like a cat caught by the scruff of its neck. Like a scion getting their tail grabbed. Like a deer caught in headlights. Chisato Nishikigi, who just moments ago stood with her hands confidently on her hips, now froze. Her forehead started sweating. Ecchi heard that? He heard everything? But she refused to surrender. You. She averted her gaze. Casually, nonchalantly, as if nothing had happened. Ahaha. I don't know who said that, but it definitely wasn't me. To sell the lie further, she whistled. Or at least she tried to. But all that came out was a pathetic whoosh 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 sound. Minami stared at her. Expressionless. Silent. If Gota Hitori's problem was having skin too thin, then Chisato Nishikigi's problem was having skin too thick. I literally just quoted you word for word, and you're still denying it? At this point, any other girl would have at least been a little embarrassed. But Chisato Nishikigi was built different. Instead of panicking further, she secretly observed Minami's reaction. And when she saw that he wasn't pressing the issue, her confidence returned. So what if he overheard a little? At least he doesn't know the most important part, the stalking. She made a quick decision. No need to delay, I'll tail him today. Today, I'll find out where he lives. Once I have his address, everything else will fall into place. Out of Minami's view, her lips curled into a mischievous grin. Her action plan was set. She would strike while the iron was hot. Victory was within reach. And then, Nishikigi-san, you're not thinking about tailing me, are you? Cough cough cough. Chisato choked on air. Her eyes widened in pure shock. She snapped her head toward him and stared. How did he figure it out? She hadn't even done anything yet. Wait. Did he read my mind? Did he somehow see the plan I made in my head? What kind of cheat ability was this? As she struggled to comprehend, Minami shook his head. Did I guess correctly, Nishikigi-san? Chisato couldn't even argue. Because there was nothing more painful than getting caught before the mission even started. But she wasn't about to give up that easily. Think, Chisato, think. Chisato Nishikigi's big, round eyes shifted slightly. And just like that, she felt way better. After all, Minami Shaoji was going to be her boyfriend in the future. If he was this smart, then wasn't that just great for her? So, without hesitation, she planted her hands on her hips and confidently declared, "That's right. Minami-kun, you got it exactly right. I'm totally going to stalk you. And let me tell you, there's nothing you can do to stop me. I'm gonna dig up all your personal info." Minami blinked slowly. And just stared at her. To be fair, he had already expected this. But even with that expectation, he still found himself speechless. She's a social terrorist. Who the hell tells their stalking target I am going to stalk you? Like, out loud. You do realize stalking is illegal, right, Nishikigi-san? Minami raised an eyebrow. Yeah, I know. And you also know that following a healthy young man around is something a respectable young lady shouldn't be doing, right? Yeah, I know that too. Then, can you not stalk me? Nope. Chisato Nishikigi vigorously shook her head. Minami sighed. Clearly, logic wasn't going to work here. Fine. You don't need to stalk me. If there's something you want to know, just ask me directly. As long as it's not too personal, I'll answer. Really? Of course. I'd rather you ask me straight up than have a girl wandering around at night, doing something as reckless as tailing a guy. Despite Tokyo being relatively safe, that didn't mean it was completely crime-free. Especially at night where drunkards and vagrants roamed. Minami, as a guy, could manage. But Chisato, a cute girl like her, was practically a walking magnet for trouble. Chisato blinked. She immediately caught the meaning behind his words. Then she grinned mischievously. Minami-kun. Are you worried about me? You can interpret it that way. Minami answered calmly. Now that he thought about it, the only person who knew his home address in Tokyo was Yamada Ryo. But in the grand scheme of things, that was a trivial matter. What mattered more was the real reason he had come to Reiko. Without hesitation, he held out his hand. Chisato tilted her head. Curious. What's this? What do you think? Your taxi fare to the hospital was 18,000 yen. Since you're fine now, Reiko should pay me back. Chisato dragged out the syllable. She had totally not expected this. Minami hadn't stayed at Reiko to wait for her. Or for any sentimental reason. No. He was literally just here to collect his 18,000 yen. This guy. She was genuinely confused. This was the same guy who had given her a miracle cure for free. Now he was hassling her over a mere 18,000 yen? The contrast was insane. Was he generous or was he cheap? Chapter 94, An Omelette Rice. Soaked in a beautiful girl's sweat. For Reiko, 18,000 yen wasn't huge, but it wasn't small either. As a Reiko employee, Chisato definitely couldn't just take money from the register to pay him back. But at the same time, she couldn't not pay. So will 5,000 yen do? Minami looked at the bills she handed over. Then he looked at her. This is only 5,000 yen. It's all I have left. Chizato's voice got small. Her big, shiny eyes blinked up at him. She even looked a little pitiful. This woman. She knew exactly how to use her cuteness. She angled her face slightly upward so that when she looked up at him she'd instantly trigger a man's protective instincts. But hand over your wallet. You. Chisato let out a dramatic groan and clutched her pathetically thin wallet. Like a mother protecting her newborn. Hurry up. Minami urged. Minami-kun, you're totally the type who would shamelessly take his wife's money to go play pachinko. Chisato muttered as she reluctantly handed him her wallet. Pachinko was one of Japan's most infamous gambling games. People bought metal balls for 20 yen each and used them to play for prizes. Of course most people lost. Which is why pachinko was mostly filled with deadbeat gamblers. Yeah, you're probably right. Minami nodded without hesitation. Minami couldn't even be bothered to argue. Taking her wallet he counted the money while continuing, Nishikigi-san, you should never fall for a guy like me, the kind of man who'd emotionlessly take his wife's money to go play pachinko. It's fine. All the money I earn is yours, Minami-kun. Whether you spend it on pachinko or whatever else, I don't mind at all. Chisato rested her chin on her hands, watching Minami carefully count her money. Then she giggled. Even the way you count money is handsome. As expected of the man I set my sights on. Minami glanced at her sideways. Is that so? Well, since Nishikigi-san is so willing from now on, just talking to me will require a 2,000 yen friendship fee per month. Even as he said this Minami paused. He couldn't help but wonder, am I going too far? After all, charging someone 2,000 yen a month just to be friends, even for Nishikigi Chisato, what a bargain. I'll pay. A shocked exclamation. Then smack. 2 crisp, fresh 1,000 yen bills landed in his hand. Minami blinked. And looked up. Chisato, satisfied, had already retracted her hand. She propped her chin up again, smiling cheerfully. I never expected Minami-kun to be this cheap. She sighed, then raised her index finger and thumb, making a tiny pinch gesture. Actually, I still have a little bit of secret savings. Can I add more money and upgrade our relationship from friends straight to boyfriend and girlfriend? Then she pulled out her phone, opened the calculator app, and began tapping on the screen. A friendship fee is 2,000 yen per month. Then a boyfriend fee should be about 12,000 yen per month, right? Minami-kun, does that sound reasonable? Minami stared. You don't think there's something seriously wrong with buying a boyfriend with money? Rent a boyfriend, this girl. Her thought process was so far removed from normality it was like she lived in a parallel dimension. Minami sighed. Also, isn't the usual reaction to despise a deadbeat husband who blows money on pachinko? But instead of the expected reaction, Chisato looked at him like he was crazy. Minami-kun, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I ever despise you? Minami speechless. Besides, Minami-kun, maybe you don't understand, even if a relationship starts from money, it's still a real relationship. Chisato tilted her head. Her bright, lively eyes filled with determination. For me, this is just the first step. I don't care if it's twisted or weird, I'm going to get you to be my boyfriend, no matter what. Yes. A preemptive strike. Who cares if the method is unorthodox? Who cares if it's questionable? The only thing that matters is securing Minami Shaoji as her boyfriend. No matter the cost. She was willing to use any method to achieve that goal. So, Minami-kun, what do you think? Shall we upgrade the service a little? Chisato rubbed her hands together excitedly. No. Minami, expressionless, refused. Yeah. Chisato dragged out the sound in protest. Won't you reconsider? The price is totally negotiable. This isn't a flea market. I'm not haggling with you over relationship fees. Minami sighed. Honestly, Chisato Nishikigi's determination and execution speed were terrifying. So Minami finally used his data scanner. Target, Chisato Nishikigi. Appearance, 8 athleticism, 8 academics, 6 special traits, optimism level 5, reflexes level 5, action taking level 5, execution ability level 5, social skills level 4, cooking level 1, current impression of the host, irreplaceable, romantic feelings, emerging genuine admiration, system evaluation, she is utterly captivated by you. Every action and word of yours draws her in deeper. If you choose to respond, her naturally cheerful and passionate nature will return your feelings tenfold. You may not see her as your one and only. But to her, you are everything. Minami glanced at the data panel. Then he glanced at Chisato, who was staring openly at his face. Level 5 in action taking and execution. Level 4 in social skills? What kind of social monster is this? And her execution ability and action taking were insanely high. Literally, the moment she thinks of something, she'll immediately do it without hesitation. No wonder she had zero hesitation when taking the universal cure pill. Minami sighed. As expected of the strongest Lycoris in the original Lycoris recoil plot. Even if she was born this way, her innate ability to take action. Even Minami himself couldn't match it. Only problem was that insane action-taking ability was clearly being used in all the wrong places. As he felt Chisato curiously press her soft hand against his chest, Minami frowned. What are you doing? I'm just checking if Minami-kun has muscles. Caught red-handed, Chisato was completely unashamed. Not only did she not blush, she even tried to pull up his shirt to take a peek. Minami grabbed her wrist. Stopped her. Then without hesitation he returned her pathetic, empty wallet. The 2,000 yen you just gave me, I'll count it toward your debt. Including the initial 5,000 yen, you still owe me 11,000 yen, Nishikigi-san. Wasn't that my friendship fee? Chisato tilted her head. Confused. I'm not so broke that I need to charge people for friendship. Minami smacked her lightly on the head. Honestly, if this were Yamada-san, she probably would have taken the 2,000 yen without hesitation and fully expected him to keep paying her. But Minami wasn't that kind of person. Besides 2,000 yen? I'm not that cheap. That's true. Chisato nodded in agreement. If 2,000 yen was all it took to buy Minami Shaoji, she'd empty her entire savings and buy a whole litter of him. Minami glanced around. The Reiko was completely empty. Then he turned back to Chisato. If Nishikigi-san is feeling fine now, then I don't really have a reason to stay here any longer. He thought for a moment. Then he warned her, Inoue-san and Kurumi went out for supplies. For now, only Nakahara-san is in the shop. Mijiki, but when I arrived earlier, I saw her looking for hangover medicine. I have no idea where she disappeared to now. Which means right now, you're the only person left in Reiko. As he said this, Minami glanced at Chisato again. Are you sure you're okay? After all, today was a weekend. For the food and beverage industry, weekends were the busiest time. Reiko wasn't a big cafe, but it was fully equipped. With only Chisato to run the entire place, was that really okay? It's fine. I'm used to it. Chisato laughed cheerfully. She seemed completely unfazed. As she walked behind the counter, she tied on her white apron. Minami-kun, you saw it yourself, right? Even on weekends, Reiko barely has any customers. I can handle it alone. That's true. Minami glanced around. Even on a weekend the cafe was completely deserted. The few customers who did come in ordered a single coffee and nothing else. This business situation, even though he'd already seen it in the simulation, seeing it in real life still made Minami frown. Since Minami-kun is an all-knowing psychic, you should already know why this cafe exists, right? Chisato wiped a plate as she spoke. More or less. Minami nodded. The Reiko existed because Mika, the director of the orphanage, wanted to use the cafe to financially support the orphanage. Mika-sensei may be a 48-year-old old man, but he's still very kind. As she spoke, Chisato tried to keep her tone light. But there was still a trace of heaviness in her voice. And his coffee is really good. Definitely good enough to run a cafe. She sighed. The problem is none of us can match Mika-sensei's cooking skills. Chisato placed the clean plate on the drying rack. She let out another sigh. Minami didn't comment. Because Chisato was absolutely right. In the simulation, Minami had already witnessed Mika's coffee-making skills. As a barista, Mika's technique was undoubtedly professional. Most of Reiko's few loyal customers only kept coming back because of his coffee. In contrast, Chisato Nishikigi seemed to have allocated all her skill points into reflexes, execution, and action-taking. Her cooking skill? Level 1. Which meant she could at best make simple home-cooked meals or arrange parfaits nicely. It feels like we're just holding Mika-sensei back. What do you think, Minami-kun? Chisato rested her head on the counter, looking a little dejected. Anyone who saw this usually cheerful angel looking so downhearted would probably offer some comforting words. Then I think you're right. Your cooking skills are terrible. Gah. Cough. Cough. Chisato choked. She thought she was going to get some encouragement. Instead, she got roasted. Her mouth opened and closed like a goldfish. Then her cheeks puffed up in frustration. Normally, this is the part where you comfort me, right? Right, Minami-kun? She tried to argue. But comforting you won't improve your cooking skills. So it's pointless. You. Fine. If that's how it is, then Minami-kun, you're going to taste my cooking yourself. Just wait there. Minami was about to refuse. But when he saw the golden-haired girl bouncing away toward the kitchen, the words stuck in his throat. Honestly, with level 1 cooking skill, he had zero expectations. And the result was exactly what he expected. Chisato came back, dripping with sweat, carrying a plate and spoon. Minami-kun, enjoy. Chisato Nishikigi's special cute girl Amorous. She stood confidently, hands on her hips. As for Minami, he lowered his gaze. Looked at the plate. Fell silent. He hadn't tasted it yet, so he couldn't judge if it was good or bad. But as for the cute girl part, the dish absolutely lived up to its name. In his vision, a notification from the love simulation system popped up. 1.1 out of 10 rating, a plate of amorous soaked in a beautiful girl's sweat. While it may not be particularly delicious, certain individuals with unique tastes might find this feature appealing. Minami felt his appetite vanish. To eat. Or not to eat? That is the question. Chapter 95, a meal that cleanses both body and soul. To eat? Or not to eat? Ever since Minami gained level 4 cooking skill and could see food ratings, he often faced this dilemma. And now sitting before him was yet another test. 1.1 out of 10 rating, a plate of amorous soaked in a beautiful girl's sweat. Never mind the low score. Just the phrase cute girl's sweat was enough to completely kill his appetite. Because sweat is sweat. Whether it comes from a cute girl or a normal person, it's still sweat. Total nonsense. Minami wasn't into that kind of thing. 1.1 out of 10 wasn't the worst score he had seen. After all, a home-cooked meal by a regular person usually ranged from 1.0 to 2.0. At most the food might be too salty or have mixed flavors. But it wouldn't kill him. However, anything below 1.0. That was a serious red flag. Even a dog wouldn't eat this. Minami stared silently at the amorous before him. Meanwhile, Chisato tilted her head, puzzled. What's wrong? Eat up. Why aren't you eating? She rested her face on her hands and continued, Minami-kun, I'm pretty sure you haven't eaten anything since this morning, right? Aren't you hungry by now? Minami. He glanced at Chisato. Then back at the plate of food. And then with complete naturalness he pushed the plate aside. Can I use your kitchen? Eh? Chisato made a noise of dissatisfaction before answering normally. Other people wouldn't be allowed in, but since it's Minami-kun. She hesitated for a while. Then, she finally nodded and placed a finger to her lips. I'll let you in, but Minami-kun, you have to promise me not to tell anyone, okay? After all, letting non-staff into the kitchen is. She mimed an I'll get scolded gesture. Then she lifted the counter panel to let Minami step inside. At the same time she asked, curious but. Speaking of which, Minami-kun, why do you suddenly want to go into Reiko's kitchen? No particular reason. I was just curious. And, well, I am a little hungry. I wanted to make something to eat. Is that okay? Minami was at least kind enough to leave Chisato some dignity. His wording was polite. Minami-kun is going to cook? Chisato's bright eyes blinked in confusion. But didn't I already make you a plate of amorous? Then she proudly puffed out her chest, not to brag, but while my cooking skills might not be on Mika-sensei's level, that's only by a small margin. She tilted her head, her tone full of confidence. Even in Reiko, my cooking skills are definitely top tier. Minami. He recalled the 1.1 rating. And Chisato's level 1 cooking skill. And he seriously couldn't comprehend where this girl's confidence came from. If even 1% of this confidence was given to go to Hitori, she wouldn't be socially anxious anymore. And 1.1 rated cooking is top tier? This tier seems a little too low. Wait, does no one in Reiko actually know how to cook? At this moment, Minami finally understood why Reiko was always so empty, even on weekends. Aside from Mika, who's actually trying, the other 4 are all the culprits. No, maybe Inoue Takina was an exception. After all, in the simulation, she managed the cafe's accounts perfectly with 0 errors. But this wasn't the time for these thoughts. Minami shook his head. And cleared his mind. With practiced ease, he stepped into the kitchen. The layout and tools were exactly as he remembered from the simulation. Minami only needed one glance to memorize everything. Meanwhile, Chisato watched him closely. She noticed how familiar he seemed with everything inside Reiko. She tilted her head, deep in thought. See? My intuition wasn't wrong. Maybe I really have met Minami-kun before. As she pondered, Minami was already speaking. Can I use these ingredients? Ah. Sure. Chisato agreed immediately. That easy? Minami glanced at her. He had expected a whole process to go through. After all, he was technically an outsider using the cafe's ingredients. Ahem. Well, it's kind of embarrassing, but most customers only come here for coffee. When the topic came up, Chisato looked a little awkward. Since barely anyone orders food, the ingredients we buy end up piling up. If they don't sell, we just use them ourselves before they expire. I see. Hearing this, Minami was speechless. So basically, if the food doesn't sell, it just sits in the fridge, waiting to expire, and then they have to eat it themselves. No wonder Chisato let me into the kitchen so easily. Geez. Minami-kun, I let you into the kitchen, you know. Chisato pouted. She could sense Minami's doubtful expression. I'm a cafe waitress. You're really underestimating my cooking skills. She muttered to herself. Besides, are you really that confident your cooking will taste better than my amorous? I mean, I even followed online videos for over a month. Minami ignored her. He casually selected the ingredients he needed from the fridge. Then he began preparing. Seriously, my amorous is definitely better, Minami-kun. You should at least try it. Even as she kept talking, Chisato's eyes were glued to Minami's hands. And as she watched, she realized she couldn't take her eyes off him. Ikasaka Kazuya considered himself a failure of a salaryman. Not just at work, but in life. Getting bossed around by his superiors. Overtime, every day. Colleagues gossiping behind his back. All of it was just a part of his daily life. At home his wife always complained about him working late. Said he never had time for their son. He felt helpless. He felt guilty. And above all he felt exhausted by this mess of a life that seemed to have no end in sight. Sorry, terribly sorry. Then let's consider our deal settled. Plastering on a smile, Akasaka stepped out of the client's general store. His body ached even on his day off, he was still stuck working overtime. He stood motionless on the bustling Tokyo street. He watched the cheerful students walking past. He thought back to when he was their age. When he, too, always had a smile on his face. Back then, he thought I have endless possibilities. And yet now he dragged his tired feet through the streets of Tokyo, utterly lost. How did my life end up like this? Akasaka wondered aimlessly. If he went home he'd just argue with his wife again. But walking around he had nowhere to go. Tokyo was huge. Yet, somehow so suffocatingly small. And so, he walked. Without purpose. Without direction. Until his stomach growled, and his legs felt weak. At least. I can still feel hunger. Akasaka let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Over the years he had started to feel like a machine. Completely numb. But in Tokyo there were countless people just like him. He came to a halt. His eyes scanned the area. He just needed somewhere to eat. Anywhere would do. And then an irresistible aroma wafted through the air, stopping him in his tracks. What is that? He turned his head, and not far away, he spotted a small yet elegantly decorated cafe. It wasn't a place he recognized. But that scent. That damn scent wouldn't let him go. And so after a moment of hesitation he stepped forward and pushed open the door. Welcome, sir. Right this way. A cheerful voice rang out. Akasaka looked up and was momentarily stunned. The one greeting him wasn't the kind of staff he expected at a cafe. It was a radiant, blonde-haired girl. Full of energy. He was momentarily caught off guard. But since he was already inside he didn't back away. Instead, he bowed his head slightly. Sorry for the intrusion. And then he followed the golden-haired girl to his seat. Here's a warm towel for you. Thank you. Akasaka Kazuya, a failure in both work and life. Yet, he still carried himself with dignity. Even in front of this young waitress, he remained polite and well-mannered. But while he was simply being courteous, Chizato's mindset was completely different. Because Akasaka wasn't one of their usual customers. If she could keep him coming back, maybe Reiko wouldn't feel so empty all the time. She had to seize this chance. And so she beamed with 110% enthusiasm. Sir, what would you like to eat today? Akasaka glanced up at the wooden menu board hanging above the counter. He didn't see anything he particularly wanted. So, he decided to ask directly what's currently being made in the kitchen. Just give me the same dish. And for the sides, let the chef decide. A reasonable order. At any restaurant, this would be a perfectly normal request. But as soon as he said it, the blonde girl in front of him, her expression stiffened. Because she never expected this. This rare, potential regular had specifically ordered the food that Minami Shaoji was cooking in the kitchen. But that was a meal Minami Shaoji had made for himself. Strictly speaking, it wasn't even on Reiko's menu. A special dish that wasn't for sale. So, what now? Just as Chisato was scrambling for an answer. No problem, sir. Your order will be ready shortly. Minami spoke smoothly. Then he added, calmly, however, I must inform you our pricing is a bit on the higher side. A standard meal set here costs approximately 6,888 yen. 6,888? Minami, you MMMPH. Before Chisato could finish yelling, Minami swiftly covered her mouth. Nearly 7,000 yen. For a single meal set? Akasaka Kazuya hesitated. That price was insane. For that much money he could go to an izakaya, eat as much as he wanted, and still have change left over. And yet just as he was about to refuse. That scent. That damn scent. It drifted in from the kitchen, seeping into his nose, creeping into his brain. His lips parted, ready to say, "No, thanks." But then, almost like a spell, "All right. I'll take it. Please, chef. I leave it in your hands." And the moment the words left his mouth, Akasaka Kazuya regretted it. Damn it. Why did I just agree to that? MMPH. Chisato froze. Her eyes widened. He actually bought it? She stood there completely dumbfounded. 6,888 yen. Just like that, a single sale. Like a zombie, she let Minami drag her away. Like a zombie, she let Minami shove a tray into her hands. Like a zombie, she placed the food on the table. She was so stunned she even forgot to say please enjoy. Akasaka Kazuya, however, didn't notice. He had just dropped nearly 7,000 yen. He needed to see what he had just paid for. His stomach rumbled. So he lowered his gaze and examined the meal. Crystal clear shrimp rolls topped with delicate shreds of seaweed. Soy glazed tofu shimmering with a perfect golden brown hue. But above all, the dish that truly caught his eye. The okazuke. Tea-soaked rice bowl, topped with dried bonito flakes and fresh scallions. The broth creamy and rich. Nestled beneath a delicate cut of Arctic surf clam. Small. Refined. And strangely beautiful. This was a coffee shop meal? Akasaka's heart take over his lost 7,000 yen began to fade. And the scent awoke something primal inside of him. He picked up the bowl, scooped up a spoonful of broth, and took a sip. Then he froze. Akasaka Kazuya froze in place. A flavor indescribable. The instant the umami-rich broth touched his tongue, Akasaka felt warmth bloom inside his chest. A warmth he hadn't felt in years. This wasn't just delicious. This was healing. A warmth that soothed. A richness that lingered. It wasn't just his tired body that felt lighter, it was his soul. His boss's constant pressure. His wife's anger and resentment. The life he had once thought was beyond saving. All of it seemed insignificant. For the first time in years, Akasaka Kazuya felt like fighting again. For his job. For his family. For himself. A tiny, flickering flame lit inside his once exhausted heart. His eyes closed. A single tear escaped down his cheek. And across the table Chisato stared at him. Mouth slightly open. A little confused. It's just food, you know. Why the hell is he crying? Chapter 96, which timeline is this? Chisato never imagined something like this would happen. A customer came in for a meal, and as he ate, tears welled up in his eyes. His expression was serene, as if his entire being had been purified at this very moment. Eating a meal. Could it really be this emotional? Had he gone that long without eating? Chisato scrutinized the man in front of her, Akasaka Kazuya. Then, a thought suddenly struck her. Could it be was he crying because he spent 7,000 yen on a meal, only to find that Minami's cooking was just average, and now he was so heartbroken that he was shaking? Honestly, that actually made a lot of sense. If she had spent 7,000 yen on a bowl of okazuke, she might have also ended up teary-eyed, heart aching so much that she couldn't even breathe. With this in mind, Chisato opened her mouth to speak. Sir, you, Akasaka Kazuya. Akasaka Kazuya didn't reply. He was still completely immersed in the deepest layers of his emotions, a profound sense of warmth and happiness. So instead of responding, he simply waved a hand, signaling for Chisato to let it go. Then, he lowered his head and continued eating in silence. At this moment, he finally appreciated just how peaceful the atmosphere at Reiko was. It allowed him to savor his meal quietly. He picked up a shrimp roll and took a bite. The shrimp inside was incredibly fresh. And beneath the crispy outer layer, there were delicately seasoned crab roe bits mixed in. That soft, rich texture made him let out a deep sigh of satisfaction. It felt like every bit of pent-up frustration and negativity he had carried for years was released in that single breath. He recalled the carefree joy of his childhood. The boundless confidence of his youth. The disappointment and despair of his middle-aged life. Eating with an almost reverent devotion, feeling a storm of emotions rising within him, Akasaka Kazuya began to reflect. How did I end up like this? Was it because of my family? Or the pressures of my job? Maybe both. But more than anything, it was my own cowardice and weakness that left me stuck like this. Too afraid to take a step forward. Too scared to resist. Under Chisato's watchful gaze, he stood up and bowed deeply. His sudden gesture threw Chisato completely off guard. Thank you. Truly incredible cooking, from an incredible chef. Eh? Chisato's mouth fell open. Wait, what? We're just talking about a meal here. Is a deep bow really necessary? Was it really that good? She had been working in this cafe for over 6 months, but she couldn't make sense of this at all. Sure, she had seen customers enjoying their food before. But a customer bowing to her after a meal? This was a first. And the most baffling part, Chizato's gaze landed on the 10,000 yen bill sitting on the table. She opened her mouth, about to call out, "Wait. Sir. I still need to give you change." "It's fine. I'll be back." The man chuckled lightheartedly and turned to leave. Huh? What was that supposed to mean? He'll be back? Wait, what does that have to do with giving him change? Chisato was completely lost. Her pink lips parted, calling out a few more times, but getting no response. In the end, she could only watch his figure disappear from view. What the heck was that all about? She glanced down at the money in her hands. Sure, she was happy that Reiko had made some extra cash today. But that entire situation was just way too bizarre. Still, if he left behind 10,000 yen, that must mean he was satisfied with the food. Chisato pocketed the money, her curiosity toward Minami's cooking growing stronger. After all, that was a meal worth 10,000 yen, yet the guy didn't even feel like he had been ripped off. What kind of taste? Especially since she had been standing right at the counter, she could smell the incredible aroma wafting from the kitchen. And since she hadn't eaten since breakfast, the temptation was overwhelming. She took a step forward, intending to sneak into the kitchen to grab a bite, and then something utterly unexpected happened. Finally done. Wiping the light sweat off her forehead with her fair-skinned hand, Inoue Takina let out a slow exhale. The supply process for Reiko wasn't exactly complicated. But because the cafe was located in a quiet residential area, it was a bit out of the way. That meant Takina and Kurumi usually handled inventory and orders themselves, and then had the goods delivered back with them. Normally, this whole process wouldn't take that long. But today Kurumi had disappeared somewhere to slack off. So, Takina had to do everything alone. Naturally, this made things much slower than usual. Did we just jump to another timeline? Luckily, Inoue Takina was a patient person. Since she had finished her inventory checks early, she worked diligently until now. Finally, it was done. After getting the delivery workers to load the goods onto the truck, Takina climbed into the vehicle, no longer bothering to look for Kurumi, who had gone off to slack. Since Kurumi loved slacking off so much, she could figure out how to get back to Reiko on her own. Before long, the truck arrived at a small warehouse. Another round of unloading followed, stacking everything neatly inside. Takina stretched her tired body and let out a relieved sigh. Finally done. Inventory days were always a pain for her. But they had to be done. After all, Chisato was completely unreliable, always goofing off. And Mizuki? She drank so much alcohol that her brain was practically fried. If she relied on those two to manage the books, she might as well burn the entire ledger and be done with it. So in the end, it all came down to her. However, even if I handle these tasks well, Reiko's business is still. Takina's expression darkened slightly. Since only the coffee was decent, Reiko had always barely managed to stay afloat, relying mainly on regulars. But how much could regular customers really contribute? Because of this, Reiko's finances were always unstable, and sometimes even ran a deficit. At this rate, forget about supporting the orphanage. Even keeping Reiko open was becoming a problem. And on top of all that, there was also Chisato's heart condition. These issues piled up in her chest, becoming both a financial and emotional burden. What should I do? Sighing, Takina shut the warehouse doors, then turned around, lost in thought, while walking back toward Reiko. Then she spotted someone standing by the street, looking completely stunned. Mizuki. Takina's already bad mood got even worse. She had explicitly told Mizuki to watch the shop before heading out, yet here she was, loitering outside. Reiko is already struggling, yet everyone keeps slacking off. How are we supposed to survive like this? Mizuki-san, what are you doing? Didn't I tell you to watch Reiko while I was out? Mizuki barely reacted, still wearing that same dumbfounded expression, mouth slightly agape. Huh? Even after being scolded, Mizuki still looked completely bewildered. Her mouth opened and closed, as if struggling to process something. Takina frowned. What's wrong with you? Mizuki swallowed hard, then shakily raised her finger, pointing forward. Even her voice trembled. Takina. Did we go to the wrong cafe? Huh? Takina snorted, crossing her arms. Mizuki-san, I told you to cut back on drinking. What do you mean wrong cafe? This is obviously Reiko. Annoyed, she swatted Mizuki's hand away and turned toward her own cafe. And then she froze. Because what she saw was something completely unimaginable. The Reiko she remembered was usually dead quiet. But now, it was completely packed. There was even a long line stretching out the door. It was an unprecedented sight. From inside, she could hear Chisato's panicked voice. Table 2 set meal. Here's your hot towel. Ice water is over there. Sorry, it's so crowded. Could you repeat your order one more time? Takina and Mizuki exchanged looks, then rubbed their eyes, trying to confirm they weren't hallucinating. Their expressions were frozen in shock. Especially Takina, she knew very well what kind of cafe Rukongai was. Forget a waiting line even on weekends, the place rarely filled up completely. At most, business would be slightly better than usual. But on regular days? The situation was so dismal that Takina would rather not even think about it. Yet right now, before her eyes, the cafe was overflowing with customers. This defied all logic. If not for the familiar Rukongai sign hanging at the entrance, Takina might have questioned whether this was even the same cafe. Is this really Rukongai? She muttered uncertainly. You're asking me? Mizuki was just as clueless. She had only stepped out for a bit to buy some hangover medicine, wanting to sober up before work. But when she came back, Rukongai was completely unrecognizable. For a brief moment she seriously considered the possibility that she had somehow gained the ability to jump between timelines. Did we just enter a world where Rukongai is actually successful? But then Takina? Mizuki-san? A cheerful, familiar voice rang out. The two women turned their heads. They saw Chisato running toward them, her face filled with urgency. Chisato? Takina's mind was still foggy. She subconsciously murmured, Chisato. Weren't you supposed to be resting in the dorm? Huh? Resting? Chisato blinked. Rukongai is this busy. How could I possibly rest? But... Chisato, your heart condition. Takina's voice softened with concern. After all, Chisato had a congenital heart disease. She wasn't supposed to overexert herself. However, my heart condition? Oh, that's been cured already. What? Chisato's nonchalant response left Takina and Mizuki completely stunned. They stared at each other, now fully convinced something completely insane was happening. Especially Mizuki. Ever since Minami fooled her into believing in supernatural abilities, she had been somewhat open to the idea of the impossible. But seeing Rukongai packed with customers and hearing Chisato say her heart disease was cured? It was too much. She turned to Takina and asked, did we really just jump timelines? Takina wanted to refute it. But with everything happening before her eyes, she couldn't make sense of anything anymore. Before they could discuss it further, Chisato grabbed both of them by the wrists. No time for this. We're swamped. Come help already. And just like that, the two completely bewildered women were dragged into the chaos of rush hour. Rukongai. Chapter 97, How Do I Even Lose This Simulation? What the hell happened? Who am I? Where am I? A question straight from the depths of their souls surged forth. In a way, Takina and Nakahara Mizuki completely failed to grasp the situation in front of them. But soon they wouldn't even have the time to process these questions. And the reason was simple: busy. Too busy. So busy that they wished they had a third arm to help. From the moment Rukongai first opened until yesterday, Takina and Mizuki had never experienced this kind of overwhelming chaos. The moment they delivered a dish, thinking they could catch their breath the next second, they were clearing another table. At the same time they had to rush to the front and greet the incoming customers. Rukongai had always maintained a quiet atmosphere, so they never had that many tables. Yet somehow it was this hectic? Takina and Mizuki felt like their limbs were going to dislocate. But despite the insanity, the results were incredibly rewarding. The wa-style uniforms at Rukongai had a large pocket on the right side. It was specifically designed to make handling payments more convenient for the waitstaff. At first, both Chisato and Takina had laughed at it, saying, as if we'd ever fill this up. But now Takina felt it. She was suffering but also thriving. That once empty, pitiful pocket was now completely stuffed. In fact, it was so full that it was starting to overflow. Money. All of it was money. Takina had never seen this much cash in one place before. That once cold, composed, and expressionless face now lit up with a radiant, angelic smile. At this moment these customers were no longer just people. They were walking bundles of cash. That day Rukongai kept working non-stop until 8 p.m. before finally closing. After escorting the last customers out, they flipped the sign to closed. And then staring at the insane number flashing on the cash register, Takina and Mizuki couldn't even close their mouths in shock. If the old Rukongai revenue was like a small trickling stream, then today's revenue was like a roaring, unstoppable river, crashing through dams. They couldn't even compare the two. In just one day they had made more money than they had in an entire month. Takina and Mizuki turned their heads looking at Minami Shoji, who had now removed his chef's hat and coat. He sat at the counter, resting his chin in one hand, casually sipping the tea that Chisato had poured for him. His other hand scrolled through his phone. His face? Not a single trace of exhaustion. Even though they had all worked like dogs for hours, and even they, as frontline service workers, were completely wiped out, the man who had cooked the entire day looked completely fine. Was this guy even human? Takina and Mizuki exchanged silent, bewildered glances. They wanted to say something, but in the next second Minami downed the last sip of his tea, stood up, and approached them. Then, in a calm voice, he spoke, "I'll take 20% of today's revenue. That shouldn't be a problem, right, Inoue-san? Nakahara-san? 20%? Takina blinked her wisteria-colored eyes, momentarily startled. Not because he was asking for too much, but because he was asking for too little. After working all afternoon, it was crystal clear to them that Riko's insane success today was because of Minami's cooking. Even from the back kitchen, the aroma alone had been irresistible. And today's massive crowds were proof. Customers lined up outside. Even after they ran out of indoor seating, they had set up extra tables in the courtyard. But even with such a makeshift setup, the customers never stopped coming. Riko had never seen anything like this before. Minami's cooking skills were on a completely different level. If they could somehow keep him here. 20% seems too low, doesn't it? Takina parted her lips, voicing her honest opinion. But she hesitated, before adding, Riko still belongs to Mika-sensei. He's been busy lately, but shouldn't you discuss the profit split with him when he gets back? Takina was a serious person, but she wasn't stupid. A short-term gain wasn't worth losing a golden goose. If keeping Minami around meant long-term stability, then why haggle over a temporary percentage? But Minami seemed to have already anticipated this. He simply smiled and waved his hand. No need. He glanced at Chisato, then back at them. I already spoke to Chisato. I'll just take 20% for today. Besides, don't get your hopes up. I'm not going to be here forever. I still have my own coursework to focus on. Coursework? Takina tilted her head slightly, surprised. In a way, Takina couldn't help but glance at Minami Shaoji after hearing those words. Yeah. I'm around the same age as you, and Chizato's 17. Huh? 17? Not only was Takina surprised, but even Nakahara Mizuki, the 27-year-old single woman, also turned to stare in disbelief. It was no wonder. Minami Shaoji spoke with a level of maturity that was hard to describe. His work ethic was efficient, he never wasted time, and he was keenly perceptive of others. That sense of calm professionalism made it far too easy to forget his actual age. There's nothing shocking about it. Minami glanced at the time before continuing, I'll be taking my leave for today. If I have time next weekend, I'll stop by again. Hopefully, I can finally meet Riko's owner then. This was his second visit, yet he still hadn't met Mika, Riko's actual owner. That was a bit of a shame. Even outside of the simulations, Minami was genuinely curious about the real-life Mika. But it was already late, and judging by Takina's words, Mika probably wouldn't arrive until even later. And waiting that long wasn't really worth it. So, he decided to let it go for now and head home instead. Minami picked up his agreed-upon 20% share of Riko's earnings. As he felt the thick stack of bills in his hands, satisfaction washed over him. A quick count revealed a total of 200,000 yen. And that was only 20% of the profits. Minami let out a deep breath. Sure, this amount was partly thanks to his high pricing and level 4 cooking skills, but the real game-changer was the happy cooking technique he had inherited from Gota Hitori. It added a special happiness effect to his dishes. For many big city residents who lived materially abundant yet emotionally unfulfilled lives, that happiness was something money couldn't normally buy. Minami silently thanked Bachi in his heart. Then, he walked up to Chisato. Seeing Minami approach her on his own, Chisato tilted her head. Then, her expression instantly brightened. Wait, don't tell me. Did you finally realize my amazing qualities after working with me all day? So now you're here to kneel down and propose? Chisato continued excitedly without waiting for a response. No need to kneel, Shaoji-kun. I'll say yes right now. Of course, we're still too young to actually get married, so let's just get engaged for now. Don't worry, I can be patient. She chattered on enthusiastically, her mood soaring. Minami could only shake his head and say, what are you even talking about? Chisato, I'm just here to remind you of something. Huh? Chisato's face filled with question marks. Yeah. Minami gave her a side glance and continued, even though I took 20% of Riko's revenue as my pay, you still owe me 11,000 yen for the taxi fare. Chisato froze. Meanwhile, Takina and Mizuki were also stunned. 11,000 yen? Wait, didn't he just make over 200,000 yen? Then why was he still chasing after that tiny 11,000 yen debt? If he needed money that badly, wouldn't it be easier to just work part-time at Riko after class? That would earn him way more. Takina and Mizuki couldn't understand his logic. But Minami didn't care about what they thought. A debt was a debt. Payment is payment. The two should never be mixed together. Besides, Minami Shaoji still hadn't officially decided to work at Reiko. This time, he only helped out because the cafe was too empty, and he happened to be free today. I got it. Shaoji-kun. But I don't have money right now. Later. I'll definitely pay you back later. It was 11,000 yen, right? I'll work hard and pay you back. Chisato clenched her small fists and looked up at him seriously. But before Minami could respond, Inoue Takina frowned slightly. Something wasn't right. Today's profits couldn't be touched, but Takina knew that Chisato had her own personal savings. A small stash of money that she had barely ever used. And 11,000 yen wasn't that much for Chisato. She could pay it back right now if she wanted to. So why was she stalling? Takina didn't get it. She was about to ask, but Minami simply nodded and said, "Alright, if that's what you say, Chisato, I'll be back next time." With that, he turned to Takina and Mizuki, gave them a slight nod, and walked out the door. Watching his figure disappear into the night, Takina finally turned to Chisato and asked, "Chisato, why are you purposely delaying the payment?" She finally voiced the question that had been bothering her for a while. But Chisato simply wagged her finger, clicked her tongue, and said smugly, "Too naive, Takina. You really don't know anything, huh? Huh? If I paid him back now, wouldn't that mean my connection with Shaoji-kun ends here?" Chisato grinned, letting out a small chuckle. "As long as I still owe him money, Shaoji-kun will keep coming back to Reiko. Now do you get it? Takina." Her logic made sense. But for some reason, something about it just felt wrong. She didn't know how to respond and simply fell silent. But the silence didn't last long. Mizuki suddenly spoke up, "Chisato, earlier you said your heart problem is solved?" She had been too shocked to ask before, but now that she had calmed down, she needed to confirm it. Mizuki paused, locked eyes with Chisato, and asked in a serious tone, "Is that true?" "Yes." Chisato's heart condition had always been the biggest issue for everyone at Reiko. Something they had no choice but to face. But earlier Chisato claimed her condition had been cured. It's true. This time, Chisato didn't joke around. Her expression turned serious as she pressed a hand over her left chest. "Today, Shaoji-kun took me to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor confirmed my congenital heart disease is gone. But just to be sure, I still have to do a few more follow-ups." "It's really cured?" Even though Chisato had already said it earlier, hearing it again, in such a serious tone, still left Takina and Mizuki completely stunned. They couldn't help but ask, what was the cause? How did it heal? "You both already know, don't you?" Chisato smiled gently. Seeing that smile, Takina and Mizuki fell silent. Yes. They already knew the answer. It must have been that blue capsule Minami had given her this morning. But if that pill really was the reason, wouldn't that be too unrealistic? And yet the facts speak for themselves. Chisato leaned against the counter, staring at the teacup Minami had used earlier. She closed her eyes as if she could still feel his presence. "It's unbelievable. Even I was shocked. But you know." For some reason. Her voice was soft yet filled with an unshakable certainty. "No matter what Shaoji-kun does, I feel like I can accept it." Her words carried a light, carefree tone, but there was an undeniable firmness behind them. "Chisato, don't tell me." Hearing the emotion in her friend's voice, Takina couldn't help but ask. But Chisato cut her off with a grin. "What's wrong with liking someone?" She winked playfully at Takina and beamed, "I'm totally into him now." Under the warm lights of Reiko, the golden-haired girl declared without hesitation, hopelessly. Completely, utterly smitten. Meanwhile, back at his own home, Minami Shaoji stared at the floating screen of his romance simulator. Let's run another simulation. Having already experienced 2 regretful endings in previous loops, Minami Shaoji was brimming with confidence this time. He refused to believe that this round of the romance simulator could still somehow throw him into another tragic ending. Chapter 98, Takina-san, Chisato-san, you too. If his previous run unlocking the starry, Kasokaban scene and easing relations with Hitori Gota was considered a god-tier ending, then this time, with Chisato, it was an overwhelming, breezy start. It wasn't just about unlocking the Reiko storyline ahead of schedule. Even Chisato's description in the simulator had changed from admiration to "you are the only one." Her heart condition? Fixed. Her feelings? A massive leap forward. Losing this time. Wouldn't that be practically impossible? Minami took a shower, keeping his mind sharp, then sat down on his bed and opened the simulator page. His remaining affection points were, current affection points, 810, after exchanging for the universal healing pill, his points had plummeted to 330. But Chisato was incredibly generous. In just one day, she had showered him with a whopping 480 affection points. Minami looked at the long list of, "You have gained 60 affection points from Chisato Nishikigi." He shook his head, amused. Yes, Gota Hitori had given him 600 points before, which was more than Chisato. But that was because Minami had actively reached out to her. Meanwhile, today with Chisato, Minami hadn't even tried to get close to her. He barely said anything nice. He had even been a little cold to her. Yet she kept giving him affection points. And not just a few 60 per interaction. If this wasn't generosity, he didn't know what was. Minami sighed. And then thought of someone else. Yamada Ryo. That woman had never given him even a single affection point. Just like her personality, she had invited him to a meal, only to ask him for 1,500 yen to pay her back. Well, whatever. Yamada wasn't one of his simulation targets anyway. If she didn't give points, she didn't give points. Minami dismissed the thought and activated the simulator. Current affection points remaining, 510, still decent. If the simulator somehow messed up again and threw him into another regret ending, he still had enough points for one more retry. Start simulation? Yes, remaining simulation attempts, 0, new relationship progress detected. Now auto-loading, a window popped up in his vision. Minami closed his eyes and immersed himself into the simulation. Returning home from Rukongai, you still carry that unwavering confidence. You recall the details of how you cured Chisato Nishikigi's congenital heart disease, and then, you think about the overwhelming affection she now holds for you like a river surging toward the sea. You believe that this woman who already admired you now belongs to you completely. Yes. You were born perfect, and with your 9 out of 10 beauty score, once someone falls for you, they will never escape. This time, you will have no regrets as you walk towards happiness with her. This time, you are absolutely confident. However, aside from romance, you also understand that there are other matters to handle, like the financial situation of Rukongai, and the operation of the orphanage. For that reason, you decide, 1. Devote yourself entirely. With your help, Rukonai's income will skyrocket. 2. One person's strength is limited. Instead of doing it alone, train either Inoue Takina or Chisato Nishikigi to become a new head chef. Teaching them will be more sustainable. 3. Spending your whole life at Rukongai sounds exhausting. Maybe Yamada Ryo isn't bad after all? If not, there's always Gota Hitori, the sheltered hospital heiress and the socially anxious guitarist. The soft life route is tempting. 4. Personally simulate, ignoring the high-level choice of 4. Personally simulate. Minami looked at the other 3 options, and started to think. First off, I can immediately eliminate the third option. There's no other reason, the content is just too ridiculous. Living off Yamada Ryo is one thing after all. She comes from a wealthy family, is an only child, and her father's private hospital is practically a massive inheritance waiting for her. Even if she spent her entire life doing nothing but enjoying herself, she'd still be set for life in Tokyo. But Gota Hitori. This simulator really loves bullying introverts, huh? Yes, Gota Hitori comes from a well-off family, but that's all it is, well-off. She even has a younger sister, Gota Futari. And while Hitori has immense potential as a guitarist, that's all it is, potential. There's no way Minami could actually rely on Gota Hitori to earn money while he just wasted time gambling. So, the third option was out. That left him with option 1 and option 2. To be honest, if this were the second loop, when he knew that Chisato Nishikigi only had 1 month left to live, Minami would have definitely chosen 1. Pour all your effort into Rukongai. If you help out, its revenue will skyrocket. He would have devoted every moment to being with her in her final days, and transformed Rukongai into one of Tokyo's top gourmet cafes. But now, it's different. Chisato had a future to look forward to. Choosing option 1 now would be short-sighted, and too self-centered. Even though he had a deep bond with Chisato, Minami was still an outsider. The problems of Rukongai needed to be solved by its own members. It was the same mistake he made in Gota Hitori's third loop. Back then, he interfered too much in the band's development, and as a result, after just one setback, the band fell apart. A person shouldn't make the same mistake twice. Minami's gaze moved to the second option. Teaching someone to fish is better than giving them fish. If he had to choose, he'd rather teach Chisato Nishikigi and Inoue Takina. He selected option 2. From past experience, you understand that excessive interference only makes strong people weak and dependent. Rather than struggling alone in Rukongai, it's better to let its members grow and face challenges themselves. You decide to help Rukongai while also teaching Inoue Takina and Chisato Nishikigi how to cook. Your willingness to help has increased the goodwill of all Rukongai members toward you. You have caught the attention of Mizuki Nakahara, Kurami, and Inoue Takina. Good, good. In reality, Minami wasn't too concerned about these small goodwill increases. After all, it was just catching their attention. As long as he didn't suddenly turn into a playboy who attracted every woman he met, this opening was stable, so stable that he didn't even see a way to lose. He continued reading. The selected Inoue Teikina and Chisato Nishikigi begin their cooking lessons under your guidance. You never show any frustration during the lessons, and Chisato, who already harbors deep feelings for you, grows even fonder of you. However, compared to the lively and energetic Chisato who dislikes the dull atmosphere of a kitchen, Inoue Teikina takes the lessons much more seriously. She asks you numerous questions. You always respond patiently, explaining in detail, without cutting corners. Your serious and dedicated demeanor moves Inoue Teikina, who has a naturally diligent personality. Inoue Teikina's affection toward you has increased. Additionally, she is amazed by your deep knowledge of cooking. She begins interacting with you more frequently, often seeking you out even during your breaks, carrying thick cookbooks, tilting her elegant and refined face up to ask for guidance. At this point, it's no longer just about learning. She seems to genuinely enjoy spending time with you. She starts secretly watching you at work. When she sees you tired, she quietly brings you tea, gently urging you to rest. She silently tidies up the kitchen mess left behind, trying to share your burden as much as possible. She isn't good with words, but this is her way of staying by your side. Your relationship with Inoue Teikina has deepened. This is getting weird. Back in reality, Minami felt the memories of the simulation, and the image of Inoue Teikina hardworking, considerate, acting like the perfect wife made him open his mouth in shock. Something's off. Something's really off. All he wanted was to increase Chisato Nishikigi's affection points. Why the hell was Inoue Teikina suddenly making such a strong entrance? And why was her affection increasing so fast? This was seriously. Minami shook his head. Yes, he had expected that Inoue Teikina's affection might rise. After all, in the last loop, she ended up marrying him. But this fast? That was unexpected. Still, this also proved how important Rukongai was to Inoue Teikina. It seemed like, in her heart, Rukongai was only second to Chisato Nishikigi. Minami sighed. Since it already happened, he might as well see how things played out. You quickly realize that the lively and cheerful Chisato Nishikigi is not suited for a chef's job, so, you move her back to the front as a waitress and begin carefully teaching Inoue Teikina, who remains by your side. From basic cooking principles to the finer details of seasoning and flavors, you guide her with patience, repeating demonstrations when necessary, teaching her hands-on. Under your instruction, Inoue Teikina's cooking skills improve rapidly. As her skills grow, she becomes more convinced by your words, and your bond with her deepens. When you place your hand on her head, something she usually never allows, she only glares at you briefly. Though she mutters her discontent, her face still turns red as she shyly looks away. When you interact with the other Rukongai members, she secretly watches you. That usually stoic and emotionless face of hers softens ever so slightly. When customers praise your cooking, she stops for a moment to acknowledge it. As Rukongai gains popularity, online reviews begin comparing your culinary skills to those of other renowned chefs. While you simply laugh it off, she, on the other hand, takes it seriously and follows these reviews with great concern. With your help, Rukongai revenue surpasses its previous records, and the orphanage's financial deficit is finally resolved. Seeing this, Inoue Teikina, who already admired you, starts paying even closer attention to you. Your status in her heart rises. Huh? At first, Minami had tolerated the steady increase in affection points. But this last sentence, that, he couldn't ignore. Inoue-san. Are you serious? He immediately opened the love simulator. After confirming that this was still Chisato Nishikigi's romance simulation, not Inoue Teikina's, Minami sat up on his bed, feeling extremely conflicted. This was supposed to be Chisato's moment, so why was Inoue-san stealing the entire show like she was the main heroine? He couldn't comprehend it. It wasn't like Chisato Nishikigi was shy like Gota Hitori. That girl was a full-fledged extrovert, a social hurricane with level 4 social skills to prove it. As Minami pondered, the simulation text continued. All this time, Chisato Nishikigi had been silently watching you teach Inoue Teikina how to cook. As someone who's practically sisters with Teikina, she clearly notices the changes in her friend. Teikina frequently murmurs your name when talking to Chisato. And whenever she hears it, she fidgets under Chisato's gaze, unable to sit still. Chisato finds this transformation in her best friend amusing and interesting. She does not interfere with Teikina's feelings. After all, Chisato knows that no one has the right to stop someone from falling in love. She respects Teikina's emotions, but in the end, you will still be hers. On this, she is utterly confident. In fact, she even thinks if she and Teikina were to marry the same man and become one family, it might actually be fun. Huh? Seeing this new development, Minami could no longer stay calm. Wait. Chisato. Are you seriously considering this? Chapter 99, Yamada-san, save me. In fact, She even thinks if she and Takina were to marry the same man and become one family it might actually be fun. Minami stared at this sentence. Yes, he had already came to expect Chizato's wild imagination and eccentric personality. But this was on another level. What the hell kind of chaotic mindset does this girl have? Minami considered himself a bit of a troublemaker too. He enjoyed observing the drama from the safety of the simulation. But Chisato? She wasn't just watching. She was fully immersed in the chaos. And she was enjoying it. And this girl was seriously confident. Even though Takina's bond with Minami was getting stronger, Chisato still firmly believed she'd win in the end. She even planned out Takina's backup option: we'll just get married together. What kind of absurd thought process is that? Minami rubbed his temples, at a complete loss for words. If Mika, the cafe owner who had raised Chisato Nishikigi all these years, had been present, maybe he could have reined in this reckless and unpredictable girl. But whether in the simulation or reality, Mika, both the cafe manager and orphanage director, seemed to be constantly busy with something unrelated to Reiko. With a sigh, Minami shook his head in disbelief. There was no denying it, Chisato Nishikigi was a girl who constantly surprised him. Though, in this case, the surprise felt a lot more like a shock. Might as well keep reading. Honestly, even with things turning out this way, Minami still didn't regret choosing option 2. He vaguely remembered hearing about a radio drama related to Lycoris recoil in his previous life. In it, there was a scene where Chisato Nishikigi and Inoue Takina worked as models, wearing wedding dresses. At the time, Chisato hadn't resisted at all. In fact, she seemed intrigued and excited about it. Applying that to this world, it wasn't all that surprising that Chisato could be this open-minded. With that in mind, Minami kept reading. The lively, golden-haired girl and the stoic, black-haired girl, one was your original target, while the other unexpectedly grew closer, becoming a companion and student. You are neither dense nor oblivious, much less one of those unbearable, clueless light novel protagonists. Naturally, you are fully aware of Inoue Takina's growing feelings toward you. At the same time, you understand no matter how much distance you put between yourself and Takina, this girl, who is outwardly cold yet fiercely persistent, will never waver in her affections, and truthfully, you don't have the heart to coldly reject someone who is putting so much sincere effort into Reiko. Time continues to pass, you continue helping at Reiko in moderation while mentoring Inoue Takina. Whenever you teach Takina, Chisato watches from the sidelines, grinning without a care in the world. However, this time, whenever you feel tired, it is the ever-smiling Chisato who brings you coffee, and the normally reserved Takina who massages your shoulders. Minami blinked. Wait. Even Takina is doing this now? Chisato was one thing, but even the usually distant Takina was taking care of him? That was a bit too much attention. Even Kurumi and Miyuki were starting to take notice. But this peaceful routine didn't last long. Huh? Minami raised an eyebrow. So this peaceful period had a deadline. He had a feeling he knew why. At the moment, the person requiring the most attention at Reiko wasn't Miyuki Nakahara, Kurumi, Chisato Nishikigi, Inoue Takina, it was Mika. Minami took a sip of water and muttered, could it be Mika? Whether in reality or in the simulation, Mika had been conspicuously absent. Now, it was time to find out why. This peaceful period does not last long. Mika, who had been absent from Reiko for extended periods, suddenly collapses from exhaustion. After some frantic effort, you rush him to the hospital. The doctor informs a worried Chisato and Takina that Mika's collapse is simply due to overwork, and that he will recover soon with proper rest. While this news brings relief to everyone, it also raises questions in your mind. What had Mika been so busy with that he worked himself to the point of collapse? At your prompting, Mika, still lying in his hospital bed, finally reveals the truth. It turns out that the orphanage's ongoing financial struggles had become a serious burden. Mika had been traveling back and forth to Tokyo's Red Cross Society, desperately seeking financial aid. However, the officials kept rejecting him with excuses citing incomplete paperwork or insufficient facilities. Even after Mika painstakingly gathered all the necessary documents and met their every demand, they continued to push him away with further bureaucratic red tape. No matter what he did, they refused to fund a struggling orphanage on the brink of closure. The repeated denials, coupled with his already grueling workload, took a heavy toll on Mika both physically and mentally. Even someone as composed and patient as him eventually reached his limit. The endless stress, physical exhaustion, and emotional strain finally overwhelmed him, causing him to collapse. Minami exhaled softly. So that's what happened. Reading this explanation finally helped him understand why Mika had been absent. It wasn't because he didn't care about Reiko. He had been constantly occupied with trying to secure funding for the orphanage. But this raised a new question. If this was happening, then why didn't Mika collapse in the previous timeline? Minami brushed his bangs back, the slight sting on his forehead helping to sharpen his focus. After a few seconds, he figured it out. In the previous timeline, Minami had spent most of his time working at Rukongai himself. Because of this, the cafe's revenue had increased significantly. Miko had probably considered seeking help from the Tokyo Red Cross back then, too. But since Minami was around, Rukongai was generating enough money, and Miko likely decided it wasn't necessary. However, this time was different. Since Minami had been focusing on training Takina, Rukonai's profits weren't as overwhelmingly high. Miko naturally had to look for other financial solutions. Thus, he pushed himself too hard. And collapsed. So that's why he went to the Red Cross. With a nod, Minami pieced everything together. It made sense. From a business perspective, the Tokyo Red Cross wouldn't bother helping a small, unprofitable orphanage. They wouldn't gain fame or financial benefits from funding Miko's institution, so they simply didn't care. Now that he understood the situation, Minami continued reading. It is now clear Tokyo's Red Cross has no intention of helping. Naturally, Chisato Nishikigi, Inoue Takina, and the other Rukongai members were deeply displeased. However, they couldn't deny that if they could secure financial aid from the Tokyo Red Cross, it would significantly improve the orphanage's living conditions. While they grumbled among themselves, Yu fell into deep thought. After all, obtaining this nearly free money would greatly benefit the orphanage. You decided to. Option 1. You heard that the current president of the Tokyo Red Cross is a woman in her 30s who has a thing for handsome young men. Perhaps, with a bit of your incubus charm, you could easily take care of this issue. Option 2. Tokyo's most beautiful young man will never lower himself to a woman in her 30s. If he's going to be a freeloader, he'd rather live off Ijichi Sekai and Pasan at the club, anything but an older woman. Option 3. Yamada-san, save me. Option 4. Personally simulate? Minami blinked at the choices and then fell into a long silence. Somewhere along the way, this dating simulator had clearly gone off the rails. By all means, he was a perfectly normal, physically and mentally healthy, upright, and morally sound young man. And yet, this simulation was shoving him onto the path of an incubus? What the hell was this? Minami scoffed in disdain. He had no interest in that kind of life. His goal was a perfectly normal, happy, and wholesome future. And yet, this devious simulator was clearly trying to drag his righteous, honest, and principled self down a very questionable path. Not happening. Minami decisively dismissed the first two choices. The first option was obviously asking him to flirt his way into securing funds from the Tokyo Red Cross president. Given his looks and charisma, he had no doubt he could pull it off. But the method? Yeah. No thanks. The second option wasn't any better. It was essentially saying, if you're going to be a freeloader, at least choose the rich, attractive club ladies instead. Sure, he had the ability to mooch with dignity. And honestly, the experience might not be bad. But the orphanage's funding was a long-term issue, not a one-time cash grab. Besides, both Ijichi Seika and Pasan had always treated him well. He wasn't about to take advantage of them like that. That left only one option. With a deep sigh, Minami resigned himself to the inevitable. He slowly turned his gaze toward the third option. Yamada-san, save me. Minami exhaled sharply, at a complete loss for words. Yamada-san. Always reliable, huh? No matter the situation, her name always seemed to appear somewhere. That said, this time, he did actually need her help. For a simple reason, running a private hospital in Tokyo meant that Yamada's father naturally had incredible connections. The Tokyo Red Cross frequently interacted with medical institutions, and a single favor from Yamada's father could easily unlock those funds. Besides, Yamada-san had once mentioned that her father greatly appreciated Minami. After all, it was Minami who helped diagnose his early-stage lung disease. Asking for a small favor like this shouldn't be an issue. Being rich really does solve everything, huh? Minami couldn't help but reflect on Yamada's absurd wealth and connections as he selected option 3. Selling your body to the Tokyo Red Cross president is out of the question. Living off Seika-san and Pa-san? That's just being a parasite, unacceptable. You turn your gaze toward Yamada-san, the elegant, aloof, and ever-indebted blue-haired young lady. If you could gain the support of her family, securing funding from the Tokyo Red Cross would be effortless. Fortunately, you had already helped Yamada's father before, leaving him with a very positive impression of you. Furthermore, Yamada Ryo herself seems quite interested in you. With these two factors combined, asking her for help should be no problem. To ensure success, you arrange a meeting with Yamada-san, preparing a meal so delicious that it would leave her speechless. Faced with your gourmet offensive, Yamada Ryo doesn't last a single second before surrendering, immediately diving into the meal. She has always adored your culinary skills, enjoys the atmosphere of being alone with you, and finds your witty remarks amusing enough to draw a rare smile from her usually cool and languid face. So when you made your request, She didn't even hesitate before nodding in agreement. However, in return, she proposed a condition. She wanted a 1-month unlimited meal voucher for Rukongai. This wasn't a particularly difficult request, and after a moment of thought, you agreed. Before leaving, she tilted her head slightly and held out her arms toward you. You understood the message instantly. Though you hesitated for a moment, you still naturally reached out and embraced her slender frame. Satisfied, she turned and left. Man. The simulated me really has the potential to be a full-time freeloader off women, huh? Minami sighed as the simulated memories surfaced. In his mind, he could clearly recall Yamada Ryo's face, her usual cool and emotionless expression subtly melting into amusement as she accepted the small gift he gave her. This time, he had completely relied on Yamada to clear this financial hurdle. If he hadn't met her earlier, he might have actually had to sacrifice himself a little to get those funds. With a sigh, he walked over to a mirror, gazing at his own sharp, well-defined features under the soft lighting. His brows furrowed as he harshly reprimanded himself. Minami. How could you let yourself become a man who lives off women? The self-loathing was real. But, considering that this was part of his charm stat, he reluctantly accepted it. Sigh. Good-looking people had their own troubles, too. Even if he didn't actively seek a sugar mama, they still tried to force-feed him the soft life. What a pain. And then, your narcissism rate has slightly increased. Current level 3? Minami blinked. Alright. That's enough nonsense. Shaking his head, he ignored the notification. After all, he was 100% sure that this simulator was malfunctioning, mixing up confidence and narcissism way too often. For now, it was better to just focus on the simulation's progress. He let his consciousness sink back into the flow of the simulated timeline. Everything that followed unfolded smoothly. Yamada's father, who already had a favorable impression of you, found your request incredibly simple and agreed immediately, with just a small show of interest from him. The Tokyo Red Cross immediately called Mika's phone and sent a confirmation text about the grant approval. Seeing the incoming transaction notification so effortlessly secured, everyone was left in awe. Mika had exhausted himself jumping through bureaucratic hoops, worn down his body, and still failed to secure the funds. Yet, with a mere gesture from Yamada's father, the Tokyo Red Cross bent over backward to comply. In the end, it only reinforced a bitter truth: this world is anything but fair. Your continuous efforts to support Rukongai, your constant consideration for them. They had all noticed. Mika, the 47-year-old head of Rukongai, openly wept for the first time in front of everyone. With the Red Cross's financial aid secured, even if Rukongai struggled in the future and eventually closed, the children at the orphanage would still be well fed, well cared for, and safe. But Mika wasn't the only one grateful. Kurami, who usually loved slacking off and playing games, never skipped work on days you were present. Mijiki, who often drowned her frustrations in alcohol and complained about not finding a good man, began cutting back on drinking. Though she still enjoyed the occasional drink with friends, the destructive habits had faded. As for Chisato, in her world, your place had already become irreplaceable. If you told her tomorrow that the sun rises from the west, she'd probably believe you without question. Meanwhile, Takina's respect for you deepened with every lesson you gave her. More and more, the usually reserved girl began shyly asking questions like, do you prefer girls with black hair? Your bonds with them all grew stronger. Gradually, you became a true family member of Rukongai. Though the cafe continued running as usual, the stress and sense of urgency had completely vanished. Without the orphanage's financial burden, Chisato and Takina could finally start thinking about their own futures. Minami exhaled in relief as he read through this portion of the simulation. This was the right path. After all, Rukongai wasn't originally created just to run a cafe. Its real purpose was to generate funds for the orphanage. But in reality, it had also become a cage that locked Chisato and Takina's futures in place. Unlike the original Icarus Recoil anime, where they were fully fledged agents. In this world, both of them had dropped out of school after their first year of high school to work at Rukongai full-time. Now that the orphanage's financial struggles were resolved, and Rukongai was no longer in crisis, it was time for them to think about their own futures. Because at the end of the day, a person's life shouldn't be shackled to a single cafe forever. That applied to both Chisato and Takina. Minami focused and continued reading further. For Takina and Chisato, words like future, dreams, and tomorrow had always felt like unattainable luxuries. They had devoted themselves entirely to serving Rukongai. And because of Chisato's heart condition, they had never dared to think about the future because they had never been able to see one. More than once, they had imagined what life would have been like if they had never met you. Perhaps Chisato would have succumbed to her heart disease, leaving Takina and the rest of Rukongai to struggle on, burdened by mounting bills and overwhelming pressure. The orphanage they had fought so hard to protect would have likely shut down due to Rukongai continuous financial losses. In the end, They would have lost everything if they had never met you. That's probably how things would have turned out. So now, as they stood at the crossroads of their future, they found themselves hesitating, unsure of what path to take. Almost instinctively, their eyes turned to you, perhaps because women are naturally more emotional, or maybe because you had become the most important person in their lives. They both found themselves wanting to rely on you, and not just that. If they had to make a choice about their future, they would rather walk forward alongside you. That night, as you were preparing to leave for home after your shift, they stopped you and invited you to their dorm. The simulated memory flashed through Minami's mind. It was around 9:00 p.m. Finally finished with work, Minami was resting with his eyes closed, leaning back on a bench. Not far away, Takina and Chisato hesitated, casting uncertain glances at him. They weren't sure how to start. They weren't sure what to say. Just as they were struggling to find the words, "Do you need something?" Hearing him take the initiative to speak, the two girls opened their mouths slightly, then sighed helplessly. He really was impossible to keep secrets from. They couldn't help but think there's no one else who understands us as well as he does. With that thought, they finally gathered their courage. "Minami-kun, can you come to our dorm for a bit? There's something really important we want to discuss with you." Their tone was firm, unshakable. "It's now 9:00 p.m., and the two of them have invited you over." You hesitate. After all, Riko's dormitory is strictly for women, with only 2 units per floor. No matter how you look at it, a guy entering their dorm at this hour doesn't seem appropriate. However, this is the first time they've ever asked something of you. After a brief moment of thought, you nod and agree. The walk from Riko to the dorm doesn't take long. You enter, go up the stairs, and arrive at their second-floor apartment. They turn on the lights, and you, unbothered by formalities, find a place to sit on the couch. What you didn't expect was that, as soon as you sat down, Chisato and Takina immediately sat down as well, one on your left, one on your right. 2 distinct yet equally pleasant fragrances filled your senses. It caught you off guard. Frowning, you stood up and moved to a different seat, but they didn't hesitate when you changed seats. They followed, sitting beside you again. This happened several times. Eventually, finding the whole process too tedious, the golden-haired girl let out a cheeky giggle and, without hesitation, grabbed your left hand. Seeing her do this, the black-haired girl hesitated for a moment. But in the end, she also reached out and took your right hand. "You two better actually have something important to discuss with me." Back in reality, Minami read this line and seriously questioned the true purpose of this meeting. It was 9:00 p.m. 2 girls inviting a perfectly sane and rational guy to their dorm, claiming they wanted to talk about something important. Be honest. It was just as suspicious as when guys in high school told girls, "Hey, wanna come over to my place? I have a cat that can do backflips." Everyone knew what that meant. At this point, their intentions were as clear as day. But, considering that Takina, who was normally so serious, was involved, Chisato probably wouldn't try anything weird in the simulation. With that thought, Minami relaxed a little and continued reading. Held captive by 2 soft, delicate girls, you initially thought that, with your 7-point physical stat, escaping would be easy. However, after several attempts, you realized that all of them had ended in failure. It was only then that you noticed not only did Chisato have an 8-point physical stat, but Takina's was also close to 7. Realizing that escaping was pointless, you stopped struggling and simply looked at them. At the same time, bright red eyes like flickering flames and quiet, violet-tinted irises stared back at you in silence. You locked eyes with them, but despite the ambiguity of the situation, you trusted that neither girl would ever hurt you. In the simulation, the memory rippled like waves across an ocean. Inside the Riko dorm, Minami sat calmly, his hands tightly held by the 2 girls. On his left, Chisato's playful smile remained as mischievous as ever. She even seemed to be testing her limits, subtly inching closer. Meanwhile, on his right, Takina hesitated. After a brief moment of indecision, her fingers lightly relaxed. And she let go. Unlike Chisato, who was still grinning and clinging to him, Takina eventually backed down. Seeing her behavior, Minami let out a small sigh of relief. At least one of them was acting normal. He simply looked at them with concern and softly asked the reason they had called him over. He could sense that, over the past few days, both Takina Inoue and Chisato Nishikigi had been feeling uneasy. Takina, usually sharp and efficient at work, had been making small mistakes. Meanwhile, Chisato, always full of energy and smiles, would sometimes sit in a corner, resting her face in her hands, letting out soft sighs. They would often glance at him from the side, as if wanting to say something, but in the end, they never spoke. Hearing Minami's steady voice, the 2 girls who had just been quite assertive began to soften. After a moment of hesitation and contemplation, they finally told him the real reason they had called him over. The issue that had been troubling them these past few days was actually quite simple. Before resolving the financial crisis of the orphanage, they had never thought about what would happen after leaving Rukongai, but now that the crisis had been successfully resolved, Rukonai's existence was no longer so crucial. And without Rukongai, what should they do with their futures? They had no answer, only endless uncertainty. Your sudden presence had been like a dam holding back a raging flood, giving them stability, but it also left them feeling lost about what came next. And this time, just as you had always done, they hoped you would draw close to them, bring them warmth, help them figure things out, and make a decision on their behalf. They would not doubt your judgment, nor would they oppose it. Unknowingly, you had become an irreplaceable part of their world. It was a truly remarkable thing, an experience unlike any other, and even more astonishing was how much they trusted someone who had only recently entered their lives. This is a decision with long-term consequences. Oh? Reading this sentence, Minami's real-world self suddenly became more attentive. A decision with long-term consequences, huh? Chapter 100, a route where they both get married? This is a decision with long-term consequences. Unknowingly, you had become an irreplaceable part of their world. It was a truly remarkable thing, an experience unlike any other, and even more astonishing was how much they trusted someone who had only recently entered their lives. Trust breeds reliance, and reliance nurtures affection. As they gazed at you, everything was already clear in their eyes. If trust had a numerical score, your trust in them would be 100, but their trust in you would probably be double that. Faced with their unwavering belief in you, you must decide. 1. Despite your own limitations, you choose to fully respond to their expectations and trust, actively planning their futures for them. 2. Your abilities are limited, so you can only take responsibility for one of their futures. Choosing this option will lead to a branch where you must select either Chisato or Takina. 3. Bearing responsibility for another person's future is an immense burden. As a mere mortal, you cannot shoulder the weight of their lives, nor can you respond to their expectations and trust. 4. Personally simulate. Apart from 4. Personally simulate, the three options were laid out neatly before him. And this time none of them were ridiculous. Minami studied the options carefully, deep in thought. Since this was a long-term impact choice, he couldn't afford to be careless. 1. Despite your own limitations, you choose to fully respond to their expectations and trust, actively planning their futures for them. Honestly, this option pretty much reflected his actual thoughts. Even if he was intelligent, even if he had once ranked first in the national academic aptitude tests, it was impossible for him to perfectly plan a flawless future for them. The future is unpredictable, plans can never keep up with change. Trying to dictate someone else's future was pure fantasy. If he chose this option, it might immediately raise Takina and Chisato's affection levels. But the higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. If he failed to fulfill those expectations, it wouldn't just be a small mistake, it would mean ruining Takina and Chisato's futures. That was deeply irresponsible. Even if they wouldn't blame him, he would likely blame himself. So that raises the question, was the second option any better? Minami looked at option 2. 2. Your abilities are limited, so you can only take responsibility for one of their futures. Choosing this option will lead to a branch where you must select either Chisato or Takina. This time, the second option even had a dedicated branching choice. If he picked this, he would have to choose between Chisato and Takina. And that alone was enough for Minami to shake his head. His goal this time was a happy ending. So then what was a happy ending? At the very least, for Chisato Nishikigi. Happiness isn't just about securing her own future, it's also about ensuring her best friend and family, Takina, finds happiness too. Choosing one meant abandoning the other. And Chisato's bond with Takina was closer than siblings. If he abandoned one of them, the other's heart would never be at ease. Even if they eventually got married, had kids, and grew old together, looking back at that decision would only bring regret. Minami let out a quiet sigh and turned to option 3. So, was the third option any better? Bearing responsibility for someone else's future is an immense burden. As a mere mortal, you cannot shoulder the weight of their lives, nor can you respond to their expectations and trust. Hearing this, Minami shook his head. This option also had problems. It was too pessimistic just because carrying the future of two young women was difficult. Should he refuse to respond to their expectations and simply give up? In other words, all three choices before Minami had issues. What he had to do now was to choose the one with the least problems. He thought carefully. Again. And again. But he couldn't decide. Because all three options seemed equally flawed. How could he pick the right choice, the one leading to a truly happy ending? He pondered. And then he stopped this pointless train of thought. The future itself is full of uncertainty. The possible outcomes of each option were just as unpredictable. Since that was the case, why not simply follow his heart? With that thought, Minami raised his hand and chose the third option. Bearing responsibility for someone else's future is an immense burden. As a mere mortal, you cannot shoulder the weight of their lives, nor can you respond to their expectations and trust. As mentioned before, choosing this option was essentially refusing to act a passive stance that might seem overly negative. But in reality, if this choice were placed in Minami Shaoji's real hands, he was almost certain he would still pick it. Because, just as the option described, bearing responsibility for someone else's future is an immense burden. Even he could not carry the weight of an entire life. And if he recklessly chose option 1 or option 2, it would just be irresponsible toward both Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue. Their lives. Their futures should be decided by them. Minami Shaoji calmly whispered to himself. Yes. He wasn't a god. He couldn't make choices on behalf of others. And he certainly couldn't always be right. What he considered the right choice, would it really be right for Chisato and Takina? Every person is different. After all, the road to the future is long. The road ahead is long. It is a path they must walk on their own. They may feel lost at times, they may struggle, they may fall and get hurt, but that, too, is part of their lives. Keeping this in mind, for the first time, your usually confident self refrains from giving them a clear answer or making a choice on their behalf, because their lives belong to them alone. You have neither the right nor the desire to interfere. Hearing your words, they feel a tinge of disappointment. However, you also reassure them, telling them that if they ever feel lost or sad, they can always rely on you. You may not be able to choose for them, but you will always stand by their side. Hearing this, they are still uncertain about the future, but they no longer feel as anxious as before. Since it was already late, the two of them invited you to stay the night. At first, you hesitated. A man staying overnight in a girl's dormitory was hardly appropriate. You got up to leave, but Chisato had already prepared everything, reassuring you that you could take her bed while she stayed with Takina. Their enthusiasm and warmth were difficult to refuse. And perhaps, after declining to help them make a decision earlier, you felt a slight sense of guilt. Your heart softened. So, after a bit of half-hearted resistance, you agreed. After a quick shower, you lay down in Chisato Nishikigi's bed. Before sleeping, Chisato earnestly promised you that she would absolutely not sneak into your bed while Takina was asleep. Her tone was serious, her words sounded sincere, and with the ever-serious Takina keeping watch beside her, you chose to believe her. You closed your eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Perhaps it was the pleasant fragrance in the room, or perhaps you had been working too hard lately, but that night, you slept soundly. The next morning, you woke up feeling completely refreshed, but as soon as you sat up, you noticed something was off. The bed, which should have had plenty of space for one person, suddenly felt quite cramped. You lifted the blanket only to find two figures in pink and blue pajamas, breathing softly in their sleep. There was no denying it. Chisato Nishikigi had kept her promise. She did not sneak into your bed while Takina was asleep. Instead, she simply brought Takina with her and slept beside you. The memories of the simulation flooded Minami Shaoji's mind, bringing the scene vividly before his eyes. Just after opening his eyes but before getting up, Minami silently observed the two girls lying on either side of him. He turned his head and looked at the blonde girl beside him. At this moment, she was resting her head on his chest, golden hair cascading down, all while letting out small, silly hee-hee chuckles. But beyond this, what made Minami feel truly uncomfortable was Chisato Nishikigi was nothing like the delicate, quiet, sleeping beauties often depicted in anime. She not only snored loudly but also slept with her mouth wide open, breathing heavily, and worst of all, she had drooled a huge wet patch onto his chest. No wonder he had dreamed about a flood engulfing the rice fields back home in Akita Prefecture. So this was the reason. In contrast, Takina Inoue on his other side. She slept soundly, eyes shut, completely still except for the fact that her hands were tightly wrapped around his arm, hugging it against her chest. Aside from that, she was as peaceful as a sleeping kitten. Thinking this, Minami felt utterly disgusted. As someone from China, he had none of the excessive politeness or soft-spoken, stammering kindness, yasashi, of Japanese light novel protagonist. He was straightforward, so, without hesitation, he lifted his foot and kicked Chisato Nishikigi off the bed. Thud. A loud crash. What happened? What's going on? The blonde girl, who had just been kicked off the bed, was clearly still half asleep. She drowsily pushed herself up from the floor, struggling to open her eyes, but in the end, she was too groggy to manage more than a half-lidded squint. Even Minami had to admire her astonishing ability to sleep through anything. If it were a normal person getting kicked off the bed, they'd be instantly wide awake. But Chisato Nishikigi was completely different. She looked barely aware of what had just happened. Nothing. Just an earthquake. Minami, face calm and expressionless, casually lied. Chisato didn't respond immediately. She just sat there, her head bobbing up and down like a nodding off student in class. After about a full minute, she finally reacted as if she had just reconnected to reality. Oh, an earthquake. That's all. No big deal. I'm going back to sleep. Then, without hesitation, she climbed back onto the bed, wrapped herself back up in the blanket and flopped right back onto Minami's chest. Even the spot where she had been drooling remained exactly the same. Minami. Minami fell into silence. At the same time, looking at Takina Inoue, who had slept through everything, Minami tried to pull his right arm free. But the next moment the still sleeping Takina made a soft sound, smacked her lips and like a kitten protecting its food she tightly wrapped her arms around his hand again. Minami. Forget it. Not worth the effort. With his only free left hand, Minami grabbed a tissue from the bedside table and wiped off Chizato's drool. Then, without hesitation, he closed his eyes. He couldn't do anything about either of them. Neither of them could be woken up. Might as well just go back to sleep. In the gentle glow of morning the three of them held each other tightly. You slept comfortably. The temperature was perfect between spring and summer, and none of you woke up until noon. Upon waking up, Takina Inoue, realizing her indecent sleeping position, immediately apologized to you, bowing over 10 times. You simply waved a hand and smiled, not minding at all, because compared to Takina, who knew her mistake and took responsibility, you were more concerned about how to deal with Chisato Nishikigi, who not only knew her mistake but deliberately repeated it, even dragging others into it. Faced with your questioning, Chisato immediately admitted she was wrong but confidently assured you that, since she succeeded this time, she would absolutely do it again next time. Her carefree, audacious attitude made you frown, and without thinking, you reached out, pinching her soft, cute cheeks and stretching them apart. Beside you, Takina Inoue watched as Chisato giggled playfully under your scolding. Her usually cold, indifferent expression softened. She leaned against the doorway, resting her cheek in her hand. She wanted to stay in this simple, happy daily life with you and Chisato. Everything was moving in a beautiful direction. Meanwhile, in reality, Minami fell into deep thought. There was something strange about this. Logically speaking, when two girls like the same guy, there should be an intense romantic rivalry, a heated battle for love. But between Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue, Minami felt none of that. Instead, there was only harmony. Extreme harmony. It felt as if both of them were mutually accommodating each other, mutually yielding, neither willing to hurt the other through their own feelings. But if that were the case, what would happen going forward? Could this really be the harem route? Minami checked again. Yes. This was Chisato Nishikigi's romantic simulation, not Takina's. Deep breath. Minami focused back on the simulation. Chapter 101, Then Let's Become a Literary Master. Time continued to flow forward. Under your guidance, Takina Inoue's culinary skills improved by leaps and bounds. Though she could not surpass you, she became fully capable of managing Reiko on her own. Even though Reiko no longer required your constant attention, you still frequently visited. To you, Reiko had undoubtedly become a second home. Takina Inoue, Chisato Nishikigi, and the others welcomed your presence warmly. They remained uncertain about their future, but through constant exploration, they slowly began to find their direction. Your encouragement and support filled them with warmth and reassurance. During your breaks, they often invited you to their dormitory to spend time together. They would rack their brains trying to pick the perfect movie for you, and they put great effort into preparing homemade desserts. Seeing you enjoy their cooking, even just a small smile of satisfaction brought them immense joy. Your visits to their dorm became more and more frequent. Mika, the cafe manager, never once voiced any objections about the closeness between the three of you. To him, as long as they could find happiness in the future, that was all that mattered. But beautiful moments are never meant to last forever. As time continued to pass, you began dedicating yourself to university entrance exam preparations. For several months, you gradually reduced your visits to Reiko. Your presence there grew increasingly rare. During this time, the ever-lively Chisato Nishikigi seemed uncharacteristically subdued, as if someone had clipped her wings. Takina Inoue, who was usually so precise and focused in the kitchen, often found herself staring blankly at the chef's uniform you had once worn. Rather than fading with time, their longing for you only deepened as the days went by. On nights when she missed you the most, Chisato would pick up her phone, eager to call you, but just as her fingers hovered over the screen, she would hesitate and put it down. Takina, though she never expressed it out loud, secretly went to the nearest shrine and bought multiple academic success Amamori, good luck charms. She carefully packaged them before discreetly slipping them into your mailbox. They both wanted you to focus on your studies without any distractions. Every occasional video call from you would light up their faces with happiness. Just being able to see you and hear your voice was enough to make them feel at ease. At the same time, for you stuck in a monotonous and exhausting cycle of studying, they became the only bright spot in your gray, tedious days. Within the simulation, memory fragments surface. Minami-kun. Seriously. Do you even remember the last time you sent us a message? On the screen, Chisato Nishikigi's bright, energetic voice echoed through the video call. As she saw you looking well, she subconsciously relaxed, yet her lively personality took over in the next moment. She tilted her head and called out loudly, "Takina! Come over here. Stop washing dishes. That heartless guy who ghosted us for 8 days, 6 hours, and 5 seconds finally decided to send us a video message." "Huh? Is it Minami?" From the other end of the call, the sound of running water being turned off was heard. You watched as Chisato mischievously moved aside, revealing Takina Inoue, who was being forcibly pulled into the frame. "Wait. I'm not ready yet." Takina, slightly flustered, hastily wiped her damp hands on her apron. Then, out of your line of sight, she subtly adjusted her sleek, silk-like black hair before cautiously peeking half of her face into the camera. "Takina, what are you doing?" Chisato giggled teasingly. "Your face is so close to the camera. Your nostrils look huge." "Shut up. It's your fault for pulling me in so suddenly." Hearing this, Takina instinctively pulled back, her face slightly red. "Hee, no worries. Even if your face is too close, our heartless fiancé here wouldn't mind, right?" Chisato playfully dragged out the last word, looking at you through the screen with a mischievous smile. "Fiancé?" You raised an eyebrow. Humphrey, without missing a beat, Chisato suddenly wrapped her arms around Takina, resting her chin on Takina's forehead as she looked into the camera. She blinked dramatically and said, "Leaving 2 adorable fiancés all alone in the cafe, abandoned and suffering in solitude for over a week without a single message. If that's not heartless, what is, Minami-kun? I don't recall ever getting engaged to either of you. And if I did, shouldn't it be to just one person?" You countered calmly, refusing to fall for her teasing. "That won't do." Chisato Nishikigi pulled the hesitant Takina Inoue closer and hummed playfully, "If Minami-kun wants to marry the great Chisato-sama in the future, he has to take Takina along too." Chisato. Hearing Chisato say such an embarrassing thing, the naturally serious and easily flustered Takina tugged at her sleeve and spoke up. But clearly, Chisato just smiled mischievously and ignored her. Meanwhile, on the other end of the video call, Minami showed a thoughtful expression upon hearing those words. After a brief pause, he casually responded, "If you put it that way, I'm actually more interested in marrying Takina." Humphrey too naive, Minami-kun. Chisato's face lit up with her usual mischievous grin. "If you choose to marry Takina, then Chisato-sama will come along as part of the dowry." Oh my, what a lucky guy you are. You must have saved the world in a past life to deserve this kind of treatment. Chisato reached out and playfully tapped the camera lens. To Minami, it felt as if she was poking the tip of his nose through the screen. "Ah, sure. Minami gave her a sidelong glance, his tone flat and monotone like he was reading from a script. "I truly am the luckiest man in the world." It was already late at night, but their conversation showed no signs of ending. He talked with them for hours, the overly carefree and playful Chisato, and the serious yet somewhat cold Takina. Both brought him a unique kind of joy. During their chat, the ever free-spirited Chisato shared many of the things she wanted to do in the future. But the thing she wanted most, "I want to find happiness together with Minami-kun and Takina." Her voice in the video remained as playful and light-hearted as ever. But, you could tell that there wasn't a single trace of falsehood in her words. They spoke their true feelings in a joking manner, hoping you would give them an answer, but you did not respond at that moment, not just because you were busy preparing for your exams, but because you needed more time to think. At the same time, you silently made up your mind. In reality, with the way this route is developing, could it really end up that way? Feeling the simulation memories surfacing in his mind, Minami found himself uncertain. A double marriage. Would that really count as a happy ending? He rubbed his temples. But since things had already progressed this far, all he could do was keep watching. Time continued to pass, to everyone's shock. Despite having spent nearly an entire year working at the Reiko Cafe, you achieved the highest score in the University of Tokyo entrance exams. However, to everyone's surprise, you did not choose the medical department at Todai. Instead, you selected the university's literature program as your new path. Literature, huh? Seeing his simulated self's decision, the real Minami understood immediately. As someone who shared the same name, he knew exactly why he had made that choice. In Japan, literary figures have always enjoyed high social status. Even someone like Osamu Dazai, who attempted double suicide with his student, is still respected as Dazai-sensei in Japan. If he pursued this path, then maybe, just maybe, society would be more accepting of his relationship with Takina and Chisato. No. If he really wanted to walk this road, the struggles he would have to endure. At that thought, Minami shook his head and stopped overthinking it. That evening, to celebrate your acceptance into Todai, Reiko closed early to throw a party in your honor. Takina Inoue, using the cooking skills you had taught her, prepared a delicious feast. During the celebration, fueled by the mood and drinks, Mika the cafe owner made a suggestion to you. He hoped you would move into the Rukongai dormitory and live together with Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue. Given your daily commute to Todai and the poor conditions of your current rental apartment, the Rukongai dormitory was undoubtedly a better choice. Faced with Mika's invitation, you were tempted, but at the same time, you had to consider aside from you, the Rukongai dormitory was an all-female residence. Especially on the second floor, where Chisato and Takina lived, there were vacant rooms. Upon hearing your concerns, the members of Rukongai simply exchanged knowing glances and smiled. They had already accepted you as family, so how could they possibly reject your stay over something so trivial? You officially moved in with Chisato and Takina. Living with Chisato and Takina was filled with both joyful moments and awkward ones. For example, when you were about to use the bathroom, only to find Takina already sitting inside, her face flushed red in shock as she stared at you, or waking up in the morning to find Chisato sprawled on top of you sometimes, Takina too, or when you went to do laundry, only to find the washing machine stuffed with an overwhelming amount of women's undergarments, or leaving your room half asleep, only to bump into Chisato, who was dressed far too casually for comfort. At times like these, you often felt that Chisato was doing it on purpose. But against her reaction speed, level 5, and natural evasiveness, you could never catch her in the act, leaving you with no choice but to let it go for now. Meanwhile, Chisato and Takina also noticed a change in you. You seem to be taking your studies even more seriously than before your entrance exams, while restocking supplies for Rukongai. They would hear you mumbling about the novel structures. When preparing ingredients, they would see you flipping through complex foreign literature. Sometimes, the light in your room would stay on until late at night. Your sudden change puzzled them. After all, your academic performance was already top tier among your peers. Since you had already reached the pinnacle of your age group, why couldn't you slow down and take a break? But they never voiced these thoughts. Instead, they silently chose to support you. They would often struggle to carry your sleeping figure from the desk to your bed, carefully removing your outer jacket and tucking you in only to end up drenched in sweat from the effort. They would also stay up late to prepare nourishing soups for you, ensuring you took care of your health. No matter how late you worked, whenever you stepped out of your room, their figures would always be there. In the long, moonless nights, there were no stars, only them by your side. You took everything to heart. You remembered every single moment. Hard work always pays off for ordinary people, and even more so for geniuses. Your naturally exceptional academic talent was pushed to its limits through sheer effort, but you knew that if you were to walk this path, one that society could not accept alongside them, you would have to work harder than anyone else. Your academic proficiency soared, reaching a value of 9. Neither coursework challenges nor difficult questions from literature professors could stump you. The following year, under the pen name Chisato Takina, you published a short detective novel, The Doll, in one of Tokyo's most prestigious pulp fiction magazines. With the help of the publisher's marketing, The Doll achieved impressive success. That same June, you wrote and published Cafe No. 3 in the renowned literary magazine Shinsho, a work of Mono no Aware, The Pathos of Things. In it, you delicately depicted the story of a young man from the countryside who arrived in Tokyo, dazzled by its fleeting beauty, and accidentally met and fell in love with two girls, Chiko and Tako, in a deeply moving tale of love and sorrow. That year, books written under the name Chisato Takina saw soaring sales. In your third year, you became the first student at the University of Tokyo to skip a grade and earn a master's degree in literature. During this time, you continued to publish works under the pen name Chisato Takina in the Tokyo literary scene. Every time you released a new piece, its distinct style would astonish readers. Countless people sought to befriend you, a young man who had already achieved such literary success at such a young age, because you were not only young and accomplished but also exceptionally handsome among your peers. Numerous prestigious families in Tokyo extended marriage proposals to you, but you declined them all with polite indifference. Your heart had long since been equally divided between two people. No other woman could ever catch your attention. Your journey could not stop here. You had to aim even higher. Only by striving for greater heights could you be worthy of their unwavering devotion. Chapter 102. Everything seemed to be spiraling toward disaster. Your steps never faltered, not just for yourself, but for them as well. 1 year after obtaining your master's degree in literature, you poured your heart and soul into creating a full-length popular fiction novel, Traversing, which was published in the prestigious Tokyo literary magazine Nichigun. In this work, you depicted the story of a Chinese youth whose soul is transported into the body of a rural Japanese teenager, writing with an almost autobiographical sense of immersion. The protagonist's humorous self-obsession, paired with a casual and accessible storytelling style, made your novel widely popular among young readers. That same year, Traversing was awarded Most Popular Novel of the Year and won first place in the Japan Booksellers Award. Solidifying its status as a national bestseller, Traversing received high praise from Japan's renowned literary magazine Shinsho, with its witty, humorous prose and a narrative that feels strikingly real. Traversing showcases a boundless imagination and an effortlessly versatile writing style. No matter the genre, this author seems to master it with ease. This is the work of a new generation literary powerhouse, Chisato Takina, the so-called demon king of modern literature. Your fan base exploded across Japan. Within the same year, your collected works were translated and published internationally, earning you a global readership. In just 3 years, you rose with unparalleled momentum, becoming a dazzling new star in the Japanese literary world. And at the same time, as these 3 years quietly passed, the two 17-year-old girls of the past had now blossomed into young women of 20. Chisato Nishikigi grew out her golden short hair, tying it at the side with a ribbon. A mischievous smile always played at her lips, making her look even more lively and adorable. She would constantly ask you, "So? When are you finally going to marry me?" There was no blame in her voice, only her usual playful teasing. She loved to rest her head against your chest and listen to your heartbeat. Only at times like these, when she, a never-cheerful girl who could never sit still, would finally become quiet. Takina Inoue, on the other hand, remained largely unchanged in appearance, except that her once shoulder-length black hair had now grown to her waist. Her violet wisteria-colored eyes had deepened, carrying a calm, quiet beauty, yet whenever she gazed at you, that serenity would shatter, melting into pure warmth. After 3 years of living together, they had came to understand your habits inside and out. Likewise, they knew exactly why you worked so tirelessly. In Japan, literary figures hold an exceptionally high social status. The public's acceptance of a national writer is almost absurdly generous. If you could establish yourself as a literary giant, perhaps society would come to accept the relationship between you and them. You wanted them to be happy. That was why you abandoned the smooth, stable life you had once envisioned for yourself, diving headfirst into the waves of literature. Instead, you fought for their sake. But at the same time, Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue never once cared about how the world perceived them. To them, the opinions of others were irrelevant. They simply followed their hearts, without regret. That alone was enough. However, they never dismissed the significance of your efforts either. During a rare moment of rest, you once asked them, "Why do you like me?" Pressed close against you, they whispered in your ear, "No special reason, really. Just thinking about you makes us happy." Yes. Perhaps love never needed a reason. You held them tightly, as if drowning in this ocean of happiness. The following month, you penned a novel titled Distant Lands and Snow, a deeply modern, romantic tale, told from a first-person perspective. It detailed a protagonist's chance encounter with two enchanting young women during a journey. With prose that was delicate yet pure, gentle to the point of being utterly transparent, you painted the beauty of these two girls. Your writing, clear and elegant, blended effortlessly with the melancholic, wistful hearts of your characters, making this short story a literary masterpiece. Distant Lands and Snow was published under your pen name, Chisato Takina, and immediately sent shockwaves through Japan's literary world. Among the novel's breathtakingly beautiful lines, readers found the sorrow of unattainable love. Snow blankets the distant lands, and there she stands bathed in its gentle glow as twilight descends. The scene of her figure against a snowy dusk carries a transcendental beauty beyond this world. And when the snowflakes settle onto her hair, an indescribable, breathtaking loveliness sends shivers through my heart. Excerpt from Distant Lands and Snow. Faced with such hauntingly beautiful words, readers could hardly believe that this masterpiece was the work of a mere 20-year-old author. Some scholars even question whether you had truly written it, but in the end, they abandoned their skepticism, instead urging you to submit Distant Lands and Snow for consideration in the prestigious Akutagawa Prize. Of course, you had already anticipated this. Submitting it for the Akutagawa Prize was a foregone conclusion, and as expected, Distant Lands and Snow won the Akutagawa Prize without a hint of controversy. In truth, with your intelligence level at 9, you had already accumulated more than enough literary expertise. Your only missing piece had been emotional depth, and their presence had provided you with the most genuine emotional experiences to draw from. At last, your signature writing style was fully established. Within the Japanese literary community, you became known as a leading figure of modern romantic literature, revered as Master Minami, and in that moment, the name Chisato Takina truly resounded across all of Japan. You were only 21, with fame came wealth. Royalties and licensing fees poured in endlessly. Even if you stopped writing now, the money would continue to flow, enough to provide for your descendants for generations. But you didn't stop. The Akutagawa Prize, while prestigious, was ultimately meant to encourage emerging writers. Your ambitions lay beyond that. Your true goal, the one sought after by all mainstream fiction writers, was the Naoki Prize, and so, you continued to write. But this time, you didn't submit your work anywhere. You no longer needed the money. Writing had become a way to refine your craft. At the same time, you devoured other authors' works, absorbing their strengths, making them your own. You secluded yourself around your abode, and in that quiet, an entire year passed. Over the course of this year, The literary world saw the rise of numerous so-called literary geniuses. However, compared to the once revered name of Chisato Takina, they all fell short. Yet, an author who ceases to publish will inevitably fade from the public eye. During this period, while the pen name Chisato Takina was still occasionally mentioned, it became increasingly rare. Your prolonged silence in publishing led some to speculate that you had exhausted your creative talent. Consequently, more and more critiques and analyses of your writing began circulating. Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue were both furious at these baseless rumors, because they knew better than anyone your creative well had not run dry. On the contrary, compared to your past self, your literary craftsmanship had reached new heights. In fact, your collection of unpublished manuscripts had already piled up to an impressive volume. The real reason you refrained from publishing was that you sought to refine your once overly elaborate prose, stripping away its ostentation. After an entire year of self-imposed seclusion, your writing had been polished to its purest form. While no longer dazzling with extravagant rhetoric, it now exuded an essence of untainted beauty. Another month passed. Gazing out at the falling snow, you clasped Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue's hands, softly kissing them as the three of you nestled together in the winter landscape. You knew it was time to finally respond to the devotion they had shown you for so long. At the same time, this year of reflection had given you clarity. The ultimate path of a literary figure no longer concerned you. Your sole purpose had become clear: to ensure their happiness, and nothing else. And so, after a year of silence, under the pen name Chisato Takina, you officially published your latest full-length novel, Waiting for You Beyond the Horizon. For many, your year-long absence had erased you from their memories. Yet, for others, the anticipation for your return had never faded. These devoted readers eagerly purchased your book only to be utterly astounded. Gone were the flamboyant flourishes of diction. Gone was the indulgent melancholy of youth. It was as if all pretenses had been stripped away. Chisato Takina's writing now offered nothing but sheer, unadulterated beauty. Once again, your brilliant literary prowess left everyone speechless. Your words, refined to their purest form, drew countless readers into a trance, enraptured by the breathtaking elegance of your prose. If the literary world could hold only a single genius, then surely Chisato Takina would reign supreme. Review from Shinsho, Japan's esteemed literary magazine, with words so beautiful they defy description, immersing readers in a realm of literary wonder. Chisato Takina has already reached the level of a true literary master. Review from Danzō, one of Japan's most prestigious literary journals. A year ago, most people had forgotten about you, a fleeting star that once streaked across the literary sky, and yet, even after a year of silence, you once again captivated the world with the sheer beauty of your words. That year, the prestigious Naoki Prize in Japan announced its nominations. Among them, the pen name Chisato Takina stood prominently. That year, for the first time, you made a voluntary appearance on Tokyo television. With eyes that shimmered with an untainted brilliance from years immersed in literature, paired with your refined and elegant appearance, and the fact that you were only 21 years old, you quickly amassed a massive following. Among your fans, a staggering 80% were women. At the same time, certain entertainment magazines went so far as to label you as Japan's ideal husband, with surveys indicating that 87% of young Japanese women would be willing to marry you. However, you paid little attention to such trivial matters. Likewise, you rarely attended book signings, as you found them too time-consuming. To you, becoming an idol was a foolish endeavor rather than being someone's idol. You preferred to be their role model. As time went on, you even ceased to care about the outcome of the Naoki Prize. For you, titles and honors were meaningless. What truly mattered was spending time with Chisato and Takina. While you lost interest in the Naoki Prize, countless others kept a keen eye on its final results. Finally, after much anticipation, the winner of the prestigious Naoki Prize was announced, and there it was, the name that now represented Japan's greatest young literary figure, Chisato Takina. For the novel Waiting for You Beyond the Horizon, the entire nation fell silent. Since your debut, Chisato Takina had won countless literary awards, and now, even Japan's highest literary honor, the Naoki Prize, was yours. And to think you were only 21 years old. That year, the entire country was in a frenzy over you. Publishers bombarded you with requests, offering lucrative contracts and absurdly high royalties. Even your old high school, Shuka High, invited you back to deliver a speech. Chisato and Takina had never seen so many zeros on a contract before. It took them several sips of water just to steady their nerves. As for these invitations, you personally accepted the one from Shuka High, while leaving the rest to your legal representatives to handle. That same year, you declined an honorary doctorate in literature from the University of Tokyo, along with their offer for a professorship. Many people were in awe, amazed that someone could be so talented that they would turn down an invitation from Tokyo University. And then, the following month, you made an announcement that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the end of this month, you would be marrying both Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue. The revelation that both women would be wed to you simultaneously sent the Japanese literary world into complete chaos. Like a nuclear bomb, you had detonated within Japan's literary scene, shaking it to its very core. At the same time, some observant individuals began piecing things together, from your very first novel, Cafe Number 3, to Snow in the Distance, and now to Waiting for You Beyond the Horizon. Your works had consistently featured 2 female protagonists, and even your pen name reflected them. This sudden revelation left many of your admirers in disbelief. Meanwhile, others remained indifferent, arguing that as long as Chisato Takina was happy, nothing else mattered. A fierce debate ignited across Japan's literary circles. Suddenly, as the nation's most renowned literary figure, Chisato Takina found himself at the center of a storm of controversy. Everything seemed to be spiraling toward disaster. TL note, new month, new mass release quest, mission details, find the translator. Something to read. Got to be interesting for me, can't make it too simple to be completed. Some extreme smut is good too. Reward, mass release fail condition, takes too long. After 1 hour, the quest is gone. Chapter 103, Shoji Takina and Shoji Chisato. Everything seemed to be spiraling toward disaster. Upon reading this line, Minami furrowed his brows. What the hell? He had done everything in his power in this simulation. And yet, things were still seemingly heading toward disaster? Minami couldn't understand. But as he continued reading, focusing his mental energy on comprehending the situation, he suddenly had a moment of realization. Seemed. Huh? Upon noticing the word seemed in the phrase, everything seemed to be spiraling toward disaster. The tension in his chest instantly eased by half. This damned simulator loved playing tricks with wording. After so many simulation runs, Minami was practically used to it by now. Before, it always used to everything seemed to be heading in a wonderful direction. Now that he had grown immune to that, it switched tactics, saying seemed to be spiraling toward disaster instead. Unable to resist, Minami slapped the simulation interface hard, causing the faint blue screen to tremble, its text even flickering slightly. Only then did he withdraw his hand in satisfaction. Then, he once again immersed himself in the simulation. Although this could very well be another trick, he couldn't rule out the possibility that something truly was amiss. He needed to keep reading to find out how things would develop. Everything seemed to be heading in a terrible direction, yet, you paid no mind to the rumors, so much so that you didn't even bother explaining yourself. To you, as long as Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue could be happy, petty criticisms and accusations were meaningless. You were indifferent. As for Chisato Nishikigi, that was even more out of the question. The lively and mischievous girl didn't just ignore the backlash, she actually found it amusing. Eventually, she even created a personal blog where she regularly posted affectionate photos and tweets about you and Takina. Mocking internet trolls became her new favorite pastime. Takina Inoue, on the other hand, remained as serious as ever. She formally issued a public apology, explaining the nature of her relationship with Chisato. Growing up together in an orphanage, they had been each other's pillar of support. Their bond was far deeper than that of ordinary sisters. Now, falling in love with the same person. To them, it was simply a path to greater happiness. In her public statement, Takina expressed her regret that their marriage had caused such a stir, but even so, she made one thing clear: she had no intention of backing down. A girl as steadfast as her would never let outside opinions dictate her decisions. Both girls voiced their thoughts in their own ways, and you were no exception. As you prepared for the wedding, you also made time to write a short romance novel collection titled The World and I. With simple, delicate, and unembellished prose, you laid bare your inner thoughts. There were no exaggerated emotions, no dramatic flourishes. The entire book was as soothing as a cup of lightly brewed tea, bringing a sense of tranquility to its readers. True to the words on the book's dedication page, the world's opinions have nothing to do with me. Upon publication, The World and I was an instant sellout. Readers were enthralled by its serene, refreshing style, and at last, they understood. Your mindset was exactly as described in the book, calm, unshaken, and at peace. Seeing this for themselves, many critics finally ceased their debates. After all, Chisato Takina was a rare, fresh force in modern Japanese literature, someone capable of crafting literary masterpieces like Waiting for You Beyond the Horizon and Snow in the Distance should not have their creative spirit hindered by baseless controversies. And in Japan, society's tolerance for literary geniuses was extraordinarily high. Thus, what had once been a fiery public outcry gradually faded away. Cafe Number 3, Snow in the Distance, and Waiting for You Beyond the Horizon became known as the romantic trilogy of the 21st century. But to you, Chisato Nishikigi, and Takina Inoue, such recognition no longer mattered. You informed your parents and your 2 elder sisters about your decision to marry both girls. Being simple country folk, they initially had their doubts, but in the end, they relented, accepting your choice. That day, you brought Chisato and Takina to your hometown, Far from the hustle and bustle of the city, your rural home in Akita Prefecture brought them a sense of comfort and relaxation. Your parents and sisters were stunned by the sheer beauty of the two girls, yet, after witnessing the deep, inseparable bond between them and their responsible, diligent nature, any lingering objections they had quickly vanished. Later that evening, your parents pulled you aside. Their only request was this: take good care of Chisato and Takina. Make sure they are happy. Without hesitation, you gave them your word. As for Mika, the cafe owner, he had known about your relationship for quite some time. He had simply chosen to turn a blind eye, even going so far as to support you in subtle ways. When you finally informed him of your impending marriage, he responded with nothing but a calm nod. To him, Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue were like his own daughters, and he knew without a shred of doubt that the only person who could truly bring them happiness was you. He didn't dwell on it. He simply said one thing: I'm entrusting them to you. Yet, in that single sentence, you felt a weight as heavy as a mountain. In the study, you solemnly promised him. At the same time, the wedding you had been preparing for finally took place as scheduled. The ceremony was small. You only invited a few close friends, your family, and a handful of members from Reiko. At the wedding banquet, the two brides in white wedding dresses radiated two completely different kinds of beauty. Chisato Nishikigi remained as lively as ever. Even in the cumbersome wedding gown that restricted her movements, she was still laughing and chatting with guests, pulling at your hand with a million things she wanted to tell you alone. Takina Inoue, in contrast, spoke little. Clad in her pure white wedding dress, she quietly held onto your arm, her wisteria-colored eyes frequently glancing at you, while a gentle blush bloomed on her fair cheeks. Like a serene water lily in full bloom, happiness rippled through your shared gazes. A simple smile was enough to convey everything between you. You were now married to them both. Your relationship with them had deepened further, so it really was a two-brides route? As the simulated memories replayed in his mind, Minami rubbed his temples, feeling a hint of surprise. Looking at it this way, his decision in the "this choice will have far-reaching consequences" moment must have been the correct one. Had he chosen option 1, making future plans for both of them, it might have led to a tragic ending where neither of them found fulfillment. Had he chosen option 2, picking one of them, it likely would have resulted in a bittersweet ending, one person's happiness coming at the cost of lifelong regret for the other. Option 3, however, had been the hidden choice that led to the best outcome. And judging by how things were developing, it seemed like he had already secured a happy ending. But Minami made a strange face. Getting married to two people at the same time counts as a happy ending? After pondering for a moment, he came up with an explanation that at least made sense. To the simulator, happiness was defined by his and Chisato's marital life. If he had abandoned Takina to choose only Chisato, there was a high probability that Chisato would have felt regret even after marriage. For someone as lively yet gentle to everyone as Chisato, Takina's unhappiness would have been equivalent to her own. Now it all made sense. At the same time, Minami continued reading. On the night of the wedding, they both came to your room. That night, you experienced the fiery passion of a dancing flame and the gentle serenity of an orchid. That night, they willingly embraced you, and together, you all discovered the beauty of 36 different positions. You lost yourselves in one another. Your happiness increased. Chisato Nishikigi's happiness increased. Takina Inoue's happiness increased. Minami silently pulled up the simulation menu. Seeing that he had only 510 points of affection value left, he reluctantly gave up on the personal simulation option. It wasn't because he was particularly interested in the man and woman as one business. Minami mainly wanted to perfect the final outcome. With the personal simulation feature, he was certain he could achieve a flawless, 100-point simulation ending. Everything he did was solely for a perfect ending. That's all. To reiterate, Minami was absolutely not interested in that kind of thing. Time continued to flow forward. After declining Tokyo University's offer for a literature professorship, you remained a full-time freelance writer, with a massive fortune quietly sitting in your bank account, and the ongoing royalties still flowing in from your publishers. You all could live luxuriously without ever having to work again. You continued writing, while Takina Shoji and Chisato Shoji pursued their own aspirations. Days passed, one after another, until one day, a piece of news arrived that would change everything for all of you. Chisato Shoji was pregnant. Upon receiving the news, all the members of Reiko gathered together to celebrate. You also put your writing career on hold, staying by your wife's side. Chisato Shoji, once so lively and energetic, gradually became more composed during pregnancy. In front of you, she was still the same Chisato, smiling playfully, clinging to you, planting long, affectionate kisses on your face, but in the eyes of others, she had already shed her past immaturity. Her delicate, beautiful face now bore the unmistakable glow of a woman deeply content in her marriage, looking toward the future with hope. Meanwhile, compared to her best friend Chisato Shoji's smooth and joyful journey, up until now, Takina Shoji's belly had yet to show any signs of change, making her visibly anxious. Although she still maintained her usual gentle and composed demeanor, on many nights, she was far more proactive than before. You noticed her concern, you saw it, and you remembered it. At the same time, you didn't forget that in the regretful dream before, Takina Shoji's pregnancy reaction was extremely severe, so severe that it might have cost her life. A mistake once made, you would never make again. You began carefully preparing meals to help stabilize her pregnancy and improve her constitution. Days continued to pass, and finally, one day, Takina Shoji got the result she had been hoping for. That day, Chisato Nishikigi was overjoyed for her and even took it upon herself to name the child. From that moment on, you began paying extra attention to Takina Shoji's health. Another month went by. Compared to Takina Shoji, whose pregnancy had only just progressed, Chisato Shoji was the first to give birth to a baby girl. You and Chisato Shoji named her Shoji Nashiro. Adorable Nashiro quickly became the cherished treasure of all the Reiko members and your family. The leftover woman Mizuki Nakahara bought her countless children's outfits. The perpetually slacking off Kurame meticulously ordered high-quality formula milk online. Mika, the cafe owner, adored this little girl as if she were his own granddaughter, so much so that even when she occasionally peed on him, he would simply laugh it off, completely unfazed. Whenever you, Chisato Shoji, and Takina Shoji saw this, happiness would shine on your faces. A river of joy flowed among you. At the same time, you never forgot to keep an eye on Takina Shoji's condition. At night, when she confided in you about her anxieties, you would always use your signature humor to dissolve all her nervousness. Simply by having you and Chisato Shoji by her side, her once tense and worried state began to ease significantly. Meanwhile, you continued to cook carefully curated meals to support a smooth pregnancy, doing everything in your power to prevent the tragic outcome of your past dream from happening again. You and Chisato Shoji massaged her when she was fatigued. On nights when nightmares disturbed her, you and Takina Shoji would comfort and soothe her unease. Under your combined care, time quietly moved forward, and finally, Takina Shoji's delivery began. In response, you steeled yourself. This time there would be no regrets. Chapter 104, Chisato and Takina. This time there would be no regrets. Upon seeing this line, in reality, Shoji Minami still felt a tinge of unease. After all, in the previous timeline's tragic ending, nobody had survived, and Takina Inoue's severe pregnancy reaction was what had ultimately ended her life. Even though he had made thorough preparations in this timeline, human physiology, not even doctors could predict everything with certainty. Tensing up, he continued reading. As expected, Takina Shoji's pregnancy symptoms were severe, just as you had anticipated. The intense strain made her suffer immensely, and you found yourself breaking into a nervous sweat. But this time, the outcome was completely different from the regret-filled dream. Thanks to your meticulous care and Chisato Shoji's unwavering presence at her side, Takina Shoji, both physically and mentally stabilized, managed to endure this grueling period. That's it. In reality, Minami let out a deep breath. Even though it was just a simulation, this proved that Takina Inoue's pregnancy struggles could be overcome. However, judging by the simulator's description, both my care and Chisato's companionship were crucial factors. Finally, Minami understood. In the previous timeline, Chisato Nishikigi had died due to her congenital heart disease. Even though Minami had taken great care of Takina Inoue, he had ultimately failed to save her life. If he thought about it that way, it was no wonder why the route required both Chisato and Takina to be together. Had he chosen to abandon Takina Inoue, Chisato Nishikigi would have likely fallen into deep guilt and sorrow. Had Chisato's companionship been missing, Takina Inoue would have inevitably succumbed to her pregnancy complications. Like a symbiotic relationship, true happiness could only be achieved if both Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue were together. The simulation continued. After enduring days of struggle, Takina Shoji finally gave birth to a baby girl. You and Takina Shoji named her Shoji Harutoki. Your lives were no longer as simple as before, sitting in the garden you purchased with your manuscript royalties, watching the flowers bloom and wither before your eyes, seeing Shoji Nashiro and Shoji Harutoki grow up day by day. You couldn't help but feel an indescribable sense of emotion. It was as if your own life was continuing in another form. At moments like these, Shoji Chisato and Shoji Takina would always sit beside you, softly reminiscing about the time they first met you, whispering words of love that only the three of you could understand. Memories surged within the simulation. Flowers bloomed and fell in the garden. Sitting on the bench with them, just a single glance was enough to see the fulfillment in each other's eyes. I used to like you, Minami-kun, she said suddenly, gazing at their two daughters, who were playing and laughing in the yard. And now? Now. She paused for a moment before breaking into a playful laugh. Now. I think I like you even more. Her voice was both calm and mischievous, carrying far through the quiet garden. That voice made the black-haired woman beside her let out a gentle chuckle. He turned to look at the black-haired one. She was just as reserved as always, saying nothing, merely reaching out her hand to quietly hold his. He simply smiled, lifting his hand to gently caress her delicate, orchid-like face. Perhaps the clouds had stolen the sake he left on the rooftop. Her cheeks turned as red as the evening sky. You gazed at each other, and in that moment, time seemed to lose its meaning. You sat there in silence, as old memories drifted through your minds. What is happiness? Perhaps, simply exchanging a glance was already enough. That was happiness. Time continued to move forward. You gradually aged, while your daughters continued to grow. Shoji Harutoki, though she bore a striking resemblance to Shoji Takina in appearance, inherited none of her mother's composed and gentle personality. She was lively and energetic, so much so that Shoji Takina often found her a headache to deal with. Yet, despite frequently getting scolded, Shoji Harutoki always readily admitted her mistakes only to repeat them without hesitation the next time. Likewise, she inherited Chizato's extraordinary athletic ability. At school, her cheerful personality, exceptional physical abilities, and beauty that rivaled her mother's youthful elegance made her immensely popular. Not only did she receive love letters from boys, but even a number of girls sent them as well. However, despite her outstanding physical prowess, her academic performance was utterly mediocre. She didn't inherit even a fraction of your intelligence. You weren't too concerned about this. After all, studying was merely one pathway to a bright future. If she wasn't inclined toward academics, she could always carve a path in athletics. In contrast, Shoji Nashiro, the daughter of Chisato Shoji, was nothing like her cheerful, carefree mother. She was calm and composed, always immersed in books, showing little interest in physical activities but displaying undeniable genius in academics. Likewise, the golden-haired girl was cold and indifferent toward others. Even when dealing with her ever-playful and unserious mother, she remained distant and aloof. The only exception was when she interacted with you, her father. During those moments, she would drop her icy facade and secretly, almost sulkily, snuggle up to you. Whenever this happened, Chisato would always grin mischievously, call you away, and throw Nashiro a playful, teasing glance. This irked Nashiro greatly. Two daughters, completely opposite in nature, made Chisato Shoji and Takina Shoji wonder if they had somehow taken home the wrong babies at birth. But what frustrated them even more, was that despite how unruly and challenging their daughters could be with them, they were completely obedient when it came to you. Anything you asked of them, they would follow willingly. Chisato and Takina could only sigh in exasperation. Even in middle age, it seemed your charm over women hadn't diminished in the slightest. They both began to keep a much closer eye on you. Unaware of your wife's growing wariness, you continued your peaceful routine, spending time with your daughters, teasing your wives, and dedicating yourself to literary creation in your study. The mind cannot remain in the same state as it was in youth. At the age of 34, your writing skills had reached an entirely new level. With years of experience living alongside Chisato and Takina, your understanding of life had deepened. Your literary refinement had advanced even further. Over the years, you had produced countless novels that astonished the literary world. If Chisato Takina had once been considered a rising literary genius among the younger generation, then today, Chisato Takina was undoubtedly a master who held a defining place in the literary world. As for the controversy from over a decade ago, it had long since faded from people's memories. Though occasional rumors still surfaced, they no longer had any real impact. A renowned literary journal reviewed your work, stating, "Master Shoji's writing, though simple and unadorned, carries a purity that deeply moves the heart, making it impossible to forget." The following year, your essay My New Life was included in school textbooks, becoming a required reading piece for junior high students. Despite your ever-growing wealth, you yourself never changed. You still took the time to host gatherings, inviting your old friends from Ryko to reunite over drinks. Mizuki Nakahara had long since quit drinking, admitting that excessive alcohol consumption had indeed been harmful to her body. Kurami, once a petite girl, had now grown into a graceful young woman finally of age to drink. Mika, now over 60, remained in remarkably good health. During these gatherings, you all reminisced joyfully, enjoying the warm and comforting atmosphere. Time continued to flow. You kept writing, while Shoji Chisato and Shoji Takina remained by your side, as carefree as ever. Under your watchful eyes, Shoji Harutoki was scouted by a prestigious sports university to become a professional athlete. Meanwhile, Shoji Nashiro, inheriting your literary talent, was admitted to the University of Tokyo's Department of Literature with outstanding grades. She seemed determined to follow in your footsteps. Regarding their choices, you, Chisato, and Takina refrained from interference, just as you had once treated them. You believed that a child's future should be theirs to choose. Undoubtedly, Shoji Harutoki and Shoji Nashiro were truly your daughters. Within just 1 year of university, both had achieved remarkable success in their respective fields, earning the envy of their peers. Harutoki broke national records in athletics with overwhelming dominance. Nashiro, still only a freshman, had already begun serializing her first novel. They both quickly became known as prodigies. Time moved forward once again. With your daughters now fully independent, no longer requiring your guidance, you and your wives found joy in their accomplishments. You continued cherishing the time spent with your beloved Chisato and Takina, as the river of happiness continued to flow between you. After graduating, Shoji Nashiro pursued her literary ambitions, striving to step out from under your shadow. After all, being the daughter of a literary giant came with immense pressure. Conversely, Shoji Harutoki had a much more carefree mindset. After university, instead of embarking on a professional sports career as everyone expected, she developed a passion for FPS, first-person shooter, games. With her extraordinary reflexes and years of athletic training sharpening her senses, she quickly rose to become a top-tier national gaming streamer, amassing over 1 million subscribers on YouTube. You and your wives observed all this with pride and joy. Gradually, they stepped into the public eye, while you and your wives retreated into the background. Time is impartial, it does not slow down for anyone. As the years passed, you and your wives aged, yet, even as time took its toll, you continued to sit in your garden, watching the flowers bloom and wither, whispering words of love only the three of you could understand. The passage of time did not bring regret. If anything, it made you cherish the small moments of happiness even more. You kept writing, but compared to your younger days, you no longer cared for fame or recognition. Piles of manuscripts accumulated, each one capable of shaking Japan's literary world if published, yet you never sent a single one to a publisher. For you, these works were merely a way to pass the time with your wives, a private treasure trove of words shared only among the three of you. You remained as humorous as ever, always bringing smiles to their faces. However, no one can escape the passage of time. As Shoji Chisato aged, her once healthy body gradually weakened. When her time finally came, you, Shoji Takina, and your two daughters were by her side, even in her final moments. She still wore a smile just as she had in her youth, full of boundless energy. You and Takina felt no regrets, for life and death are beyond human control. As long as Chisato left this world feeling happiness, that was enough. Life carried on. 2 years later, time finally caught up with Shoji Takina as well, her once strong body now frail and weary. You held her hand tightly, exchanging a smile. The warmth of your touch made both of you fearless in the face of death, just as Chisato had been. After Takina's passing, you laid her to rest beside Chisato, silently awaiting the day when your own time would come. Yet, you did not feel sadness, nor did you succumb to despair. The love and warmth you had shared with them continued to give you strength, encouraging you to keep moving forward. You resumed your writing. Through your reflections on life and death, you finally grasped the true essence of literature. You poured all your remaining days into one final masterpiece. As you wrote, your remaining life force slowly faded away, yet, you paid it no mind, for with every word you penned, you could feel the heartbeat of your story. You wished to leave behind a trace of your love, of your existence in this world, and so, you wrote until the very end. On the day your life finally reached its conclusion, you lay upon your bed, your two daughters clutching your hands tightly. In the fading light of consciousness, you seemed to see the younger versions of Chisato and Takina smiling at you. It felt as though the love and happiness you had shared with them would carry on forever. Overwhelmed by the profound beauty of this final moment, you closed your eyes, embracing the stillness of eternity. In a hazy vision of white light, you found yourself once again in Rukongai Cafe, where your two beloved wives awaited you. You stepped inside, and they greeted you with warm smiles. Time itself seemed to freeze in that moment. After your passing, Shoji Nashiro and Shoji Harutoki carefully sorted through the manuscripts you had left behind. Among them, they discovered a treasure trove of unpublished works. Your words, simple yet profound, carried an indescribable beauty when read closely, and hidden among these manuscripts, they found the only full-length novel you had meticulously written in proper manuscript format, Chisato and Takina. This was the novel that held all your thoughts, the culmination of your life's work. Within its pages, you poured every ounce of literary skill you had mastered, using the purest words to recount your journey within the story of your love and shared life. Its captivating content and unparalleled writing style made it an instant sensation upon release. Beyond that, the novel's influence spread far beyond Japan. Within the same month of publication, international publishers quickly translated it to meet soaring demand. The following year, Chisato and Takina was hailed by world-class literary institutions as a must-read novel of the 21st century. Your unparalleled literary achievements cemented your legacy as a master who reshaped the landscape of Japanese literature. That same year, your novel Chisato and Takina won the Nobel Prize in Literature, shocking the entire world. Your name, along with theirs, was forever etched into the annals of world literary history. Simulation ends. Chapter 105, Shoji Minami's Romantic Writing Technique. Simulation complete. Seeing this line, Minami, who had been resting his chin on his hand, couldn't help but glance sideways at the pale blue simulation screen. He had always thought that this love simulation system was incredibly bizarre. But now, he was certain. You're not just bizarre, you're a simulation system that lacks common sense. Staring at the content of the simulation, Minami couldn't help but speak to the faint blue screen. Do you even know that the Nobel Prize generally isn't awarded posthumously? The system interface remained unchanged. Minami stroked his chin in contemplation. Indeed, the Nobel Prize is typically not given to deceased individuals, but there have been exceptions cases where someone received the award after their passing. Judging from the simulation's memories, he had been nominated for the Nobel Prize multiple times, but each time he had declined it for various reasons. Even in the year he passed away, one of his works had already been selected as the winning piece and was officially awarded the Nobel Prize. However, because he had dedicated himself entirely to completing Chisato and Takina, he never lived to accept the award. Minami guessed that he had likely already been chosen as the recipient before his death, and since it was too late to select another winner within the same year, the committee had simply upheld their decision. Well, whatever. It doesn't really concern me anyway. Minami nestled back into his blankets and continued reading. After all, he still hadn't seen the final simulation results. He was also quite curious how exactly would the system classify this ending? Simulation results. Simulation complete. System score, 93 points. You have achieved a happy ending. System evaluation, 3 lives reached their end in peace, and the river of happiness flowed within you all. You never once felt regret. They stormed into your world like a whirlwind, one bright and cheerful, stealing your heart with her warmth, the other cold and serious, making it impossible for your gaze to waver. For them, you willingly dedicated your entire life. And for you, they bravely endured the scrutiny of the world. Your love faced no hardships, everything progressed naturally, effortlessly. In your youth, you worked tirelessly to improve their lives, guiding them through hardships, and from that, love blossomed. For their sake, you never stopped striving. With unwavering determination, you climbed to the peak of literary excellence, clearing every obstacle in your path. For this, you endured relentless criticism, but your heart remained unchanged. As time went on, you had children. Their lives and happiness became an extension of your own. The love between you and your wives was as delicate as cherry blossoms in the courtyard, yet as vast and unstoppable as a mighty river. Love like flowers, love like mountains and rivers. In middle age, you had long since looked past worldly matters. Simply gazing at each other was enough to make even the coldest winter seem endearing. In your later years, you embraced and supported one another, but no one can defy the passage of time and the laws of nature. Under your watchful gaze, they passed away one after the other, leaving you alone. But you found solace in this. If you had gone first, how heartbroken would they have been? After their passing, you poured your heart into writing Chisato and Takina. Your longing for them burned through your very being, fueling your final moments with creative passion. Not once did you regret falling in love with them. Even on your deathbed, in your fading memories, they remained as beautiful as ever. A 93-point happy ending, huh? Seeing the system notification, Minami was slightly surprised. He had expected this happy ending to score lower than the one he achieved with Hitori Goto. But unexpectedly, this ending scored 93 points, 1 point higher than the one with Hitori Goto. A surprising yet unsurprising result. Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue were always the kind of people who would sacrifice everything for the ones they loved. Whether before or after marriage, they had no regrets. Their love unfolded naturally, without any drama or obstacles. The system's evaluation criteria were simple. It only judged the happiness level of Minami and the simulated individuals. With that in mind, Minami completely understood the reasoning behind the score. Rather than dwell on it, he turned his attention to the system's reward settlement. System rewards, settlement complete. You have obtained the pure and simple romantic writing technique of late life Minami and a one-time use character card, unrivaled tracking, Chisato Nishikigi. Your writing, romance, skill has leveled up to level 4, huh? Romantic writing technique? Chisato Nishikigi's unrivaled tracking? What the hell? Minami was beginning to notice that the system's reward descriptions were getting more and more abstract. So abstract that he could barely make sense of them. The romantic writing technique was at least understandable. It simply meant that in the simulation, his writing style in his later years had reached an unparalleled level of romanticism. But what exactly was this unrivaled tracking, Chisato Nishikigi character card supposed to be? Unable to comprehend it at first glance, he simply clicked on the item description. Unrivaled tracking, Chisato Nishikigi character card, love is war. Showing mercy to outsiders is being cruel to yourself. With unmatched execution and decisiveness, she never believed that passivity or hesitation would lead to love. To her, only taking the initiative can secure victory. I don't seem like the kind of woman who would stalk someone. But to win your heart, I specifically developed an unrivaled tracking method. Chisato Nishikigi, one-time use character card. Upon activation, you will be able to perfectly conceal your presence. No human intuition or surveillance technology will be able to detect you. This ability allows you to flawlessly track a target of your choosing. Minami fell into silence. Wow. Now he understood completely. This was basically a stalking tool. And seriously, Chisato, are you for real? How is this the ability that got turned into a character card? Do you even realize that stalking is illegal? At this moment, Minami genuinely felt that Chisato Nishikigi's mindset could be quite dangerous at times. Probably because she came from the espionage-filled, terrorist-ridden, gunfight-packed world of Lycoris Recoil. Still, despite how ridiculous this ability seemed, it could actually be useful if he ever needed to gather information on a simulation target. That said, Minami thought to himself, a righteous, kind, and virtuous young man like me would never resort to using this kind of tool. Probably. Well, whatever. I'll just hold on to it for now. He carefully stored the Chisato Nishikigi character card away and then turned to check the next reward. Elder Minami's pure and unembellished romantic writing technique, countless days and nights of learning, an accumulation of countless works and manuscripts on the path of literature. You advanced relentlessly, creating miracles in literary history with your own efforts. The works you wrote for them carried a profound sense of romance, stripped of all superficial embellishments, yet undeniably beautiful. With this style, you left an indelible mark on world literary history. Their passing stirred great waves in your heart, and through the interplay of life and death, your words were elevated to new heights. You never forgot them, and your works never did either. A great novel can move its readers to tears. A truly powerful piece of writing can captivate them entirely, shake them to their core, and leave them weeping uncontrollably. No need for elaborate rhetoric, no need for forced sentimentality amidst the busyness and bleakness of life. Have you ever truly been saved by a novel? Your writing has the power to make people genuinely feel the most unforgettable romantic moments of their lives. This is some real supernatural stuff. Minami stared at the description of the newly acquired Elder Minami's pure and unembellished romantic writing technique and his newly unlocked writing, romance, level 4 inches skill. Then, his gaze shifted to the regretful life guitar resting nearby. After that, he thoughtfully opened his skill list, scanning through Shoji Hitori's happy cooking skills. Perhaps he had been influenced too much by this bizarre simulator. A strange idea popped into Minami's head. What if someone were to read a novel he wrote, while listening to a song he played on the regretful life guitar? And at the same time, enjoying a meal he cooked using Shoji Hitori's happy cooking skills? What kind of scene would that be? The thought intrigued him, but he didn't immediately put it into action. Because, at the moment, he was more interested in testing out Elder Minami's pure and unembellished romantic writing technique, and seeing what kind of writing it would produce. Might as well give it a shot. Minami had always been the type to act on his ideas immediately. Without hesitation, he grabbed a piece of paper and a pen from his bag. You have acquired the special trait, Action-Oriented Level 1. He ignored the sudden system notification and pondered for a moment before casually jotting down a random depressing quote he had seen on the internet in his previous life. Then, he set the pen down and carefully read what he had written. He was curious to see how exactly this supernatural simulator was going to make him feel romantic about it. He stared at the words intently. He read them seriously. But nothing seemed to happen. Minami scratched his head. A depressing quote was still just a depressing quote. There was no change whatsoever. It didn't stir any emotions in him. After all, in his previous life, he had already seen countless variations of these types of phrases. He committed suicide. I'm just a kindergarten kid, but the weight of life is suffocating me. He had seen them all before. He shook his head and glanced at his writing again. And then, the more he looked at it, the harder it was to look away. A strange, indescribable beauty and a surge of pure romantic sentiment rose from the depths of his heart. Minami found himself thinking about a lot of things. Reflecting on his life, he realized that he had always been working tirelessly, constantly chasing grand ambitions. But was that really the right way to live? A single tear rolled down from the corner of his eye. He suddenly remembered his aunt's friend's uncle's adopted stray dog had passed away this winter. It was just like human life, so insignificant, so aimless, just living and sleeping until death. Was this truly what life should be? No. This is not right. He clenched his fists. I can't waste my life like this. I must be more romantic. I need to confess my love. I need to share my life with someone. I can't be a coward anymore. I can do this. Romance and beauty exist in faraway places. Poetry and the ocean are also waiting for me. And as for the practice target for his confession, let's use his aunt's friend's uncle's adopted stray dog. Wait, what? Minami violently shook his head, desperately banishing the overwhelming urge to confess his love and find a life partner from his mind. Then, with a look of utter shock and disbelief, he stared at the words he had just written. What the hell kind of cursed ability is this? This was even more ridiculous than the regrets of life, guitar. And how was this romantic in any way? Recalling the uncontrollable thoughts that had just filled his mind, I must confess. I need to fall in love. The world is vast, I must go explore it. Minami rubbed his temples. This so-called romantic writing technique shouldn't even be called that. It should be called love confession courage amplifier. Though, I must admit, there really was a certain kind of romantic beauty in it. Minami flicked the paper on his desk, now treating it as if it were a dangerous nuclear weapon. Yes. It was that dangerous. After using this skill, apart from the flood of emotions surging in his heart, Minami also experienced a pure, deeply felt realization that the beauty of words could be so incredibly romantic. He felt that his years of hard work in studying, leaving Akita Prefecture to pursue his education in Tokyo while carrying everyone's expectations, was also a form of arduous romance. He also recalled the past simulations with Hattori Gota, Ryao Yamada, and others. Every smile, every glance exchanged. Meeting them, falling in love, and getting to know them. Lingering in those moments, unwilling to leave. So the beauty of life had been right beside him all along. And perhaps because of his newly acquired writing, romance, level 4 inches skill, Minami realized that his handwriting now carried a certain charm, unlike his previously rigid, printed-like penmanship. Overall, it's not completely useless, I suppose. Feeling satisfied with his newly acquired skill, Minami lay back down in bed. As for everything else, he didn't want to think about it for now. Right now, he only wanted to sleep. Because once this weekend break ended, it would be time for Shuka High School's routine monthly test. And right after that, the school festival, the Shuka Festival, would take place. Although Minami was certain that he would once again secure first place in the exam, out of respect for his fellow students, he decided to get some proper rest beforehand. As for the Shuka Festival afterward, that had nothing to do with him. Whatever his classmates wanted to do, they could do it. I wonder what kind of event Hattori Goto's class is planning this year. And after achieving another happy ending, would Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue, like Hattori Gota before them, also begin to recall fragments of their happiness memories? With those thoughts swirling in his mind, Minami gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 106, Are You and I Kindred Spirits? How could I have just died like that? At the break of dawn, Chisato Nishikigi jerked awake from her dreams, staring at the empty room around her in utter disbelief. Yes. In the sudden memories that had surfaced in her mind, how could she have died so early? Shouldn't she have outlived Takina Inoue, then outlived Minami, and only then passed away? Why did I die so soon? Recalling the dream after her own passing, Takina Inoue followed soon after, and in their absence, an elderly Minami sat alone in their empty home, silently gazing at the bench where the three of them had once sat together. Chisato Nishikigi unconsciously placed her hand over her chest. There. A feeling of unsettled emotions had begun to pile up. She pulled open the curtains, looking at the sky, now turning pale white with morning light. What kind of feelings had he carried, staring at that empty home all alone? Taking a deep breath, Chisato Nishikigi tried to steady herself. Even though she knew that the memories surfacing in her mind were completely baseless, they just felt way too real. As if she had truly accompanied that young man through spring and summer, through autumn and winter. And it made her urgently want to call Minami, just to ask about his thoughts. However, in the end, she didn't go through with it. Because, compared to that idea, I should go for a run. Stretching her arms with determination, she murmured to herself. She didn't want to die early like in those memories, leaving Minami behind all alone. So even though she had never been interested in morning runs, she decided, from this day forward, to start taking care of her health. Outdoor sportswear. Oh, found it. Rummaging through her closet, she pulled out a red tracksuit that she had barely ever worn. Chisato Nishikigi stroked her smooth chin thoughtfully, then instinctively glanced toward her bedroom door. She hesitated for a moment. Should she invite Takina Inoue to come along for exercise? Because, according to those memories that had suddenly surfaced in her mind, Takina Inoue hadn't lived much longer than she had. Just 2 years after Chizato's passing, Takina had followed her in death. If she was going to exercise and maintain her health, wouldn't it be better to have Takina join her as well? She found herself caught in a dilemma. After about a minute of internal debate, she shook her head. No. Never mind. Yes. Forget it. At the end of the day, this was just a bunch of baseless memories suddenly appearing in her head. Even if she was eccentric, even she couldn't bring herself to say something like, "Hey, Takina, we're going to get married to Minami-kun someday, so let's start running now to prepare for a healthy, happy future together." That would be way too embarrassing. Besides, Takina had spent all of yesterday balancing Reiko's financial accounts. She was probably still fast asleep right now. And Takina wasn't the type to have a habit of waking up early for a morning run, anyway. She should let her sleep a little longer. With that decision made, Chisato stopped overthinking it. Moving quietly, she changed into her red sportswear, then, gently pushed open the door and stepped outside. And then two surprised voices. The first was a calm yet slightly bewildered murmur from Takina Inoue, the second was a more shocked reaction from Chisato Nishikigi. Because they had both noticed it. Each of them was wearing outdoor sportswear. Both of them opened their mouths slightly, but for a moment, as if sharing the same thought, they fell into silence. But even in this silence, Chisato Nishikigi's mind was in complete turmoil. What the hell is going on? She stared at Takina Inoue, who had tied her hair into a single ponytail and was quietly sneaking out the door just like herself, completely confused. She knew Takina very well. Her best friend and housemate never had the habit of going for morning runs. In fact, since Takina usually stayed up late working, she would always wake up at least 10 minutes later than Chisato. But today, Takina was up early, already dressed for a workout, as if she were planning to go out for a run. For some reason, a bold idea suddenly surfaced in Chisato's mind. She felt like it was impossible. But could it be that Takina, like her, had also suddenly gained those strange, seemingly lived memories? She raised her head and sneaked a glance at Takina. She couldn't tell for sure. Because honestly, could something like this even happen? Two people sharing the same dream? Waking up with identical new memories? From a realistic perspective, that was completely impossible, right? And on top of that, those memories were about both of them marrying the same person. So, cautiously, Chisato decided to test the waters. Takina. This is rare. Are you going out for a morning run? Faced with her best friend's question, Takina Inoue also felt a wave of panic rise in her chest. Waking up suddenly from that dream, she had been so preoccupied with those newly surfaced memories that she had subconsciously dressed in outdoor workout clothes, intending to go for a run. But she hadn't expected to run into Chisato the moment she stepped outside. All she could do was nod. Yes. I just suddenly felt like going out for a run. She then glanced at Chisato's red sportswear. Chisato, you too? The moment she said that, she immediately noticed something unusual. The always cheerful and carefree Chisato suddenly looked a little uneasy. She even averted her gaze slightly, and in an extremely unconvincing tone, mumbled a ha-ha. Yeah. Something like that? Suspicious. Very suspicious. Takina knew Chisato all too well. She knew for a fact that Chisato had a habit of staying up late watching movies. Early mornings were not her thing. So why the sudden change in behavior? Takina couldn't figure it out. But at the same time she had the exact same thought as Chisato. Could it be that Chisato also had suddenly gained the same memories? Thinking about the memories in her own mind, the usually serious and calm Takina couldn't stop a faint blush from spreading across her cheeks. She couldn't help it. Two people getting married. To the same person. It was too embarrassing to even say out loud. And yet she had actually woken up early just to exercise, because of those memories? She seriously started to question if something was wrong with her brain. But the memories had felt so real. So undeniably real that she couldn't just brush them off. Even now, the emotions from those memories still lingered. Lost in thought, Takina absent-mindedly placed a hand over her chest. Just as she was about to say something, Chisato standing right in front of her suddenly made a suggestion. How about we run together? Okay. With no real reason to refuse, and also curious about Chisato's state of mind, Takina nodded in agreement. Together, they stepped outside. The morning streets of Tokyo, stripped of their usual bustling chaos, lay silent and peaceful. One leading and one following, they ran at their own pace. Under the early morning light, the sight of two stunning girls, one with golden hair, the other with jet black locks, gracefully jogging down the street became a breathtaking scene. If any Tokyo media reporters had been around, they probably would have rushed over for an interview. But for Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue, the current atmosphere between them felt a little awkward. They were both curious about each other's behavior. Several times, they wanted to start a conversation. But every time the words never quite made it out. Finally Chisato was the first to break. She couldn't take the awkwardness anymore. She abruptly stopped running. Chisato? Seeing Chisato come to a sudden halt, Takina slowed down as well, looking puzzled. Ugh, I can't take this anymore. Chisato Nishikigi, always the type to take action rather than hesitate, couldn't stand the awkward atmosphere any longer. So she simply turned to face Takina and, with absolutely zero hesitation, blurted out what was on her mind. All right, I'm just gonna say it straight. Takina, did you suddenly get new memories too? Memories? Takina's soft pink lips parted slightly. That's right. Chisato Nishikigi put her hands on her hips and let out a confident Humphrey. Flashing an energetic smile, completely unconcerned about what others might think as she spoke bluntly, it's that dream where Takina and I are part of a harem. Harem. The wording was far too direct, and it instantly turned the usually serious and meticulous Takina Inoue's face into a bright shade of red. She panicked, quickly scanning her surroundings to confirm that no passers-by were nearby. Only after letting out a relieved sigh, she hurriedly rushed over to Chisato's side and, in an extremely shy and hushed voice, protested, "Chisato. Wait a second. What are you even talking about? What do you mean by harem?" By the time she got to the end of her sentence, her voice was trembling from embarrassment. What's the big deal? Since the topic had already been brought up, Chisato no longer felt awkward at all. She let out a mischievous chuckle and playfully poked Takina's chest, teasing, "In my memories, Takina-san was surprisingly proactive, huh? You were even willing to do things like this. And that. For Minami. What was that phrase again? Oh, right, men's favorite Yamato Nadeshiko Humphrey." Before she could finish her sentence, her mouth was firmly covered by Takina, whose snow-white cheeks were completely flushed red. Talking about something like this in public. Although she was long accustomed to her best friend's blunt personality, even Takina couldn't help but glare at her. Ahaha, what's there to be embarrassed about? Effortlessly slipping free from Takina's grasp thanks to her high-level athleticism, Chisato covered her mouth with her hand and smirked mischievously. "I'm the same, you know. Even though I haven't actually experienced that kind of thing. Even though it's just a memory that suddenly appeared in my head." "A memory?" Takina, still too flustered, tried to play dumb. Yeah. Like for example, Takina, even though you were already drenched in sweat, you still clung to Minami on the bed, saying you wanted more Humphrey." For the second time, Chisato's mouth was forcefully silenced. And this time she could clearly feel the furious yet mortified gaze of Takina boring into her. "Fine. I admit it. So please stop talking about this in public." Takina finally released her hold, but her voice remained low even though her tone was raised in exasperation. Her words, however, only made Chisato even more excited. "So it's true. You have those memories too, Takina." For all of Chisato's playful energy, Takina found herself unable to do anything against her. "So that means you also have those embarrassing memories?" Chisato asked again, pressing further. Takina really didn't want to answer that question. She pulled up the collar of her sportswear, using it to hide her red face. "Come on, tell me." Chisato, unwilling to let it go, kept pressing. "So what if I do?" Takina let out a deep sigh, rubbing her aching temples before finally giving in and answering the embarrassing question. If possible, she really felt like strangling Chisato on the spot. Hee. What's there to be so shy about? Perhaps realizing that this was a bit much for a 17-year-old girl, Chisato cleared her throat and said more seriously, "I have those memories too. For example, with Minami." "Stop. Don't say another word." Takina immediately cut her off, looking at Chisato with an expression of pure disbelief. She really couldn't understand what was even the point of continuing this conversation. "Oh, come on, I'm just a normal teenage girl. It's perfectly natural for me to be interested in these kinds of things." Chisato shrugged it off, completely unfazed. But for Takina, who had a more traditional mindset, Chisato's free-spirited attitude was something she simply couldn't agree with. A normal teenage girl wouldn't be talking about dirty jokes all the time. Takina retorted, her voice full of disapproval. All right, let's not talk about that anymore." Chisato waved her hand dismissively before smoothly switching topics. "But, Takina, you also have those memories where we got married to Minami, right?" "Yes. I see." Chisato Nishikigi tilted her head slightly. "Do you think this is normal? The fact that both of us suddenly gain memories of each other? Normal or not? Well, the scientific community does talk about things like telepathy, right?" Takina Inoue gazed at the passing street scenery as she casually answered. "But isn't that something that only happens with twin brothers?" Chisato blinked in curiosity, her bright red eyes staring intently at her closest friend in the world. Perhaps feeling the sharpness of that gaze, Takina instinctively averted her eyes and softly asked, "So, what exactly are you trying to say, Chisato?" "Yes. Telepathy, twins, memories." These topics were jumping around way too much, so much so that even Takina struggled to keep up with Chisato's thought process. But what Chisato said next made Takina's head snap up in surprise. "I was just thinking about something." Chisato clasped her hands behind her back, leaned forward playfully, and with a sweet smile, shared her thoughts. "I was thinking, what if Minami has the same memories as us?" She spoke with a cheerful tone, but within that voice lay endless anticipation and joy. "Yes. The person she loved most. Could he also be just like them? Chapter 107, The Pink-Haired Girl's Turn. It's over. Sensing new memories of a bright and lively golden-haired girl and a serious, cool-toned black-haired girl appearing in her mind, Hattori Gota clutched her head in both hands, her pale, gloomy face partially buried, frozen in shock. She couldn't clearly see everything that happened in these memories. But she could feel it, these two were deeply connected to Minami. Because she had experienced this before, she knew exactly what this meant. That means. Those two are rivals in love. Hattori didn't want to use the word rival. After all, her combat power was practically zero. She was probably nothing more than a small stepping stone in their eyes. But right now she had no choice but to say it. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Just imagining Minami being that close with other girls. Doing those kinds of things. Just that one thought alone was enough to make her expression completely crumble. But competing with other girls. That's terrifying. I don't want to do that. She recalled the bright and cheerful energy of the golden-haired girl. Then, she thought of the cool, untouchable presence of the black-haired girl. Then, she looked at herself. And for the first time, she truly felt just how weak and powerless she was. I want to give up. I really want to give up. She had told herself this a million times before. But whenever she thought of Minami, how he always encouraged her, believed in her, both in the memories and in reality. Even someone as timid and self-doubting as she was somehow found herself feeling stronger. I don't want to give up on Minami. I really don't want to. Even if it meant doing something as terrifying as competing with others, even if she wasn't good at it, even if she wasn't sure she could do it, she would never, ever give up on Minami. So I have to do my best. I can go, Gota-san. Oh? Being suddenly called out, Hattori snapped out of her thoughts like someone waking up from a trance. Her wide, dazed eyes stared at the girl leaning into her space Kita Ikuyo. At this moment, Kita's bright emerald green eyes were practically glowing with excitement as she eagerly stared at Hattori. Just that little smirk on her lips already radiated so much warmth and charm, that Hattori felt like she was melting under Kita's overwhelming sunshine aura. Do you need something, Kita-chan? She quickly turned her gaze away, too nervous to meet Kita's eyes directly. Just a moment ago, she had been so determined. But now, she was already shrinking into herself again, speaking in a small voice. Gota-san, honestly. Kita sighed, shaking her head with an exasperated smile. Then, she gently reached out and playfully poked Hattori's cheek with her slender fingers. Hattori Gota, a girl who played the guitar so beautifully, yet somehow, still remained so impossibly shy and insecure. Seriously, why is she like this? Kita had no idea. But being the only one who knew Gota-san's secrets, it kind of felt nice. Like a little secret shared just between the two of them. Kita liked that feeling. With that thought, she flashed Hattori a friendly, easygoing smile and brought up the real reason she called her over. It's about the thing I mentioned earlier. Do you think Minami-senpai will be first place again in this test? Yes. Yesterday, Shukahai's monthly test had finally ended. And today, besides discussing the school festival during homeroom, they were also going to announce the results of the test. Shukahai only publicly displayed the top 3 scores of each year. The rest of the students would get their results privately from their homeroom teacher. Minami. Senpai. Hattori froze for a second. She realized she had almost called him Minami way too casually. Hattori hesitated for a moment after correcting herself. I think Minami-senpai will probably still be first in the entire grade. Gota-san, you're that confident in Minami-senpai? Kita Ikuyo propped her chin on her hands, grinning as she gazed at Hattori with curiosity. This. Hattori stammered, fidgeting nervously, unsure how to respond to this topic. It's great that Minami-senpai is always first, but doesn't it feel like... Kita tapped her chin thoughtfully before continuing, every now and then, shouldn't someone surpass him? She thought for a moment, then, unable to find the perfect words to express her thoughts, she smiled and gestured with her hands, like, if there's no pressure, no rivals, and he just easily takes first place because he's a genius. Doesn't that get boring? That's not true at all, Kita-chan. Kita was shocked, her mouth slightly open, as she watched Hattori suddenly stand up and speak in an unusually loud voice. This was the first time she had ever seen Hattori speak so forcefully. Normally, even when Gota joined their conversations, her voice was so quiet that it was barely audible. Even just greeting her in passing would sometimes make her react like a startled hamster, looking like she was frightened for her life. But now here she was, raising her voice, speaking with conviction. Even though Kita had known her for 2 or 3 months and had been learning guitar from her, This was the first time she had seen Gota Hitori like this. Luckily, after she spoke, Gota seemed to notice the surprised atmosphere around her. Her pale, gloomy face instantly turned bright red in front of everyone. Then plop, she sat back down abruptly and, in a much quieter, timid voice, continued, "Minami-senpai. That person. He doesn't just get first place because of talent. There's also an incredible amount of effort behind it, effort that most people wouldn't be able to endure." Yes. Gota Hitori knew this. Behind Minami's incredible talent, there was also an unimaginable amount of effort and sweat. She knew from her memories. Minami studied every night as a habit. And just like everyone else, he did both revision and preparation, but his planning was more thorough, his efforts far greater. He was always working hard, never slacking off. That's why when Gota Hitori heard Gita say those words just now, she had instinctively stood up to refute them. Because it felt like that statement completely disregarded Minami's hard work, as if his efforts were being taken for granted. Ah. I see now. As a bright and socially skilled person with many friends, Kita was quick to pick up on things. She immediately understood what Gota was trying to express. You're right. What I said earlier was a bit thoughtless. Kita pressed her palms together, looking a little apologetic. Sorry, Gota-san. It was wrong of me to judge someone just by their success without considering the effort behind it. And no, it's fine. Seeing Kita apologize so seriously, Gota Hitori, who had just spoken so firmly, suddenly felt at a loss for words. Seeing Gota struggle to figure out how to respond, Kita simply smiled warmly. Instead of dwelling on the awkward moment, she cleared her throat and swiftly brought the topic back on track. So, Gota-san, you believe Minami-senpai will be first again, right? Why yes. Then, let me tell you who I'm betting on. Kita took out her phone, swiped the screen, and held it up to Gota Hitori. Dada. Last time second place Shinju-senpai. Even though she had quite a gap with Minami-senpai before, this time, she might actually close the distance. Shinju-senpai? Since Gota Hitori never really paid attention to anyone's grades except Minami's, she leaned in slightly, curiously peeking at the screen. In her heart, she silently repeated the name. Then, she gently shook her head and said in a weak but almost stubborn voice, Shinju-senpai. There's no way she can beat Minami-senpai. Huh? Bachi-san, why do you say that? Kita Ikuyo didn't quite understand Gota Hitori's reasoning. I heard that Shinju-senpai was especially well prepared this time, so maybe she really has a chance to surpass Minami-senpai. It's just impossible, that's all. Gota Hitori shrank her head slightly but still kept it lowered, stubbornly muttering. Why? Kita Ikuyo tilted her head in confusion. Because. It's Minami-senpai. Him taking first place is just normal. Gota Hitori answered with an absurdly unconvincing, yet firm tone. Kita Ikuyo. Kita Ikuyo fell silent. She squinted her eyes and stared at Gota Hitori. Her gaze made Gota Hitori feel increasingly uneasy. After quite a while Kita Ikuyo glanced around at the crowd, making sure they hadn't drawn anyone else's attention. Then, lowering her voice slightly in disbelief, she asked, Bachi-san, don't tell me. You like Minami-senpai? Yes. Although it seemed unbelievable to her, recalling how Gota Hitori had immediately refuted her earlier, and now hearing her say, because it's Minami-senpai, so taking first place is normal. Which was clearly a statement based purely on personal bias. Kita Ikuyo could only arrive at one conclusion: Gota Hitori liked Minami. And the moment Gota Hitori heard those words her gloomy yet delicate face instantly trembled, and she stammered incoherently. Her hands flailed wildly in front of her chest as she spoke. Like Minami-senpai? Who even is that? I don't know anyone like that. Kita Ikuyo. Too obvious. Way too obvious, Bachi-san. This was the textbook reaction of someone who had been completely exposed. Watching Gota Hitori flustered beyond belief for some reason, Kita Ikuyo suddenly felt a huge weight lift from her chest. How should she put it? She had always been watching over Gota Hitori. She knew just how hard the other girl had worked, practicing guitar, seeking recognition, and trying to overcome her social anxiety. But despite all her efforts, she rarely saw meaningful progress. As someone who had been by Gota Hitori's side during practice, Kita Ikuyo felt nothing but heartache for her. In her heart, she had long considered Gota Hitori one of her closest friends. Having someone she liked. For Gota Hitori, this was undoubtedly a big step forward, wasn't it? For her dearest friend to have made such significant progress, she could only feel relieved and at peace. How wonderful. Hitori-chan. All your hard work hasn't been in vain. Seeing Gota Hitori's gloomy face turn red, Kita Ikuyo smiled. And under Kita Ikuyo's gaze, which felt like that of an elder watching a child grow up. Gota Hitori gradually gave up resisting, letting her hands fall weakly to her sides. So, Bachi-san really does like Minami-senpai? If Gota Hitori had to describe her current emotions, there were only two: extremely embarrassed and wanting to die. Her secret crush had been discovered by a friend. This was just too all. This is so touching. Upon hearing such a youthful topic, Kita Ikuyo's eyes immediately lit up like they were glowing. Bachi-san, what do you like about Minami-senpai? Eh? Yeah. The sudden shift in topic by social butterfly Kita Ikuyo left Gota Hitori struggling to keep up. It really is about looks, right? I mean, you have to admit, Minami-senpai is really handsome. He has this delicate yet refreshingly bright and clean aura. Eh? And then there's his presence, right? How should I put it? He seems more mature and composed compared to most high school boys. That's definitely a plus, don't you think? Gota Hitori tried her best to respond. But faced with Kita Ikuyo's endless chatter, she couldn't get a single word out. Finally, Kita Ikuyo seemed to realize this as well. She handed the conversation back to Gota Hitori. Anyway, Bachi-san, what do you like about him? I don't know, I never really thought about it that much. Recalling Kita Ikuyo's thorough analysis just now, Gota Hitori lowered her head, her face flushing red as she answered shyly. Huh? What's the big deal? Just say it. Just say it. Why do you like Minami-senpai? Kita Ikuyo grinned at Gota Hitori. With her face still red, Gota Hitori, feeling utterly embarrassed, finally voiced her true feelings. There's no particular reason. Just thinking about him makes me happy. No flowery words, no elaborate emotional analysis. Just plain, almost overly simple words. Her answer was so straightforward that even the previously excited and enthusiastic Kita Ikuyo fell into silence. She didn't mention Minami's outstanding appearance. She didn't bring up his vast knowledge or promising future. Gota Hitori's reason for liking him was simply that thinking of him made her happy. That was all. And that was enough. At that moment Kita Ikuyo smiled. Resting her chin on her hand, she gazed at her friend with an indescribably gentle expression. Maybe love really could be just that simple. Chapter 108, Hitori, I kind of want to see you. When feeling down, thinking of you brings happiness. When feeling happy, thinking of you makes it even better. The love between people is truly that simple and pure. But at some point, Kita Ikuyo realized she had unconsciously overlooked this fact. Maybe it was because of this materialistic world. Pure feelings are hard to maintain. However, even if emotions are pure, there's still we have to take action, Bachi-san. This was Kita Ikuyo's decisive and resolute statement. Huh? This was Gota Hitori's bewildered, slightly fearful response. I'm talking about making the first move. Kita Ikuyo had made up her mind to support Gota Hitori's love life. You can't just keep hesitating like this, Bachi-san. Gota Hitori gave her a look that screamed, what on earth are you talking about? What I mean is, you can't keep being so timid. Ugh. Gota Hitori felt like she had just been hit where it hurt the most. Being hesitant and too scared to speak up had always been her biggest weakness. Do you really think love is going to fall from the sky like a miracle? That's just wishful thinking. Ugh. Kita Ikuyo's words struck Gota Hitori right in the heart again. To put it simply, do you even realize how popular Minami-senpai is? I heard he gets love letters from girls in different grades almost every day. If you keep dragging your feet, you'll regret it sooner or later. After taking hit after hit, Gota Hitori silently collapsed onto her desk with a soft plop. If there were a more precise way to describe her current state, then calling her a puddle of Gota would be the most fitting. Bachi-san, now is not the time to collapse. Having made up her mind to support Gota Hitori's love life, Kita Ikuyo decisively pulled her back up, her expression serious. Let's carefully think about our strategy. Not just for you, but for me too. Yes. Not just for Gota Hitori. Kita Ikuyo also had her own selfish reasons. Because last time, her beloved Yamada-ryo-senpai had already indirectly kissed Minami. Even though Yamada-ryo might not have cared, Kita Ikuyo couldn't help but take it to heart. If she could successfully pair up Gota Hitori with Minami, then she and Yamada-ryo could naturally get closer too. Absolutely perfect? Strategy? Gota Hitori, whose mind was already muddled, clearly hadn't heard the last part of Kita Ikuyo's words and just stared at her blankly. Exactly. If we want Minami-senpai to like you, the first step is to make sure he interacts with you, right? Kita Ikuyo gave her suggestion. When boys and girls interact, developing feelings is completely normal. The upcoming Shuka High School Festival is the perfect opportunity. She paused for a moment, then took out her phone. So, our first step is to invite Minami-senpai out. Gota Hitori stared blankly at Kita Ikuyo. She was envious of how effortlessly the other girl could speak so fluently and confidently. But what caught her attention even more were the words that followed. I have to invite Minami-senpai? Gota Hitori's voice suddenly changed, like a goose being strangled, her entire face turning bright red. Asking someone out first? That was way too advanced for her. It's fine, Bachi-san, I'll handle the contact. Kita Ikuyo waved dismissively, taking out her phone. She had at least greeted Minami a few times before. And for someone as naturally social as her, getting Minami's line ID had been effortless. Since Gota Hitori was too shy to ask, she would do it for her. Opening line seeing Minami's panda avatar, Kita Ikuyo, under Gota Hitori's watchful gaze, naturally sent the invitation. Eek. Gotta be the sunniest person, Minami-senpai, do you have time for the Shuka High School Festival? If you do, please make sure to check out our class's activity. Attached, a chibi girl with a shy expression, so impressive. Gota Hitori widened her eyes as she watched Kita Ikuyo type out a long message effortlessly with just one hand. And more importantly, the invitation sounded so natural. If she had to message Minami herself, she would probably type something like, "It has been some time since our last interaction. I hope you have been well. If it is not too much trouble, may I humbly invite you to our class's activity." Seeing Kita Ikuyo's confidence, she felt both admiration and disbelief. Curious, she leaned in closer to see how Minami would respond. The two girls sat there waiting. And then why hasn't he replied yet? Kita Ikuyo scratched her head in confusion. It had already been 15 minutes since she sent the message. But Minami hadn't just failed to reply, he hadn't even read it. Even now, her previous message remained unread. She opened her mouth slightly in surprise and asked, "Bachi-san, does Minami-senpai not carry his phone around?" "He probably does." Gota Hitori answered softly. Based on her memories, Minami wasn't all that different from other young people. Aside from his disciplined studies, he also watched interesting videos online. His phone was an everyday necessity, so he should have it with him. This makes things a little tricky. Kita Ikuyo tilted her head as she stared at her unanswered message. Then she proposed a new idea. How about we go directly to Minami-senpai's class and invite him in person? Not online, but in real life? As a socially anxious person, Gota Hitori's eyes instantly widened, and her voice turned shaky. I think maybe we could try waiting a little longer." "Wait a little longer?" Even if we do, Minami-senpai doesn't seem interested in replying at all." Kita Ikuyo pointed at her phone and then looked at Gota Hitori. "Then, how about you message him instead?" Even as she said this, she didn't have much hope. Minami might have set his phone to silent mode or was busy with something else, unable to check his messages. Otherwise, why wouldn't he reply? There was no way that if Gota Hitori messaged him, he would suddenly respond, right? Kita Ikuyo had no expectations, but she still encouraged Gota Hitori to try. Compared to her, Gota Hitori's line message was much more restrained. She carefully took out her phone, which she had been using for a long time, then clicked on Minami's panda avatar. With trembling fingers, she typed out an overly simple message. "Probably dead, are you there?" No emojis, and the content was as simple as it could be. No good. This really won't work at all, Bachi-san. Kita Ikuyo couldn't help but shake her head as she grabbed Gota Hitori's hands, seriously imparting her wisdom. "This won't do, Bachi-san. When chatting online, you have to show a cute and endearing side." Is that so? Gota Hitori, who had never really chatted much online, froze at those words. "Bachi-san, your message is way too dull. Are you there? Just sounds so uncute, right? And your line username is totally not cute either. I think you should change it." Kita Ikuyo analyzed the situation for Gota Hitori. "If I were a guy, I definitely wouldn't want to reply to a girl who texts like this, let alone someone like Minami-senpai." She hadn't even finished speaking when ding. "Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, I'm here. What's up?" "Huh?" Kita Ikuyo froze, staring at the notification on Gota Hitori's screen, her face full of shock. Instant read? Instant reply? Wait a minute. She glanced at Gota Hitori's phone, then quickly pulled out her own. Her chat with Minami was still completely empty, a desolate void. Looking at her own message, still marked as unread. She couldn't help but wear an expression of pure disbelief. She didn't know how to feel. Even though she didn't have romantic feelings for Minami, as a social butterfly with a cute face, being treated so differently by a guy. Kita Ikuyo couldn't help but feel a little conflicted. But at least he responded, and that was a good thing. Regaining her energy, Kita Ikuyo quickly strategized. Since he replied, "Don't hesitate. Invite Minami-senpai now." I still have to invite him?" Gota Hitori's mouth opened slightly, looking completely lost. Just messaging a guy online was already a terrifying breakthrough for her. And now she had to go a step further and invite him to the school festival? Just picturing that scene made her head spin. Don't be scared, Bachi-san. You got this. Beside her, Kita Ikuyo cheered her on enthusiastically. Ugh. On the verge of tears, face full of distress, it was as if Gota Hitori had a knife held to her throat. Even so, she forced herself to type out a message, struggling every step of the way. Probably dead, Do you have time lately? Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, yeah, another instant read, instant reply. Kita Ikuyo couldn't help but glance at her own phone again. After confirming that there were still no messages from Minami, she finally gave up all hope. Probably dead. If you're free, could you come to our class? Our class is holding an event too, and it'd be great if you could stop by, tap. Her fingers stopped. She hit send. Gota Hitori let out a deep breath. Just completing this simple action. It felt like it had drained all her energy. Now, it all depended on Minami's response. Both Kita Ikuyo and Gota Hitori stared at the screen, feeling unexpectedly nervous. Unlike the previous messages, this time, Minami didn't reply immediately. Instead, after Gota Hitori's message turned read, there was about a minute of silence. And then ding! A new message arrived from Minami. Both Kita Ikuyo and Gota Hitori looked over. Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, Kita-san is next to you, isn't she? This was her idea? You're actually inviting me to the school festival on your own? Kita Ikuyo and Gota Hitori exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Because Minami's guess was just way too accurate. Kita Ikuyo suddenly felt as if Minami had completely seen through her, inside and out. What should we do next, Kita-chan? Staring at Minami's reply, Gota Hitori opened her mouth slightly, completely unsure of how to continue the conversation. The fact that Minami had seen through her immediately made her too scared to act rashly. But before Gota Hitori could even reply, another message arrived from Minami. Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, don't overthink it. You're just not the kind of girl who would take the initiative to invite me to a school festival, that's all. Tokyo's #1 pretty boy. As for the festival day, once I finish helping out with my class's event, I should have some time. I can go with you guys then. Oh, by the way, is Kazekage band performing together? Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, I remember there's a music event in the gym that day. If you register, Kazekage band can also participate. Do you want to perform on stage, Hitori? Gulp. A string of messages. A long string of messages. Kita Ikuyo barely had time to process them all. She had never imagined that Minami, who always seemed indifferent when talking to others, would actually say so much to Gota Hitori. But among all his words, one particular line stood out to her the most: that was a music event at the gym during the festival, huh? Kita Ikuyo tilted her head. She had actually heard about that before. As long as students submitted a form to the student council, they could perform on the gym stage during the festival. To be honest, she was quite interested in this kind of event. So, Kita Ikuyo spoke up, performing at the gym. What do you think, Bachi-san? Gota Hitori was still staring at Minami's messages when she heard Kita Ikuyo's suggestion. She instinctively shrank back. A performance? At the festival? Celebrating youth? Celebrating academic diligence? That kind of stage? Gota Hitori lowered her head timidly. I don't think I can do it. She had only gotten halfway through her sentence when, Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, to be honest, I'd really love to see you shine on the gym stage, Hitori, plop. Kita Ikuyo watched as Gota Hitori's phone slipped from her fingers. Then her hand was suddenly grabbed by Gota Hitori, whose expression had turned serious, her face almost glowing. Let's start practicing for the festival performance today, Kita-chan. Huh? But Bachi-san, the festival is still 2 weeks away. Isn't it a little early to start practice today? No problem. As soon as we get to Starry, we'll start. No, actually. Let's start practicing right now, just the two of us. As she spoke, Gota Hitori was practically drooling, laughing hey to herself. Hey. You want to see me shine on stage? Minami. Hey. Chapter 109, Yamada-san. Like a child, every monthly test at Shuka High was always an occasion to witness the full spectrum of human emotions. The top students, confident and composed, received their test papers from the teachers with a graceful air. The average students, anxious and hesitant, would take their papers with trembling hands, their expressions shifting between despair and relief as they saw their scores. And for those who already expected to fail, picking up their papers was just a formality. Remedial classes were inevitable. They, too, were confident. But unlike the top students, Their confidence came with a sense of resigned acceptance, as if nothing about their failure surprised them. It was like watching a death row inmate walk to the execution ground. There was a strange, tragic beauty in their resolve. Among all these people, Minami's presence stood on an entirely different level. Even on a test results day, he remained completely unbothered, casually pulling out his phone right in front of the teacher and replying to line messages. But considering he had held the rank of top student in the entire grade for nearly half a semester now, earning him the title Shukahai's Demon King of Academics, being allowed to text during class was a privilege he had rightfully earned. The teacher's silent approval was proof enough. No one knew what Minami's score was this time. All eyes in the classroom turned toward him with curiosity. But since his student number was toward the end of the list, they had to wait. About 3 minutes later the teacher finally called his name. Minami. Here. Responding briefly, Minami calmly slid his phone back into the pocket of his navy blue uniform under the watchful gazes of his classmates. Then, he stood up and took his test paper from the teacher. And under everyone's watchful eyes, Minami didn't even glance at his score. He just tucked the paper away in his blazer pocket without a second thought. Then, he walked back to his seat, took out his phone, and continued replying to line messages. Wait. What? Watching Minami continue texting online, his expression completely unmoved. What exactly is in your line messages? Who are you even talking to? Can't you at least take a look at your grades? The students just couldn't understand. For someone who had been ranked number 1 in the entire grade all this time, today was a major event, a day to see his results announced. And yet, this guy didn't seem to care at all. Seeing that Minami had no intention of even glancing at his grade report, many students felt unbearably itchy, as if ants were crawling all over their bodies. They desperately wanted to know Minami's score. They wanted to see his reaction. But now, what could they do? They were getting really curious. What was Minami's score? Everyone struggled to hold back their curiosity, occasionally sneaking glances in Minami's direction. At this point, whether or not they had failed their own exams didn't even matter anymore. But to their disappointment, even after the teacher had finished distributing every single test result, Minami still didn't show the slightest intention of checking his score. After replying to his line messages, he simply sat at his desk, pulled out a freshly bought novel, and started flipping through it page by page. This guy really had confidence in himself. Was he that certain he would take first place again? A few classmates sitting near Minami, noticing the curious gazes from all around, couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Do you guys think Demon King Minami will take first place again? Will he keep his undefeated record? A tall male student spoke in a hushed tone. Well, it's hard to say, but honestly, I don't think there's any way he wouldn't get first place. The guy with slightly longer hair beside him lowered his voice and continued, I sit right next to him. I saw him finish his test in about 10 minutes, check it once, and then just lay down on his desk and sleep. He was ridiculously fast. None of his exams took him more than 10 minutes. What the hell? Just filling in the answer sheet took me forever. Someone nearby exclaimed in disbelief. Hey, forget about that. What about Shinjuakan from class 3? She's super smart, has a great figure, and is really pretty. If I had to root for someone, I'd definitely go for Shinjuakan. TL notes, Shinjuakan Shinjo, Shinjuakan, is one of the main characters, and alongside Alexis Carib, she served as a central antagonist in SSSS. Gridman, that's true. They continued their discussion until suddenly a voice from the hallway called out, the top 3 rankings are out. The moment those words were spoken, a wave of students immediately stood up and rushed toward the announcement board in a second-floor hallway. Would the arrogantly undefeated Demon King Minami defend his throne once again? Or would a rising star finally surpass him? Everyone was eager to find out. They crowded together, pushing forward, then lifted their heads to read the results. And then looking at the undisputed name at the top, everyone fell silent. Number 1, Minami Shaoji. Number 2, Shinjuakan. Number 3, Takashi. Shinjuakan's score was absolutely terrifying. Out of the 5 subjects, Japanese, math, science, social studies, and English, she had scored perfect marks in 3 of them, and in the other 2, she had only lost 1, 2, maybe 3 or 4 points at most. Takashi, ranked 3rd, had a similar performance, 2 perfect scores, with minor deductions in the other 3 subjects. By any standard, these results were nothing short of extraordinary. If they had been part of previous year's second-year students, either Shinjuakan would take first place, or Takashi would. But with a monster like Minami Shaoji around, there's just no way anyone else could take first place, right? Staring at Minami's name in the number 1 spot, someone couldn't help but mutter under their breath. There was no helping it. Minami's scores this time were simply too terrifying. On the neatly printed ranking sheet right next to Minami's name were his scores. Number 1, Minami Shouji, Japanese, Math, Science, Social Studies, English, perfect scores. And what made it even more absurd was Minami scoring full marks. Didn't mean that full marks were the limit of his ability. He got a perfect score only because the test's maximum score was full marks. Meanwhile, Shinjuakan and Takashi scored perfect marks because that was the highest they could possibly achieve. The difference between the two seemed negligible. But in reality, it was immense. To be honest, Minami didn't really care what others thought. Blending into the crowd, he only glanced at his own score and thought, oh, first place again. Then, he stopped thinking about it altogether. To him, this result was completely expected. Even without the help of his dating simulator system, he would have still secured first place without a doubt. So, it was only natural that he felt nothing at all well, actually. Maybe not. Minami thought for a moment. After all, he was receiving a full tuition exemption from Shuka High. If he couldn't even keep his spot as the top student, wouldn't that mean he was failing to live up to the school's expectations? Thinking about it that way, maybe he should celebrate a little. He'd add an extra egg to his dinner tonight for a protein boost. But was her name Shinjuakan? Rubbing his chin, Minami recalled the number 2 name he had just seen on the ranking board. How should he put it? He had never really paid attention to her before. But ever since obtaining the dating simulator system and going through various events, looking at this name now, he suddenly felt a strange sense of familiarity. It was as if he had seen it somewhere before, but just couldn't remember where. That feeling was so frustrating, like when you remember what you were about to do 1 second ago, but then completely forget it the next. Whatever. If I can't remember, I won't bother thinking about it. Minami wasn't the type to waste time on random thoughts. Rather than dwelling on it, it was better to focus on what he needed to do next. Clearing his mind, Minami began thinking. First, he still needed to visit Starry every day. After all, his guitar skills still needed practice. Then, there was the matter of Rukongai Cafe. Through his simulations, Minami already knew that Rukongai Cafe was primarily established to provide financial support to an orphanage. If he could completely resolve the orphanage's financial issues, then Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue could, just like in the simulations, free themselves from the burden of Rukongai and look toward the future.